SLL:4:es. Predator. Came. Notes from the Struggle for American Indian Liberation. Ward Churchill. Preface by Hananike Trask J. Since. Predator. Came. R. Since. Predator. Came. Notes from the Struggle for American Indian Liberation. By Ward Churchill. Preface by Hananike Trask. DG's Publications. Littleton, Colorado. J. Copyright 1995 by Ward Churchill. All rights reserved. For permission to reproduce or translate any part of this book in any form or by any means, except for any properly credited brief passages, please write to DG's Publications. Printed on recycled acid-free paper with soy-based inks. Manufactured in the United States. Cover illustration by Catherine Bimmy. Cover design by Mark Evans and Pavlos Stavropoulos. Book design and typesetting by Debbie McLeod and Pavlos Stavropoulos. Library of Congress cataloging in publication data. Churchill, Ward. Since Predator Came, Notes from the Struggle for American Indian Liberation / by Ward Churchill, preface by Hananike Trask. PCM. Includes bibliographical references and index. ISBN 1-883930-04-9, he, ALC paper. ISBN 1-883930-03-0, PBK, ALC paper. 1. Indians of North America Government Relations. 2. Indians of North America Government Policy. 3. Indians of North America Politics and Government. I title E91.C48 1995 323. R197 DC 2095 to 32397 CIP. Cligis books are available at special discounts for bulk purchases by organizations, study groups, or for educational use. For more information contact Cligis Publications, 1449 West Littleton Boulevard, Suite 200, Littleton, Colorado 80120-2127 USA. 303-730-6232. Tel 303-798-6568. Fax books at aigism.com. Other books by Ward Churchill. Authored, Fantasies of the Master Race. Literature, Cinema, and the Colonization of American Indians, 1992. Struggle for the Land. Indigenous Resistance to Genocide, Ecocide, and Expropriation in Contemporary North America, 1993. Indians Are Us? Culture and Genocide in Native North America, 1994. Co-authored, Culture vs. Economism. Essays on Marxism in the Multicultural Arena with Elizabeth R. Lloyd, 1984. Agents of Repression. The FBI's Secret Wars Against the Black Panther Party and the American Indian Movement with Jim Vander Wall, 1988. The COINTELPRO Papers. Documents from the FBI's Secret Wars Against Dissent in the United States with Jim Vander Wall, 1990. Edited, Marxism and Native Americans, 1983. Critical Issues in Native North America, 1989. Critical Issues in Native North America, Volume 2, 1990. Co-edited, Cages of Steel. The Politics of Imprisonment in the United States with Jim Vander Wall, 1992. F. Acknowledgements. A number of people have contributed in various ways to the content of this book. Among the more influential have been Mike Albert, Dennis Brutus, Noam Chomsky, Christos, Vine Deloria, Jr., Bill Dunn, Jimmy Durham, Richard Falk, Larry Giddings, Don Grind, Lennox Hines, Bell Hooks, Moana Jackson, Lila Kamela Hiwa, Winona LaDuke, Dion Million, John Mohawk, Glenn T. Morris, Susan Rosenberg, Mike Ryan, Kirkpatrick Sale, David Stannard, George Tinker, Hananike, and Mililani Trask, Jim and Jenny Vander Wal, Sharon Venn, Robert A. W. Yams, and Howard Zinn. To them, I owe a real intellectual debt, although none bear responsibility for, nor even necessarily share, the particular formulations and conclusions I've arrived at. Thanks are also due to the people at Aegis Publications, especially Pavlos Stavropoulos, Ricky Matthews, David Crawford, and Lisa Wigutoff, for the thought and effort which they put into making the final product both attractive and coherent. I also want to thank Alexandria Lord for her excellent maps. Several of the essays which follow were initially published in various journals in one or another form. A much different version of White Studies made its debut in Integrate the Occasion, Volume 19, NOS 1-2, Winter-Spring 1982, Genocide, Toward a Functional Definition, first appeared in Alternatives, Volume 11, Number 3, July 1986, Between a Rock and a Hard Place was published in Cultural Survival Quarterly, Volume 11, Number 3, Fall 1988, False Promises appeared initially in Society and Nature, Volume 1, Number 2, 1992, Deconstructing the Columbus Myth appeared in Indigenous Thought, Volume 1, NOS 2-3, March-June 1991, a truncated version of Since Predator Came was put forth in Covered Action Quarterly, Number 40, Spring 1992. The Bloody Wake of Alcatraz has been published in the American Indian Culture and Research Journal, and the current version of White Studies is forthcoming in the same journal. Finally, special appreciation is due to a number of groups and individuals who have seen me through some especially trying times these past few months, as the book went through the final stages of completion. Heading the list of the former are my Kituwa people, the membership of Colorado AIM, the Region 4 Peltier Support Network, and my colleagues in the Center for Study of Ethnicity and Race in America. Without their active support, things might well have turned out differently. The same can be said with regard to my aunt and uncle, Joe and Vivian Locust, and more than a few of my friends, notably Faith Townsend Attagule, Angle Bumham, Annie Coelho, Shelley Davis, Dan Debo, Jim Kimball, Heike Kleffner, Russ Means, Dion Millian, Teresa Mullins, Hillary Old, Jim Page, Bob and Richard Robido, Paul Schultz, Bob Sipe, Troy Lynn Yellowwood, and Phyllis Young. My deepest thanks to one and all. One day perhaps I will be able to repay your kindness. To Leah, my one true love, mother of my as yet unborn. Table of Contents. Forward, Fasting Day, Thanksgiving Day I by Dennis Brutus. Preface, Since Genocide Came Ill by Hanani K. Trask. Introduction, Only Indians Help Indians v. 1. Remembering Bob Thomas 1. 2. Deconstructing the Columbus Myth, was the great discoverer Spanish or Italian, Nazi or Jew? 1. 3. A survey of native North America since 1492-27. 4. Genocide in the Americas. Landmarks from * Latin America since 1492-41. 5. Genocide, Toward a Functional Definition 75. 6. The Earth is Our Mother, Struggles for American Indian Land and Liberation in the Contemporary United States 107. 7. Like Sand in the Wind. The Making of an American Indian Diaspora 167. 8. The Bloody Wake of Alcatraz, Political Repression of the American Indian Movement during the 1970s 203. 9. White Studies. The Intellectual Imperialism of U.S. Higher Education 245. 10. About that Bering Strait Land Bridge. Let's turn those footprints around 265. 1L on Gaining Moral High Ground. An Ode to George Bush and the New World Order 297. 12 False Promises. An Indigenist Perspective on Marxist Theory and Practice 3-1. 13 Between a Rock and a Hard Place, Left-Wing Revolution, Right-Wing Reaction, and the Destruction of Indigenous Peoples 329 co-authored with Glenn T. Morris. 14 On support of the Indian resistance in Nicaragua. A statement of position and principle 349. 15 The meaning of Chiapas, a North American indigenous view 355. 16 Generations of resistance. American Indian poetry and the ghost dance spirit 369. 17 From a woman warrior. Wendy Rose's What Happened When the Hopi Hit New York 373. 18 Another Vision of America. Simon J. Ortiz's From Sand Creek 311. Bibliography 385. Index 405. Table of Maps. Chapter 6, The Earth is Our Mother. Map I, Indian Land within the United States, 1492 to today 113. Map 2, Indian lands judicially recognized as unceded 118. Map 3. Iroquois Treaty lands in 1794 123. Map 4, land grants, purchases, and Indian reservations within the 1794 Treaty Area 125. Map V, Oneida Land Claim 132. Map 6, Lakota Nations, Reservations, and Ceded Lands 134. Map 7, Traditional Shoshone Territory 142. Chapter 10, About that Bering Strait Land Bridge. Map I, Older Sites Datings in North America 270. Map 2, Older Sites Datings in South America 27. 1. Map 3, Hypothetical Bering Strait Migration Routes 275. Chapter 13, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Map I, Hmong Conflict Areas of Laos, 1960 to 1969 331. Map 2, Mosquito, Sumo, and Rama Nations 335. Map 3, Atlantic Coast Conflict Area of Nicaragua, 1980 to 1989 337. Fasting Day, Thanksgiving Day. By Dennis Brutus. Let us be grateful. Let us gather to give thanks, and as we celebrate Earth's bounty, let us give thanks for all good things. Let us remember those who labored and those who sacrificed for us, but let us remember especially those deprived and those we deprived, and resolve to make amends. To those who were robbed or slaughtered let us make reparations. Let us be giving to those from whom much was taken away. Let us, in this, truly give thanks. Forward Churchill, November 25, 1993. Preface. Since genocide began, Ward Churchill, indigenist activist, spokesperson, professor, and internationally recognized scholar of the American Indian, has achieved a reputation for publishing and speaking on Native issues unparalleled in North America. His well-deserved public stature grows partly out of his large and varied publishing record, 10 books on subjects ranging from Marxism and Native Americans to FBI wars against the Black Panthers and the American Indian movement to cultural criticism on American literature and film. All this in 15 years. But Ward Churchill's reputation also stems from his tireless travels on behalf of Native peoples to testify before international tribunals, to teach young Native people about their history and contemporary rights, to support Native nations engaged in land and resource disputes, even to aid besieged Native colleagues in their various conflicts with Western institutions. By combining research and engagement, teaching, and activism, Churchill has achieved what few authors ever achieve, analysis that predicts as well as describes. Thus, in the fast-changing world of indigenous issues, Ward Churchill demonstrated, in 1983, how conflicts between indigenous peoples and Marxists are the result of vastly different cultural views rather than opposing analytic interpretations. In Marxism and Native Americans, he concluded that Native people as land-based people would always be at odds with Marxists, for whom land is a resource, not the mother of all beings. Later, in his 1992 bestseller, Fantasies of the Master Race, Literature, Cinema, and the Colonization of American Indians, Churchill interpreted the cultural neuroses that drive Westerners to adopt a false identity as natives. Having taken nearly everything by murder and theft from American Indians, Westerners are now stealing Native spirituality. These spirit vultures include American poets, like Robert Bly, and German fake Indians who appear at the United Nations. 4. Working Group on Indigenous Populations demanding recognition as Native people. A year following his book on cultural criticism, Churchill published in 1993 what some behaved, at that point, to be his finest work, Struggle for the Land, Indian Resistance to Genocide, Ecocide, and Expropriation in Contemporary North America, a compendium of Native American land thefts from the Iroquois in New York to the Navajo Hopi peoples in Arizona. Now, Ward Churchill has once again surprised and pleased his indigenous as well as scholarly public with yet another amazing effort, appropriately titled In This Post-Columbus Era. Although this new work spans enormous historical ground from the arrival of Columbus to the insurrection in Chiapas, Mexico, contemporary politics, literature, and intellectual issues are covered in detail. In what has come to be characteristic Churchill style, cavalier humor is blended with unrelenting analysis to render a fresh perspective on subjects ranging from white studies to Nicaraguan Indian resistance to North American Indian poetry. But for those of us familiar with the increasing international attention now being given to indigenous human rights, it is the incisive discussion of genocide in legal as well as cultural terms that makes this a truly peerless work. As a native scholar and nationalist myself, I salute Churchill's clarity in his detailed rendering of the issue of genocide, particularly since the denial of the Indian Holocaust in the Americas continues unabated. Those who flinch from the application of the terms Holocaust and genocide to any but the Nazi Holocaust and to any but its Jewish victims will be stunned by Churchill's marching of evidence juridical, historical, sociological in support of his argument that genocide is precisely what has been occurring against Indians of the Americas since the arrival of Columbus. Finally, Churchill's section on a typology of genocide is the finest distillation of legal and political thinking on the problem of the definition of genocide. Churchill's solution to identify genocide by degrees following the gradient statutory code pertaining to individual murder is not only brilliant but workable at the international, national, and local levels. All of us in the indigenous world who have been following Churchill's career as activist and academic rejoice yet again. Another superb work has been given to us from the best in the field. Hanani K. Trask. Introduction. Only Indians help Indians. If necessary, I will fight alone. Geronimo, 1881. During a conversation in the early 1980s about the relationship of AIM to a variety of other oppositional groups and tendencies, American Indian movement leader Russell Means said to me, "Indians just don't fit in anywhere. We aren't part of anybody's agenda except our own." A few years later, in 1985, he demonstrated the pervasiveness of this viewpoint among those who struggle for indigenous rights, this time in a talk delivered at the University of Colorado on the resistance of the Mosquito, Sumu, and Rama peoples of the Nicaraguan Atlantic Coast region to being subordinated to that country's leftist Sandinista regime. Quoting a slogan carved into the stock of an AK-47 assault rifle carried by a Mosquito fighter, Means announced his belief that only Indians help Indians. This book is about the situation underlying such sentiments, endeavoring as it does not only to explain in some part what has happened to Native America since commencement of the hemispheric invasion inaugurated by the Columbian landfall of October 12, 1492, but how and why such realities have been masked or hidden by the increasingly smug and triumphalist descendants of those original waves of invaders. The resulting panorama is exceedingly ugly. It will prove, or at least it should, to be disquieting to anyone who encounters it. This, to be sure, is the hoped-for outcome of any reading, because, as C. Wright Mills once observed, it is precisely and perhaps only in such disquieted or cognitive dissonance, as he termed it, that the potential for positive change may be said to rest. The approach to assembling the collection of essays which follows may be less than readily apparent. They begin with a brief homage to the late Cherokee anthropologist Robert K. Thomas, not only as a much-deserved tribute to his memory, but as a way of offering a preliminary glimpse of the analytical principles which will be deployed throughout the remainder of the 6. Volume. From there, I move, in a piece entitled Deconstructing the Columbus Myth, to an examination of the Spanish devastation of the native population of the Caribbean basin at the outset of Europe's process of transatlantic conquest and colonization, and the manner in which subsequent Eurocentric academics have sought to suppress the facts of the onslaught, at time even inverting the historical record with the goal of thus naturalizing Euro-supremacist domination in the Americas. The hegemony at issue is then explored with respect to what followed in the wake of the Columbian adventure, both in North America, since Predator came, and in South/Central portions of the hemisphere, genocide in the Americas. With this laid out, it seems appropriate that conventional utilization of the concept of genocide itself be explored with an eye towards discovering why it is not usually applied to either the historical or contemporary experiences of American Indians and other indigenous peoples, and why it should be. This is done in an essay entitled Genocide, Toward a Functional Definition. It is important to understand that the physically and culturally debilitating impact upon Native America ushered in by the invasion of 1492 are an ongoing phenomena, not mere historical curiosities. Although it is intended that this point will already have been made in several of the preceding essays, it is amplified and expanded through examinations of contemporary conditions suffered by the indigenous peoples of the United States in The Earth is Our Mother and Like Sand in the Wind. Relatedly, The Bloody Wake of Alcatraz discusses the kinds of treatment to which Native people within the United States are subjected whenever they organize themselves to alter the abysmal conditions under which they are presently forced to live. From these empirical investigations of current circumstance, the focus shifts to a greater emphasis upon the scholarly subterfuge through which such things have not only been hidden, but often converted into an illusion of being the opposite of what they are. White Studies, The Intellectual Imperialism of U.S. Higher Education begins with an overview of the entire edifice of Eurosupremacism in American academia. This is followed, as a more specific illustration of how the other is negated by America's modem Eurocentric orthodoxy, with a piece entitled About That Bering Strait Land Bridge. It is of course necessary to discuss how such rarefied deformities of reality as are perfected among the intelligentsia of the status quo come to be translated into something more practical and meaningful, the POHCY pronouncements of American political leaders, for example, articulations which directly shape our everyday use at the level of life and death. Selected for this purpose, in an essay entitled On Gaining Moral High Ground, are certain postulations advanced by former President George Bush during the 1990-91 Gulf War. These are dissected under the light of U.S. posturing concerning the indigenous nations it holds internal to itself and revealed in all their stunning hypocrisy. Introduction 7. While such a squad stance might simply be anticipated from those, such as Bush, representing the interests of America's imperial elite, better or at least radically different might be equally expected of those ostensibly most committed to imperialism's utter and complete eradication, the purveyors of Marxian ideology. False Promises, however, shows that many of Marxism's most central tenets bind it squarely to the same sort of attitudes and behaviors concerning indigenous peoples as capitalism. More explicitly, in a piece entitled Between a Rock and a Hard Place, co-authored with Glenn T. Morris, the records of the Vietnamese Communist Party concerning the Hmong of Laos during the 1960s, and that of the aforementioned Nicaraguan Sandinistas vis-a-vis the Mosquito, Sumu, and Rama during the 1980s, are inspected and found to be no better than that of the capitalist order both Marxian entities propose to oppose. This leads almost unerringly to the conclusion announced by Means toward the end of his University of Colorado lecture. Capitalism and communism are simply the opposite sides of the same Eurocentric coin. Both are part and parcel of the European tradition. Both are intellectually and materially imperialist, leading inevitably and by design to the subordination of anything and everything non-European to their own white supremacist order. What the world needs is not a choice between capitalism and communism, between one aspect of Eurocentrism or Eurosupremacism and another. What we need is a genuine revolutionary alternative, an alternative to the European tradition as a whole. I believe the struggle of the Sumu, Rama, and Mosquito Indians in Nicaragua represents that kind of alternative. That's why I support not only the Indian resistance in Nicaragua, but the liberation struggles of indigenous peoples everywhere on this planet. I concurred then, and I concur now. Hence, the inclusion of my brief 1986 statement of position and principle entitled On Support of the Indian Resistance in Nicaragua. Hence also the volume's next essay, The Meaning of Chiapas, a piece which seeks to show what I take to be the validity of the alternative to Euro-supremacist colonialism's business as usual extended by the much more recent revolt of the indigenous Mayan populace in that Mexican province. It seems worth noting before closing that the Mayas of Chiapas, as do I and others, refer to the alternative they pose as being indigenist. In the simplest terms, this means the taking of the rights, interests, and insights of native people as the essential premise for viable and sustainable social, economic, and political transformation of the existing order whenever and wherever it is to be confronted. To contextualize the conflicts in South Dakota, Nicaragua, Chiapas, and elsewhere, and to conclude on a note of what I consider to be the profound 8. promise these phenomena imply, I end with a sequence of 3 short essays. Generations of Resistance, from a Warrior Woman, and another vision of America concerning the embodiment of contemporary native thought and sensibility in poetic form. Herein, I believe, lies the most essential articulation of indigenous sensibility, and readers would do well to understand and appreciate it. Is not meant to serve, by any definition, as a guidebook to the thought and action of indigenism. Nonetheless, it does contain at least some of the informational ingredients and analytical tools needed for readers to begin to develop an indigenist apprehension of the world around them. It follows, in my view, that to the extent that this is true, the book contributes to the prospect that Indians, instead of fitting into no one else's agenda, will necessarily begin to be central to everyone's agenda in the years ahead, that Indians, instead of being constrained to finding help only among themselves to fight alone, as Geronimo put it, will find assistance increasingly accruing from all quarters, that, rather than interacting in ways which serve only to perpetually reproduce the legacy of Columbus, Indians and non-Indians will at last be able to begin collaborating in such fashion as to begin undoing the damage done since 1492. Put another way, what is desired is that we, all of us, native and non-native alike, are eventually imbued with the consciousness to initiate the project of restoring the relational balance and harmony required to make the coming 5 centuries a thoroughgoing reversal of the past 5 centuries of global genocide, settler state colonialism, and imperialism, both economic and intellectual. If this book proves itself in any way successful in inculcating such sensibilities among even a small fraction of those who acquire it, it will have accomplished its author's objectives quite admirably. Ward Churchill. Boulder, Colorado. January 1995. Remembering Bob Thomas. His influence on the American Indian liberation struggle *. The Indian picture isn't any blacker than it always was. It is just that American Indians are trying to do something about their problems and injustices. They are speaking out more and making their wishes known. Maybe a new day is dawning for the Indian. Robert K. Thomas, Indian Voices, 7966. A. J. Thoth. Robert K. Thomas was known primarily as an ethnographer and cultural anthropologist of considerable stature. His interests and activities transcended all boundaries conventionally associated with those fields. Stan Steiner, for one, went to some lengths in recording Bob's involvement with organizations like the National Indian Youth Council during the 1960s. And careful students will discover not a few explicitly political treatises published under his byline, mostly appearing in the American Indian activist pulp venues of the day, papers like Indian Voices and ABC, Americans Before Columbus. On the scholarly side of things, too, he was known to make such excursions into what has today come to be known as anthropology. His essay Powerless Poetics, for example, published in the winter 1966-67 edition of New University Thought, a small circulation academic journal produced at the University of Chicago, is known to have had a significant impact upon the This essay originally appeared in Dark Night, Volume 1, Number 2, Fall 1994. 2. Leadership of the fish-in protests of the Pacific Northwest in 1967, the occupation of Alcatraz Island in 1969, and the 1972 Trail of Broken Treaties. It is one of the latter cluster of writings, also published in the 1966-67 issue of New University Thought, that I believe may turn out in the end to have been the most influential of all his many endeavors. The essay, entitled Colonialism, Internal and Classic, was short, more a tentative probing of ideas than a finished piece of scholarship. Yet for me, and for many of those with whom I've worked over the past 2 decades, it has assumed a decisive conceptual importance in terms of our understandings of ourselves and what it is we are about. Perhaps predictably, perhaps ironically, many of those most affected by it at this point have forgotten or were never really aware of the article itself. By the same token, it is certain that Bob himself was, by the end of his life, both amazed and to a large extent perplexed by the directions in which some of us have taken his seminal perspective on the nature of the American-Indian relationship to the United States. Mostly, he was also a bit frightened by certain of our prescriptions as to what should be done about it. The concept. What Bob Thomas accomplished in this one brief excursus was to redeem an entire classification of socio-economic and political relations seemingly denied to analyses of the Indian condition in the United States, one which appeared to have been permanently foreclosed by passage of the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1541, 15, or Blue Water Thesis, as it is often called in 1960. According to the UN definition, a situation of colonialism can be properly, and legally, said to exist if, and only if, one nation directly and as a matter of policy dominates the social, economic, and political life of another from which it is physically separated by at least 30 miles of open water. In such instances, the dominated nations are construed as being absolutely entitled to relief from their circumstances under international law, and whenever their colonizers prove reluctant to comply with legal requirements in this regard, the colonized are accorded the right of pursuing decolonization and self-determination by any and all means available to them. Conversely, nations dominated by others to which they are contiguous, or within which they are encapsulated, are cast by Resolution 1541 not as colonies per se, but as minorities domestic to the dominating power. While such minorities are guaranteed, or conceded, a certain range of rights under international law, both the type and extent of these rights, and the means by which they may be lawfully pursued, are very much constricted when compared to those acknowledged as being inherent to colonies carried indirectly, and in the somewhat homey style which was his trademark. Bob pointed to the obvious. In effect, he argued that while the definition of Remembering Bob Thomas 3. Colonialism at issue might be adequate to describe the traditional form marked by historical empires such as those of France, Spain, and Great Britain, most of which had passed into oblivion by the late 1960s, it plainly failed to address the realities underlying a number of other readily observable phenomena. Following the reasoning embedded in Resolution 1541 would, for instance, force one to conclude that the Poles and the French had been somehow transformed into German minority groups by virtue of the World War II Nazi conquest and occupation of Poland and France, both of which were/are contiguous to Germany. Clearly, any such conclusion would be absurd, and is universally recognized as such. No one questions that France remained France, and Poland Poland, after the German invasion of each country. Hence, no one questions the rights of the Poles and the French to liberate themselves from German rule. Why then, Thomas asked by implication, should the situation be perceived as different for a host of other nations, those of American Indians, for example, which can be readily shown to have suffered entirely similar processes of conquest and occupation of their homelands at the hands of contiguous aggressors? If it walks hke a duck, and talks like a duck, goes the old adage, it's probably a duck. All evidence, blue water notwithstanding, combining to suggest that American Indians suffer exactly the same kinds of domination and exploitation as, say, the Algerians under French rule, or the Congolese under the Belgians, and for most of the same reasons. Bob concluded that the concept of colonization is as appropriate to describing the circumstances of indigenous nations within the United States as it is to describing those of the country's more easily recognizable colonies abroad, for example, Hawaii, Guam, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa, and the Marshall Islands, among others. To make his concept immediately comprehensible, he offered a formulation in which colonialism might be viewed as a system divided into two overarching types or categories. Classic would be the descriptor used to designate those colonies separated from their colonizer by open water, and internal, the term used to define colonies appended to or incorporated directly into the territory claimed by the colonizing power as constituting its own home turf. Bob's notion of internal colonialism, applied as it was to the specific context of American Indians in the late 20th century, has yielded a powerful analytical utility to those of us seeking to decipher the peculiarly convoluted relationship of the federal government to North America's native peoples, and how this relationship has caused Indians in the land of the free, despite our nominal retention of land and resources sufficient to make us the wealthiest single racial/ethnic population aggregate on the continent, to experience literal third world levels of impoverishment by the mid-1970s. The idea of Indians as colonies had taken firm hold among a number of scholars exploring questions of Indian rights. Even elements within the government itself had to some extent admitted the validity of the premise, with the U.S. Civil Rights Commission publishing a major study of conditions among the Navajos entitled The Navajo Nation, an American colony. A whole new understanding of the native North American context was beginning to evolve. Applications. A perhaps even more significant effect could be found within the milieu of Indian political activism, of which Bob was himself a part, that had emerged in the wake of Afro-American initiatives in the Deep South during the 1950s and 1960s. Jolted by the implication of his arguments, many turned away from their tendency to struggle only for civil rights within the federal system, which inadvertently reinforced U.S. contentions that Indians and Indian affairs should be properly understood as integral parts of the U.S. itself. By 197-1, there was an increasingly militant trend manifested mainly but not exclusively through the American Indian movement, AIM, to concentrate on rights obtained under the proliferation of treaties with indigenous peoples, by which the United States had acquired possession of the bulk of its continental land base between 1778 and 1871. Through their de-emphasizing of civil rights in favor of treaty rights, which by both U.S. constitutional and international legal definition pertain only to nations, never to minority groups, AIM and like-minded activist organizations, in common with many reservation traditionals, adopted a vision of Indian prerogatives falling well within the rubric of decolonization, or national liberation as it is often called, inherent to Bob's position. In substance, AIM, sometimes called the shock troops of Indian sovereignty, demanded that the United States respect the treaty-implied rights of American Indian peoples as having the status of nations completely separate and distinct from the United States. This status, in turn, legally entitles native nations to reassert full control over their lands and other resources, determining for themselves the forms of their own political organization as well as the nature of their relationships with other nations, in a manner free from restriction or coercion by the United States. To the extent that exercise of these prerogatives by Indians was/is hampered or denied, AIM insists, the United States stands in violation of international laws requiring decolonization as a universal norm, and provides Native people with a legal footing upon which to pursue extraordinary methods of compelling U.S. compliance. Ames stance, punctuated during the early to mid-70s by instances of armed resistance to federal authority, quickly linked American Indian rights issues to the well-recognized decolonization struggles of other peoples around the world. Consequently, 1974 saw the founding of the International Indian Treaty Council, IITC, often referred to as AIM's international diplomatic arm, created to handle liaisons with other national liberation movements and remembering Bob Thomas 5. Supportive governments on a global basis, and to take the matter of Indian treaties before the United Nations. The latter objective was attained in 1977. When IITC was able to bring about a conference on native rights attended by representatives of some 98 indigenous nations throughout the Americas and conducted at UN facilities in Geneva, Switzerland. By 1998, the results of this initial hearing had been translated into the establishment of a formal UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations, lodged under the UN Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, charged with conducting annual hearings and a comprehensive study of the conditions in which Native peoples exist. The working group's ultimate mandate was from the outset to collect the information necessary to predicate a universal declaration of the rights of indigenous peoples to be incorporated for the first time as a principle of black-letter international law by the General Assembly in 1993. In turn, all of this practical political ferment stimulated, rather naturally, a rapid expansion of the theoretical beachhead Bob had achieved by being the first to openly and coherently apply the concept of colonization to American Indians. In short order, other radical Indian scholars, people like John Mohawk, Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, Russell Barsh, and Jimmy Durham began to explore ways of adapting the work of such major anti-colonialist thinkers as Frantz Fanon and Albert Memmi to the Native American setting. Happy face, the door was thereby open to utilization of related concepts like the dependency theory articulated by Eduardo Galeano, and theories of underdevelopment deployed by André Gunder Frank, Immanuel Wallerstein, and others. One particularly fruitful avenue of investigation turned out to be that of the internally colonizing process, analyzed particularly well by Michael Hector in his 1975 book Internal Colonialism, by which modern Europe had originally created itself. This last has led to the forging of an understanding that the notion of internal colonialism must itself be subcategorized into two discrete domains or spheres if it is to adequately reflect the realities experienced by Indians and other indigenous peoples. One domain involves the subordination of many of the smaller nations within Europe itself, the Euskadis, Basques, Scots, Welsh, Frieslanders, Magyars, and others as part of a process of consolidating status structures desired by the European subcontinent's dominant peoples. The other sphere consists of a settler state variety of colonialism in which populations exported from Europe first subordinate native nations elsewhere, occupying the natives' land on behalf of one or another European state, then wrest their own national independence from that state, decolonizing themselves, a matter anchored in the continuing colonization of the native people whose land they occupy. It is, of course, the latter type of colonialism which afflicts Indians and other indigenous peoples such as the Inuits and native Hawaiians in the United States and Canada, as well as in much of Latin America. Literal settler state colonization is, moreover, the presiding form of domination suffered by numerous indigenous peoples elsewhere, notably in Northern Ireland, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and Israel. Happy face, alternatively, as in China and Vietnam, the substance of settler state colonialism is visited upon smaller indigenous nations by large and thoroughly Europeanized local peoples striving to replicate the forms of Western-style statist consolidation, usually in the name of socialism, after the departure of the European colonists themselves. Happy face, apprehension of this typology of colonialism, one which seems peculiar to the ongoing rather than historical exploitation and oppression of non-Western indigenous nations, has done much to foster a worldwide sense of commonality and incipient unity among native peoples. Simultaneously, it has done quite a lot to erode potential reliance among indigenous rights activists upon traditional Eurocentric solutions, embodied mainly in the tenets of Marxism-Leninism, to the colonialist order. Happy face, rather, as was demonstrated during the 1980s by the struggle of the Mosquito, Sumu, and Rama Indians of eastern Nicaragua against forcible subordination to the dictates of that country's leftist Sandinista regime, Marxism has come to be seen as constituting as great a threat to native sovereignty and self-determination as capitalism. Increasingly, the national liberation movements pursuing native interests, both in North America and elsewhere, have taken to defining themselves as representing a third way, aligned with neither capitalism nor Socia-USM, but rather with the explicitly non-Western heritage from which they spring. This outlook has come to be referred to most frequently as indigenism or fourth worldism. Happy face, a legacy. Altogether, it could seem a bit much to suggest, as I may appear to have done, that alterations in thought and action as profound as those sketched above should have accrued from a single abbreviated essay published in an obscure journal in the United States. Indeed, any such explanation of what is described herein would be grotesquely simplistic. My point, then, is not that everything that has happened since is somehow directly attributable to a few pages of text produced by Robert K. Thomas. Instead, my thinking is that colonialism, classic and internal, represents what Herbert Marcuse once described as a breach of false consciousness, an insight, the appropriateness and explanatory power of which can provide the Archimedean point for a more comprehensive emancipation of thought and action. Such breaches typically occur on an infinitely small space, Marcuse concluded, but the chance for change depends upon the widening of such small spaces. Happy face. It is self-evident that, before Bob wrote his little essay, Indians were by and large groping about for ways to make sense of what it was that had been happening to us throughout the 20th century. After New University. Remembering Bob Thomas 7. Thought published his piece, enough of us could put a name to it to find our voices, and thereby to begin moving together in a constructive direction. A dynamic was unleashed which undoubtedly surpassed anything he might in his wildest imaginings have envisioned when he sat down to write what was on his mind in 1966. The small Archimedean space he crafted has, by this point, been expanded beyond all recognition. Change has certainly occurred because of it, for better or worse, and it will inevitably continue to occur for some time. Quite possibly, things have gone in a direction very different from whatever it was he originally desired to see come of his work. That is often the fate of those who give birth to a new and different approach to understanding. Indication that Thomas may not have been entirely comfortable with the conclusions reached by some of his politico-intellectual progeny was brought home to me one night in the mid-80s when we sat together in a San Diego bar during a lull in the annual Western Social Science Association conference. Ever the senior scholar, he promptly broke the ice by inquiring into the nature of my research. My response, and mention of the fact that his essay on colonialism had had an especially deep influence on me, provoked an outright interrogation. As I summed up, as succinctly as I could, what I had been thinking and why, and what it was I was doing to try and put the ideas into practice, he fixed me with a somewhat baleful eye. "You'd have to dismantle the entire goddamn United States of America to make that work," he grumbled. I conceded that this was true. "Well then," he said, glaring ferociously, "you're just about the most dismal son of a bitch I ever met." Startled, I inquired as to why that might be. "Because," he replied, "if that's what it takes to win this thing, then we're beat before we start, aren't we? You'd better think about what you're saying." With that, he abruptly left me alone to do just that. Still, as I was leaving for the airport the next morning, I saw him making a beeline for me across the hotel lobby. "I just wanted to say goodbye," he informed me, eyes now twinkling, "take care of yourself. And, whatever else you do, give 'em hell for me." I told him he could count on it, and he laughed. "That's the spirit," he said, moving off to finish his breakfast. Whatever the depth of his tension with his conceptual offspring, it is thus plain that he was ultimately unprepared to disavow them entirely. More usually, with the sharpness to which his rank as elder statesman entitled him, he remained committed to the end to pushing us all to ponder our propositions, to clarify and hone our postulations to the point that they might see service in the way he knew we meant them. He could see that we were engaged in what he would call serious business, an involvement appropriate only if we took it seriously. And, figurative father of us all, he bothered himself whenever possible to see that we did. So much has happened since Bob died that bears on his ideas, or at least what it is that has been done with them. One can only wonder how the recent disintegration of the world's other great superstate, the Soviet Union, and the re-emergence of a host of long-suppressed nationalities as self-determining entities within its former territoriality, might have affected his skepticism that the United States, too, might be ultimately dismembered, replaced in part by an archipelago of decolonized American Indian nations. Similarly, one would like to know his views on the ethnic strife which has broken out amidst the rubble of what was once Yugoslavia. Would he see hope for the actualization of an independent Kurdistan? Nagaland? A Karen-free state in what used to be Burma? What would he think of the home rule arrangement achieved by the Inuits of Greenland vis-a-vis Denmark, or the prospect of a self-governing territory to be carved out of northern Canada by those same circumpolar people? Would he see potential in the creation of an autonomous zone for the Maoris in New Zealand? The Koris and other aboriginals of Australia? There are scores of such queries one would wish to pose. One can wish, but the man is gone. We must answer such questions for ourselves, now. That he was instrumental, whatever his personal hesitancies or ultimate misgivings about where it was all going to end up, in providing us the analytical tools with which to do so is no small legacy. In the end, it is fair to say that Bob Thomas achieved a genuine breakthrough for American Indian people, setting out a much-needed conceptual beacon in the depths of a very dark night of ignorance and confusion. That is quite a lot for any one person to accomplish. It is now up to each of us to honor his accomplishment, using his beacon as a guide with which to steer our liberatory project home, keeping in mind that only when we find ourselves in a native America freed from every vestige of the plague of colonization, internal and otherwise, will we be able to say truthfully that we've at last arrived. Let that be our legacy to those who come after us. Deconstructing the Columbus myth. Was the great discoverer Italian or Spanish, Nazi or Jew? Christopher Columbus was a genuine titan, a hero of history and of the human spirit. To denigrate Columbus is to denigrate what is worthy in human history and in us all. Jeffrey Hart, National Review, October 15, 1990. It is perhaps fair to say that our story opens at Alfred University, where, during the fall of 1990, one served as Distinguished Scholar of American Indian Studies for a program funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities. Insofar as I was something of a curiosity in that primarily Euro-American staffed and attended institution, situated as it is within an area populated primarily by white folk, it followed naturally that I quickly became a magnet for local journalists seeking to inject a bit of color into their otherwise uniformly blanched columns and commentaries. Given our temporal proximity to the much-heralded quincentennial celebration of Christopher Columbus' late 15th century discovery of a new world and its inhabitants, and that I am construed as being in some part a direct descendant of those inhabitants, they were wont to query me as to my sentiments concerning the accomplishments of the Admiral of the Ocean Sea. 12. My response, at least in its short version, was, and remains, that celebrating Columbus and the European conquest of the Western Hemisphere that he set off is greatly analogous to celebrating the glories of Nazism and Heinrich Himmler. Publication of this remark in local newspapers around Rochester, New York, caused me to receive, among other things, a deluge of lengthy and vociferously framed letters of protest, two of which I found worthy of remark. The first of these was sent by a colleague at the university, an exchange faculty member from Germany, who informed me that while the human costs begot by Columbus' navigational experiment were tragic and quite regrettable, comparisons between him and the Reichsfuhrer SS were nonetheless unfounded. The distinction between Himmler and Columbus, his argument went, resided not only in differences in the magnitude of the genocidal events in which each was involved, but the ways in which they were involved. Himmler, he said, was enmeshed as a high-ranking and responsible official in the liquidation of entire human groups as a matter of formal state policy, guided by an explicitly racialist ideology. Furthermore, he said, the enterprise Himmler created as the instrument of his genocidal ambitions incorporated, deliberately and intentionally, considerable economic benefit to the state in whose service he acted. None of this pertained to Columbus, the good professor concluded, because the great discoverer was ultimately little more than a gifted seaman, an individual who unwittingly set in motion processes over which he had little or no control, in which he played no direct part, and which might well have been beyond his imagination. My juxtaposition of the two men, he contended, therefore tended to diminish understanding of the unique degree of evil which should be associated with Himmler, and ultimately precluded proper historical understandings of the Nazi phenomenon. The second letter came from a member of the Jewish Defense League in Rochester. His argument ran that, unlike Columbus, whom he described as little more than a bit player, without genuine authority or even much of a role in the actual process of European civilization in the New World which his discovery made possible, Himmler was a responsible official in a formal state policy of exterminating an entire human group for both racial and economic reasons, and on a scale unparalleled in all history. My analogy between the two, he said, served to diminish public respect for the singular nature of the Jewish experience at the hands of the Nazis, as well as popular understanding of the unique historical significance of the Holocaust. Finally, he added, undoubtedly as a crushing capstone to his position, it is a measure of your anti-Semitism that you compare Himmler to Columbus because Columbus was, of course, himself a Jew. I must confess the last assertion struck me first, and only partly because I'd never before heard claims that Christopher Columbus was of Jewish ethnicity. What possible difference could this make? I asked in my letter of reply. If Himmler himself were shown to have been of Jewish extraction. 1. 3. Would it then suddenly become anti-Semitic to condemn him for the genocide he perpetrated against Jews, Gypsies, Slavs, and others? Would his historical crimes then suddenly be unmentionable or even okay? To put it another way, I continued, simply because Meyer Lansky, Dutch Schultz, Bugsy Siegel, and Lepko were all Jewish by blood, is it a gesture of anti-Semitism to refer to them as gangsters? Is it your contention that an individual's Jewish ethnicity somehow confers exemption from negative classification or criticism of his/her conduct? What are you saying? The question of Columbus' possible Jewishness nonetheless remained intriguing, not because I held it to be especially important in its own right, but because I was, and am still, mystified as to why any ethnic group, especially one which has suffered genocide, might be avid to lay claim either to the man or to his legacy. I promised myself to investigate the matter further. A mythic symbiosis. Meanwhile, I was captivated by certain commonalities of argument inherent to the positions advanced by my correspondents. Both men exhibited a near total ignorance of the actualities of Columbus' career. Nor did they demonstrate any particular desire to correct the situation. Indeed, in their mutual need to separate the topic of their preoccupation from rational scrutiny, they appeared to have conceptually joined hands in a function composed more of faith than fact. The whole notion of the uniqueness of the Holocaust serves both psychic and political purposes for Jew and German, or so it seems. The two groups are bound to one another in a truly symbiotic relationship grounded in the mythic exclusivity of their experience. One half of the equation simply completes the other in a perverse sort of collaboration, with the result that each enjoys a tangible benefit. For Jews, at least those who have adopted the Zionist perspective, a unique historical suffering under Nazism translates into fulfillment of a biblical prophecy that they are the chosen, entitled by virtue of the destiny of a special persecution to assume a rarefied status among and to consequently enjoy preferential treatment from the remainder of humanity. In essence, this translates into a demand that the Jewish segment of the Holocaust's victims must now be allowed to participate equally in the very system which once victimized them, and to receive an equitable share of the spoils accruing therefrom. To this end, Zionist scholars such as Irving Louis Horowitz and Elie Wiesel have labored long and mightily, defining genocide in terms exclusively related to the forms it assumed under Nazism. In their version of truth, one must thoroughly see smoke pouring from the chimneys of Auschwitz in order to apprehend that a genocide, per se, is occurring. Conversely, they have coined terms such as ethnocide to encompass the fates inflicted upon other peoples. 14. Throughout history such semantics have served, not as tools of understanding, but as an expedient means of arbitrarily differentiating the experience of their people both qualitatively and quantitatively from that of any other. To approach things in any other fashion would, it must be admitted, tend to undercut ideas like the moral right of the Israeli settler state to impose itself directly atop the Palestinian Arab homeland. For Germans to embrace a corresponding unique historical guilt because of what was done to the Jews during the 1940s is to permanently absolve themselves of guilt concerning what they may be doing now. No matter how ugly things may become in contemporary German society, or so the reasoning goes, it can always be, and is, argued that there has been a marked improvement over the singular evil which was Nazism. Anything other than outright Nazification is, by definition, different, better, and therefore acceptable. Bad as they are, things could always be worse. Business as usual, which is to say assertions of racial supremacy, domination, and exploitation of inferior groups, and most of the rest of the Nazi agenda is thereby free to continue in a manner essentially unhampered by serious stirrings of guilt among the German public so long as it does not adopt the literal trappings of Nazism. Participating for profit and with gusto in the deliberate starvation of much of the Third World is no particular problem if one is careful not to goose-step while doing it. By extension, insofar as Germany is often seen, and usually sees itself, as exemplifying the crowning achievements of Western civilization, the same principle covers all European and Euro-derived societies. No matter what they do, it is never really what it seems unless it was done in precisely the fashion the Nazis did it. Consequently, the Nazi master plan of displacing or reducing by extermination the population of the Western USSR and replacing it with settlers of biologically superior German breeding stock is roundly, and rightly, condemned as ghastly and inhuman. Meanwhile, people holding this view of Nazi ambitions tend overwhelmingly to see consolidation and maintenance of Euro-dominated settler states in places like Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Argentina, the United States, and Canada as basically okay, or even as progress. The distinction allowing this psychological phenomenon is that each of these states went about the intentional displacement and extermination of native populations, and their replacement, in a manner sghstly different in its particulars from that employed by Nazis attempting to accomplish exactly the same thing. Such technical differentiation is then magnified and used as a sort of all-purpose veil, behind which almost anything can be hidden, so long as it is not openly adorned with a swastika. Given the psychological, socio-cultural, and political imperatives involved, neither correspondent, whether German or Jew, felt constrained to examine the factual basis of my analogy between Himmler and Columbus before denying the plausibility or appropriateness of the comparison. To the 5. Contrary, since the paradigm of their mutual understanding embodies the a priori presumption that there must be no such analogy, factual investigation is precluded from their posturing. It follows that any dissent on the methods involved in their arriving at their conclusions, never mind introduction of countervailing evidence, must be denied out of hand with accusations of overstatement, shoddy scholarship, stridency and or anti-Semitism. To this litany have lately been added such new variations as white bashing, ethnic McCarthyism, purveyor of political correctitude, and any other epithet deemed helpful in keeping a canon of knowledge fraught with distortion, deception, and outright fraud from being diluted. Columbus as proto-Nazi. It is time to delve into the substance of my remark that Columbus and Himmler, Nazi Lebensraumpolitik, along with the settlement of the New World bear more than casual resemblance to one another. It is not, as my two correspondents wished to behave, because of his discovery. This does not mean that if this were all he had done he would be somehow innocent of what resulted from his find, no more than is the scientist who makes a career of accepting military funding to develop weapons in any way blameless when they are subsequently used against human targets. Columbus did not sally forth upon the Atlantic for reasons of neutral science or altruism. He went, as his own diaries, reports, and letters make clear, fully expecting to encounter wealth belonging to others. It was his stated purpose to seize this wealth, by whatever means necessary and available, in order to enrich both his sponsors and himself. Plainly, he prefigured, both in design and by intent, what came next. To this extent, he not only symbolizes the process of conquest and genocide which eventually consumed the indigenous peoples of America, but bears the personal responsibility of having participated in it. Still, if this were all there was to it, I might be engaged to dismiss him as a mere thug rather than branding him a counterpart to Himmler. The 1492 voyage of discovery is, however, hardly all that is at issue. In 1493 Columbus returned with an invasion force of 17 ships, appointed at his own request by the Spanish crown to install himself as viceroy and governor of the Caribbean islands and the mainland of America, a position he held until 1500, setting up shop on the large island he called Española, today Haiti and the Dominican Republic. He promptly instituted policies of slavery encomiendo, and systematic extermination of the native Taino population. Columbus programs reduced Taino numbers from as many as 8 million at the outset of his regime to about 3 million in 1496. Perhaps 100,000 were left by the time the governor departed. His policies, however, remained, with the result that by 1514 the Spanish census of the island showed barely 22,000 Indians. 16. Remaining alive. In 1542, only 200 were recorded. Thereafter, they were considered extinct, as were Indians throughout the Caribbean basin, an aggregate population which totaled more than 15 million at the point of first contact with the Admiral of the Ocean Sea, as Columbus was known. This, to be sure, constitutes an attrition of population in real numbers every bit as great as the toll of 12 to 15 million, about half of them Jewish. Most commonly attributed to Himmler *s slaughter mills. Moreover, the proportion of indigenous Caribbean population destroyed by the Spanish in a single generation is, no matter how the figures are twisted, far greater than the 75% of European Jews usually said to have been exterminated by the Nazis. Happy face, worst of all, these data apply only to the Caribbean basin. The process of genocide in the Americas was only just beginning at the point such statistics become operant, not ending, as they did upon the fall of the Third Reich. All told, it is probable that more than 100 million native people were eliminated in the course of Europe's ongoing civilization of the Western Hemisphere. It has long been asserted by responsible scholars that this decimation of American Indians which accompanied the European invasion resulted primarily from disease rather than direct killing or conscious policy. Happy face, there is a certain truth to this, although starvation may have proven just as lethal in the end. It must be borne in mind when considering such facts that a considerable portion of those who perished in the Nazi death camps died, not as the victims of bullets and gas, but from starvation, as well as epidemics of typhus, dysentery, and the HKE. Their keepers, who could not be said to have killed these people directly, were nonetheless found to have been culpable in their deaths by way of deliberately imposing the conditions which led to the proliferation of starvation and disease among them. Certainly, the same can be said of Columbus' regime, under which the original residents were, as a first order of business, permanently dispossessed of their abundant cultivated fields while being converted into chattel, ultimately to be worked to death for the wealth and glory of Spain. Nor should more direct means of extermination be relegated to incidental status. As the matter is framed by Kirkpatrick Sale in his book, The Conquest of Paradise. The tribute system, instituted by the governors sometime in 1495, was a simple and brutal way of fulfilling the Spanish lust for gold while acknowledging the Spanish distaste for labor. Every Taino over the age of 14 had to supply the rulers with a hawksbill of gold every 3 months, or, in gold-deficient areas, 25 pounds of spun cotton. Those who did were given a token to wear around their necks as proof that they had made their payment. Those who did not were, as Columbus' brother, Fernando says discreetly, punished by having their hands cut off, as the priest, Bartolomé de las Casas says less discreetly, and left to bleed to death. 1. 7. It is entirely likely that more than 10,000 Indians were killed in this fashion, on Española alone, as a matter of policy, during Columbus' tenure as governor. Las Casas' Brevísima relation, among other contemporaneous sources, is also replete with accounts of Spanish colonists hidalgos, hanging Tainos en masse, roasting them on spits or burning them at the stake, often a dozen or more at a time, hacking their children into pieces to be used as dog feed and so forth, all of it to instill in the natives a proper attitude of respect toward their Spanish superiors. The Spaniards made bets as to who would slit a man in two, or cut off his head at one blow, or they opened up his bowels. They tore the babes from their mother's breast by their feet and dashed their heads against the rocks. They spitted the bodies of other babes, together with their mothers and all who were before them, on their swords. No SS trooper could be expected to comport himself with a more unrelenting viciousness. And there is more. All of this was coupled to wholesale and persistent massacres. A Spaniard suddenly drew his sword. Then the whole 100 drew theirs and began to rip open the bellies, to cut and kill a group of Tainos assembled for this purpose, men, women, children, and old folk, all of whom were seated, off guard and frightened. And within 2 credos, not a man of them there remain at Ayuve. The Spaniards entered the large house nearby, for this was happening. At its door, and in the same way, with cuts and stabs, began to kill as many as were found there, so that a stream of blood was running, as if a great number of cows had perished. Elsewhere, Las Casas went on to recount. In this time, the greatest outrages and slaughterings of people were perpetrated, whole villages being depopulated. The Indians saw that without any offense on their part they were despoiled of their kingdoms, their lands and liberties, and of their lives, their wives, and homes. As they saw themselves each day perishing by the cruel and inhuman treatment of the Spaniards, crushed to earth by the horses, cut in pieces by swords, eaten and torn by dogs, many buried alive and suffering all kinds of exquisite tortures. Many surrendered to their fate, while the survivors fled to the mountains to starve. The butchery continued until there were no Tainos left to butcher. One might well ask how a group of human beings, even those like the Spaniards of Columbus' day, maddened in a collective lust for wealth and prestige, might come to treat another with such unrestrained ferocity over a sustained period. 18. The answer, or some substantial portion of it, must lie in the fact that the Indians were considered by the Spanish to be undermention, subhumans. That this was the conventional view is borne out beyond all question in the recorded debates between Las Casas and the nobleman, Francisco de Sepulveda, who argued for the majority of Spaniards that American Indians, like African blacks and other lower animals, lack souls. The Spaniards, consequently, bore in Sepulveda's estimation a holy obligation to enslave and destroy them. wherever they might be encountered. The eugenics theories of Nazi philosopher Alfred Rosenberg, to which Heinrich Himmler more or less subscribed, elaborated the mission of the SS in very much the same terms. Happy face, it was upon such profoundly racist ideas that Christopher Columbus grounded his policies as initial governor of the new Spanish Empire in America. In the end, all practical distinctions between Columbus and Himmler, at least those not accounted for by differences in available technology and extent of socio-military organization, evaporate upon close inspection. They are cut of the same cloth, fulfilling precisely the same function and for exactly the same reasons, each in his own time and place. If there is one differentiation which may be valid, it is that while the specific enterprise Himmler represented ultimately failed and is now universally condemned, that represented by Columbus did not and is not. Instead, as Sale has observed, the model for colonialism and concomitant genocide Columbus pioneered during his reign as governor of Hispaniola was to prove his most enduring legacy, carried as it was by the conquistadors on their invasions of Mexico, Peru, and La Florida. Happy face, the Columbian process is ongoing, as is witnessed by the fact that, today, his legacy is celebrated far and wide. The emblematic European. This leaves open the question as to whom, exactly, the horror which was Columbus rightly belongs. There are, as it turns out, no shortage of contenders for the mantle of the man and his accomplishments. It would be well to examine the nature of at least the major claims in order to appreciate the extent of the mad scramble which has been undertaken by various peoples to associate themselves with what was delineated in the preceding section. One cannot avoid the suspicion that the spectacle bespeaks much of the Eurocentric character. Was Columbus Italian? The popular wisdom has always maintained that Christopher Columbus was born in Genoa, a city-state which is incorporated into what is now called Italy. Were this simply an historical truth, it might be accepted as just one more uncomfortable fact of life for the Italian people, who are or should be still 9. Trying to live down what their country did to the Libyans and Ethiopians during the prelude to World War II. However, there is much evidence that draws Columbus' supposed Genoese origin into question. For instance, although such records were kept at the time, there is no record of his birth in that locale. Nor is there reference to his having been born or raised there in any of his own written work, including his personal correspondence. For that matter, there is no indication that he either wrote or spoke any dialect which might be associated with Genoa, nor even the Tuscan language which forms the basis of modern Italian. His own writings, not excluding letters penned to Genoese friends and the Banco de San Gregorio, one of his financiers in that city, were uniformly articulated in Castilian, with a bit of Portuguese and Latin mixed in. Moreover, while several variations of his name were popularly applied to him during his lifetime, none of them was drawn from a dialect which might be considered Italian. He himself, in the only known instance in which he rendered his own full name, utilized the Greek spool : still, Genoa, Italy, and those of Italian descent elsewhere in the world, Italo-Americans, most loudly of all, have mounted an unceasing clamor during the 20th century, insisting he must be theirs. Genoa itself invested considerable resources into resolving the question during the 1920s, ultimately printing a 288-page book assembling an array of depositions and other documents, all of them authenticated, attesting that Columbus was indeed Genoese. Published in 1931, the volume, entitled Christopher Columbus, Documents and Proofs of His Genoese Origin, presents what is still the best circumstantial case as to Columbus' ethnic identity. Happy face, Spanish. Counterclaims concerning Columbus' supposed Iberian origin are also long-standing and have at times been pressed rather vociferously. These center primarily on the established facts that he spent the bulk of his adult life in service to Spain, was fluent in both written and spoken Castilian, and that his mistress, Beatriz Enriquez de Arana, was Spanish. During the 1920s, These elements of the case were bolstered by an assortment of archival documents allegedly proving conclusively that Columbus was a Spaniard from cradle to grave. In 1928, however, the Spanish Academy determined that these documents had been forged by parties overly eager to establish Spain's exclusive claim to the Colombian legacy. Since then, Spanish chauvinists have had to content themselves with arguments that the discoverer is theirs by virtue of employment and nationality, if not by birth. An excellent summary of the various Spanish contentions may be found in Enrique de Gandia's Historia de Cristobal Análisis Crítico, first published in 1942. 20. Portuguese. Portuguese participation in the fray has been less pronounced, but follows basically the same course. Sans forged documents as that of the Spanish. Columbus, the argument goes, was plainly conversant in the language, and his wife, Felipa Moniz Peristrello, is known to have been Portuguese. Further, the first point at which his whereabouts can be accurately determined was in service to Portugal, plying that country's slave trade along Africa's west coast for a period of 4 years. Reputedly, he was also co-proprietor of a book and map shop in Lisbon and/or Madeira for a time, and once sailed to Iceland on a voyage commissioned by the Portuguese crown. Portugal's desire to extend a serious claim to Spain's Admiral of the Ocean Sea seems to be gathering at least some momentum, as is witnessed in Manuel Luciano da Silva's 1989 book, Columbus Was 100% Portuguese, Jewish. The idea that Columbus might have been a Spanish Jew is perhaps best known for having appeared in Simon Wiesenthal's Sails of Hope in 1973. Happy Face, therein, Wiesenthal contends that the future governor of Espafiola hid his ethnicity because of the mass expulsion of Jews from Spain ordered by King Ferdinand of Aragon on March 30, 1492, the decree was executed on August 2 of the same year. The logic goes that because of this rampant anti-Semitism, the great navigator's true identity has remained shrouded in mystery, lost to the historical record. Interestingly, given the tenacity with which at least some sectors of the Jewish community have latched onto it, this notion is not at all Jewish in origin. Rather, it was initially developed as a speculation in a 1913 article, Columbus a Spaniard and a Jew, published by Henry Vinaud in the American History Review. It was then advanced by Salvador de Madariaga in his unsympathetic 1939 biography, Christopher Columbus. Madariaga's most persuasive argument, at least to himself, seems to have been that Columbus' great love of gold proved his Jewishness. Happy Face. This theme was resuscitated in Brother Nectario Marias Juan Colon was a Spanish Jew in 1971. Next, we will probably be told that the Merchant of Venice was an accurate depiction of medieval Jewish youth, after all. And, from there, that the international Jewish Bolshevik banking conspiracy really exists, and has since the days of the Illuminati takeover of the Masonic orders. One hopes the Jewish Defense League doesn't rally to defend these interpretations of history as readily as it jumped aboard the Columbus as Jew bandwagon. Other contenders. By conservative count, there are presently 253 books and articles devoted specifically to the question of Columbus' origin and national/ethnic identity. Another 300-odd essays or full volumes address the same questions to some 1. extent while pursuing other matters. Claims to his character, and some imagined luster therefrom, have been extended not only by the four peoples already discussed, but by Corsica, Greece, Chios, Majorca, Aragon, Galicia, France, and Poland. One can only wait with bated breath to see whether or not the English might not weigh in with a quincentennial assertion that he was actually a Briton born and bred, sent to spy on behalf of their Royal British Majesties. Perhaps the Swedes, Danes, and Norwegians will advance the case that Columbus was actually the descendant of a refugee Viking king, or the Irish that he was a pure Gaelic adherent to the teachings of Saint Brendan. And then there are, of course, the Germans. In the full analysis, it is patently clear that we really have no idea who Columbus was, where he came from, or where he spent his formative years. It may be that he was indeed born in Genoa, perhaps of some degree of Jewish blood, brought up in Portugal, and ultimately nationalized as a citizen of Spain, province of Aragon. Perhaps he also spent portions of his childhood being educated in Greek and Latin while residing in Corsica, Majorca, Chios, or all three. Maybe he had grandparents who had immigrated from what is now Poland and France. It is possible that each of the parties now vying for a piece of the action in his regard are to some extent correct in their claims. And, to the same extent, it is TME that he was actually of none of them in the sense that they mean it. He stands, by this definition, not as an Italian, Spaniard, Portuguese, or Jew, but as the quintessential European of his age, the emblematic personality of all that Europe was, had been, and would become in the course of its subsequent expansion across the face of the earth. As a symbol, then, Christopher Columbus vastly transcends himself. He stands before the bar of history and humanity, culpable not only for his literal deeds on Hispaniola, but, in spirit at least, for the carnage and cultural obliteration which attended the conquests of Mexico and Peru during the 1500s. He stands as exemplar of the massacre of Pequots at Mystic in 1637, and of Lord Geoffrey Amherst's calculated distribution of smallpox-laden blankets to the members of Pontiac's Confederacy a century and a half later. His spirit informed the policies of John Evans and John Chivington as they set out to exterminate the Cheyennes in Colorado during 1864, and it rode with the 7th U.S. Cavalry to Wounded Knee in December of 1890. It guided Alfredo Stroessner's machete-wielding butchers as they strove to eradicate the Ache people of Paraguay during the 1970s, and applauds the Pooses of Brazil toward the Jivaro, Yanomami, and other Amazon basin peoples at the present moment. 2. The ghost of Columbus stood with the British in their wars against the Zulus and various Arab nations, with the United States against the Moros of the Philippines, the French against the peoples of Algeria and Indochina, the Belgians in the Congo, the Dutch in Indonesia. He was there for the Opium Wars and the secret bombing of Cambodia, for the systematic slaughter of the indigenous peoples of California during the 19th century and of the 22 Mayans in Guatemala during the 1980s. And, yes, he was very much present in the corridors of Nazi power, present among the guards and commandants at Sobibor and Treblinka, and within the ranks of the Einsatzgruppen on the Eastern Front. The Third Reich was, after all, never so much a deviation from as it was a crystallization of the dominant themes racial supremacism, conquest, and genocide of the European culture Columbus so ably exemplifies. Nazism was never unique, it was instead only one of an endless succession of new world orders set in motion by the discovery. It was neither more nor less detestable than the order imposed by Christopher Columbus upon Espafiola, 1493 or 1943, they are part of the same irreducible whole. The specter of Hannibal Lecter. At this juncture, the entire planet is locked, figuratively, in a room with the socio-cultural equivalent of Hannibal Lecter. An individual of consummate taste and refinement, imbued with indelible grace and charm, he distracts his victims with the brilliance of his intellect, even while honing his blade. He is thus able to dine alone upon their livers, his feast invariably candlelit, accompanied by lofty music and a fine wine. Over and over the ritual is repeated, always hidden, always denied in order that it may be continued. So perfect is Lecter's pathology that, from the depths of his scorn for the inferiors upon whom he feeds, he advances himself as their sage and therapist, he who is incomparably endowed with the ability to explain their innermost meanings, he professes to be their savior. His success depends upon being embraced and exalted by those upon whom he preys. Ultimately, so long as Lecter is able to retain his mask of omnipotent gentility, he can never be stopped. The socio-cultural equivalent of Hannibal Lecter is the core of an expansionist European civilization which has reached out to engulf the planet. In coming to grips with Lecter, it is of no useful purpose to engage in sympathetic biography, to chronicle the nuances of his childhood, and catalogue his many and varied achievements, whether real or imagined. The recounting of such information is at best diversionary, allowing him to remain at large just that much longer. More often, it inadvertently serves to perfect his mask, enabling him not only to maintain his enterprise, but to pursue it with ever more arrogance and efficiency. At worst, the biographer is aware of the intrinsic evil lurking beneath the subject's veneer of civility, but because of morbid fascination and a desire to participate vicariously deliberately obfuscates the truth in order that his homicidal activities may continue unchecked. The biographer thus reveals not only a willing complicity in the subject's crimes, but a virulent pathology of his or her own. Such is and has always been the relationship of responsible scholarship to expansionist Europe and its derivative societies. 23. The sole legitimate function of information compiled about Lecter is that which will serve to unmask him and thereby lead to his apprehension. The purpose of apprehension is not to visit retribution upon the psychopath. He is, after all, by definition mentally ill and consequently not in control of his more lethal impulses, but to put an end to his activities. It is even theoretically possible that, once he is disempowered, he can be cured. The point, however, is to understand what he is and what he does well enough to stop him from doing it. This is the role which must be assumed by scholarship vis-a-vis Euro supremacy, if scholarship itself is to have any positive and constructive meaning. Scholarship is never neutral or objective, it always works either for the psychopath or against him, to mystify socio-cultural reality or to decode it, to make corrective action possible or to prevent it. It may well be that there are better points of departure for intellectual endeavors to capture the real form and meaning of Eurocentrism than the life, times, and legacy of Christopher Columbus. Still, since Eurocentrists the world over have so evidently clasped hands in utilizing him as perhaps the, preeminent signifier of their collective heritage, and are doing so with such an apparent sense of collective jubilation, the point has been rendered effectively moot. Those who seek to devote their scholarship to apprehending the psychopath who sits in our room thus have no alternative but to use him as a primary vehicle of articulation. In order to do so, we must approach him through deployment of the analytical tools which allow him to be utilized as a medium of explanation, a lens by which to shed light upon phenomena such as the mass psychologies of fascism and racism, a means by which to shear Eurocentrism of its camouflage, exposing its true contours, revealing the enduring coherence of the dynamics which forged its evolution. Perhaps through such efforts we can begin to genuinely comprehend the seemingly incomprehensible fact that so many groups are presently queuing up to associate themselves with a man from whose very memory wafts the cloying stench of tyranny and genocide. From there, it may be possible to at last crack the real codes of meaning underlying the sentiments of the Nuremberg rallies, those spectacles on the plazas of Rome during which fealty was pledged to Mussolini, and that amazing red, white and blue, tie-a-yellow ribbon frenzy gripping the US pub much more lately. If we force ourselves to see things clearly, we can understand. If we can understand, we can apprehend. If we can apprehend, perhaps we can stop the psychopath before he kills again. We are obligated to try, from a sense of sheer self-preservation, if nothing else. Who knows, we may even succeed. But first we must stop lying to ourselves, or allowing others to do the lying for us, about who it is with whom we now share our room. Since Predator came a survey of native North America since 1492 *. History, history. We fools, what do we know or care? History begins for us with murder and enslavement, not with discovery. No, we are not Indians, but we are men of their world. The blood means nothing, the spirit, the ghost of the land moves in the blood, moves the blood. It is we who ran to the shore naked, we who cried heavenly man. These are the inhabitants of our souls, our murdered souls that lie, Ac. William Carlos Williams. B. Before October 12, 1492, the day Christopher Columbus first washed up on a Caribbean beach. North America had been long endowed with an abundant and exceedingly complex cluster of civilizations. Having continuously occupied the continent for at least 50,000 years, the native inhabitants evidenced a total population of perhaps 15 million, cities as large as the 40,000 resident urban center at Cahokia, in present-day Illinois, highly advanced conceptions of architecture and engineering, spiritual traditions embodying equivalents to modern ecoscience, refined knowledge of pharmacology and holistic medicine, and highly sophisticated systems of governance, trade, and diplomacy. The traditional economies of the continent were primarily agricultural, based in environmentally sound farming procedures which originated well over half the vegetal foodstuffs now consumed by peoples the world over. By and large, the indigenous societies demonstrating such attainments were organized along extremely egalitarian lines, with real property held collectively, and matrifocally a normative standard. War, at least in the Euro-derived sense the term has today, was virtually unknown. An earlier version of this essay first appeared in the Covert Action Information Bulletin. Number 40, Spring 1992. 28. The Colombian encounter, of course, unleashed a predatory, 5-century-long cycle of European conquest, genocide, and colonization in the New World, a process which changed the face of Native America beyond all recognition. Indeed, over the first decade of Spanish presence in the Caribbean, the period in which Columbus himself served as governor, the mold was set for all that would follow. By 1496, the policies of slavery, encomiendo, and wanton slaughter implemented by the great discoverer had, in combination with the introduction of Old World pathogens to which they had no immunity, reduced the native Taino population of just one island, Hispaniola, presently the Dominican Republic and Haiti, from as many as 8 million to less than 3 million. 6 years later, the Tainos had been diminished to fewer than 100,000, and, in 1542, only 200 could be found by Spanish census takers. Thereafter, the Indians of Hispaniola were declared extinct, along with the remainder of the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean basin, an overall body which had numbered upwards of 14 million only a generation before. In North America, a similar dynamic was set in motion by the 1513 expedition of Ponce de Leon into Florida. The resulting smallpox pandemic spanned the continent, and before it had run its course in 1524, it had destroyed about 3/4 of all indigenous people north of the Rio Grande. This was only the beginning. Between 1520 and 1890, no fewer than 41 smallpox epidemics and pandemics were induced among North American Indians. To this must be added dozens of lethal outbreaks of measles, whooping cough, tuberculosis, bubonic plague, typhus, cholera, typhoid, diphtheria, scarlet fever, pleurisy, mumps, venereal disease, and the common cold. The corresponding attrition of native population by disease has usually been treated as a tragic but wholly inadvertent and unintended byproduct of contact between Indians and Europeans. Such was certainly not the case in all instances, however, as is attested by the fact that the so-called King Phipps War of 1675–76, fought between the Wampanoag and Narragansett nations and English colonists, resulted largely from the Indians' belief that the latter had deliberately inculcated smallpox among them. That such perceptions of British tactics and intentions were hardly far-fetched is amply borne out by written orders issuing from Lord Geoffrey Amherst in 1763, instructing a subordinate named Bouquet to infect the members of Pontiac's Algonquin Confederacy by means of smallpox-contaminated blankets as well as every other means to extirpate this execrable race. A few days later, it was reported to Amherst that W.E. gave them 2 blankets and a handkerchief out of the smallpox hospital. I hope it will have the desired effect. It did. At a minimum, 100,000 Indians died in the epidemic brought on by Amherst's resort to biological warfare. In a similar instance, occurring in 1836, the U.S. Army knowingly distributed smallpox-laden blankets among the Missouri River Mandans, the resulting pandemic claimed as many as 250,000 native lives. 29. Beginning in the early 17th century, with the establishment of England's Plymouth and Virginia colonies, and the Dutch toehold at New Amsterdam, the eradication of North America's indigenous population assumed much cruder forms. A classic example occurred on the night of May 26, 1637, when the British surrounded the Pequot town of Mystic, Pennsylvania, set it ablaze, and then slaughtered some 800 fleeing men, women, and children, hacking them to pieces with axes and swords. Such incidents occurred with ever greater frequency throughout most of the 18th century, a period which found Britain and France engaged in the French and Indian Wars, a protracted series of struggles in North America to determine which country would wield ultimate hegemony over the continent. While the outcome of these contests eventually proved all but irrelevant to the European colonial powers, given the subsequent revolt and decolonization of the initial 13 U.S. states, the nature of the fighting created a context in which indigenous nations were increasingly compelled to battle one another to the death. The reduction of the indigenous population was thereby accelerated dramatically. Enter the United States. For its part, the fledgling United States embarked almost immediately upon a course of territorial acquisition far more ambitious than any exhibited by its Euro-colonial precursors. Although it renounced rights of conquest and pledged to conduct its affairs with Indians in utmost good faith via the 1789 Northwest Ordinance, the United States comported itself otherwise from the outset. From 1810 to 1814, a succession of extremely brutal military campaigns were conducted against the followers of the Shawnee leader, Tecumseh, in the Ohio River Valley, and against the Creek Confederacy farther south. Happy face. With native military capacity east of the Mississippi thus eliminated, the government launched, during the 1820s and 1830s, a policy of forced relocation of entire indigenous nations to points west of that river, clearing the eastern United States more or less en toto for repopulation by white settlers. Happy face. Attrition among the affected populations was quite severe. More than half of all Cherokees, for example, died along the 1,500-mile Trail of Tears, over which they were marched at bayonet point. This federal removal policy was to find echoes, of course, in the articulation of Lebensraumpolitik by Adolf Hitler a century later. Happy face. To cast a veneer of legality over his government's conduct, Chief Justice John Marshall penned a series of high court opinions during the 1820s and 1830s, based in large part upon the medieval doctrine of discovery. He remained on firm juridical ground long enough to contend that the doctrine imparted a right to the United States to acquire Indian territory by treaty, a matter which led to ratification of at least 37 such nation-to-nation agreements. 30. Over the next 4 decades. In a bizarre departure from established principles of international law, however, Marshall also argued that the United States possessed an inherently higher sovereignty than the nations with which it was treating. Indians held no right not to sell their land to the United States, in his view, at whatever price the United States cared to offer. Within this formulation, any resistance by the savages to the taking of their territories could thus be cast as an act of war, theoretically justifying a U.S. response predicated in armed force. Happy face. By 1903 the Marshall Doctrine had evolved and the indigenous ability to offer physical resistance had been sufficiently crushed to the point that the Supreme Court was confident in asserting an intrinsic federal plenary, full, power over all Indians within its borders, releasing the United States from any treaty obligations it found inconvenient while leaving the land title it purported to have gained through the various treaty instruments intact. In conjunction with this novel notion of international jurisprudence, the High Court simultaneously expressed the view that the government enjoyed natural and permanent trust prerogatives over all residual native property. Happy face. Meanwhile, having consolidated its grip on the eastern portion of its claimed territoriality during the 1840s and having militarily seized rights to the northern half of Mexico as well, the United States proclaimed itself to be imbued with a manifest destiny to expand westward to the Pacific. Happy face. There being essentially no land available within this conception for Indian use and occupancy, a rhetoric of outright extermination was quickly adopted both by federal policymakers and by a sizable segment of the public at large. These sentiments led unerringly to a lengthy chain of large-scale massacres of Indians in the Great Plains and Basin regions by U.S. troops. Among the worst were the slaughters perpetrated at the Blue River, Nebraska, 1,854, Bear River, Idaho, 1,863, Sand Creek, Colorado, 1,864, Washita River, Oklahoma, 1,868, Sapa Creek, Kansas, 1,875, Camp Robinson, Nebraska, 1,878, and Wounded Knee, South Dakota, 1,890. In 1894, the U.S. Census Bureau observed that the United States had waged more than 40 separate wars against Native people in barely a century, inflicting some number of fatalities very much greater than its minimum estimate of 30,000 in the process. The indigenous death toll generated by private actions during U.S. continental expansion was also, the Census Bureau admitted, quite substantial. In all probability, it was far higher than that stemming from formal military involvement, given that the native population of the state of California alone was reduced from approximately 300,000 in 1800 to less than 20,000 in 1890, chiefly because of the cruelties and wholesale massacres perpetrated by miners and the early settlers. In Texas, to take another prominent example, a bounty was paid for the scalp of any Indian brought to a government office, no questions asked. The facts of history are plain. Most Texas Indians, once the most diverse population in North America, were exterminated or brought to the brink of extinction by Euro-American civilians who often had 1. No more regard for the life of an Indian than they had for that of a dog, sometimes less. Happy face. The story in other sectors of the western United States, while sometimes less spectacular, reveals very much the same pattern. As the indigenous population was liquidated along with the buffalo and other animal species consciously exterminated in order to deny Indians a commissary once their agricultural economies had been obliterated by the invaders, white settlers replaced them on the vast bulk of their land. By 1890, fewer than 250,000 Indians remained alive within the United States, a degree of decimation extending into the upper 90th percentile. Happy face. The survivors were lodged on a patchwork of reservations, even then being disbanded through application of what was called the General Allotment Act. Happy face. Under provision of the statute, effected in 1887, a formal eugenics code was utilized to define who was, and who was not, Indian by U.S. standards. Happy face. Those who could, and were willing to, prove to federal satisfaction that they were of 1/2 or more degree of Indian blood, and to accept U.S. citizenship into the bargain, received a deed to an individual land parcel, typically of 160 acres or less. Once each person with sufficient blood quantum had received his or her allotment of land, the remaining reservation land was declared surplus and opened up to non-Indian homesteading, corporate acquisition, or conversion into national parks and forests. Through this mechanism, the best 100 million acres of the reserved native land base was stripped away. By 1930, the Indians ever more concentrated within the 50 million arid or semi-arid acres, about 2.5% of their original holdings left to them. The model was later borrowed by the apartheid government of South Africa in developing its racial homeland system of territorial apportionment. The contemporary era culmination of this trajectory in U.S. colonial administration of Indian country occurred during the mid-1950s, with the enactment of a series of termination statutes by which the federal government unilaterally dissolved more than 100 indigenous nations and their reservation areas. Concomitantly, legislation was effected to encourage the relocation of large numbers of Indians from the remaining reservations to selected urban centers, a strategy designed to preclude re-emergence of social cohesion within most land-based native communities. Although it was suspended in the late 1970s, the federal relocation program had by 1990 fostered a native diaspora which found more than half of indigenous people in the United States, a total of about 880,000 persons, scattered in the ghettos of cities. Happy face. The government's termination and relocation policies coupled quite well with other techniques employed by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, to 32. Undermine the socio-cultural integrity of native existence. Salient in this regard is a generations-long program of blind adoptions in which Indian babies are placed for adoption with non-Indian families, their birth records permanently sealed so they can never know their true heritage. Similarly, beginning in the 1870s and continuing into the present moment, the BIA administered a system of boarding schools to which indigenous children were sent, often for a decade or more, without being allowed to return home, speak their native languages, practice their religions, or otherwise manifest their identity as Indians. Happy face, encompassed under the benign-sounding rubric of assimilation, both of these youth-oriented undertakings were and are blatant violations of the provision of the 1948 Convention on Punishment and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide, which makes it a crime against humanity for a government to engage in the systematic forced transfer of the children of a targeted racial or ethnic group to another group. Contemporary violation of another provision of the Genocide Convention may be found in a program of involuntary sterilization imposed by the BIA's Indian Health Service upon approximately 40% of the female population of childbearing age during the 1970s. Ironically, the final and complete dissolution of native North America seems to have been averted mainly by the fact that the barren areas left to native habitation after allotment turned out to be inordinately rich in mineral resources. Current estimates suggest that about 2/3 of all U.S. domestic uranium deposits, a quarter of the readily accessible low-sulfur coal, a fifth of the oil and natural gas, and substantial deposits of copper and other ores lie within reservation boundaries. Happy face. Government planners discovered by 1920 that certain advantages could be maintained in terms of their ability to control the pace and nature of resource extraction, royalty rates, and the like, through exercise of federal trust responsibilities over indigenous assets. The same principle was seen to pertain to manipulations of water policy throughout the arid West. Such options being unavailable to them should Indian country as a whole be converted into private property under state and local jurisdiction, it was found to be in the U.S. interest to maintain the majority of reservations as discrete internal colonies. To this end, the Indian Reorganization Act, IRA, was passed in 1934 to create a federally designed regulatory or governing body on most reservations. Although the IRA boards were and are composed exclusively of native people, their authority stems from and thus their primary allegiance adheres to the United States rather than their ostensible indigenous constituents. Their major function during the half-century of their existence has been to sow confusion, providing an illusion of Indian consent to the systematic Euro-American expropriation of native resources, and to vociferously denounce any Indian audacious enough to object to the theft. They serve, in effect, as American Indian Movement, AIM, leader Russell Means once put it, as Vichy Indians. For this reason, their position in Indian country has been steadily 33. Reinforced over the years by passage of additional federal statutes, among them the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968 and the Indian Self-Determination and Educational Assistance Act of 1975. The results have embodied themselves in situations like the Hopi-Navajo land dispute in northeastern Arizona, a scenario in which the United States has been able to utilize the carefully tailored pronouncements of two of its puppet governments to create the impression of an inter-Indian conflict, requiring federal intervention/resolution as a means of avoiding bloodshed. Behind this humanitarian facade resides a U.S. governmental/corporate desire to bring about the compulsory relocation of more than 10,000 traditional Navajos from the contested area, a matter which will serve to clear the way for the real objective, the strip mining of more than 20 billion tons of high-quality coal. Comparable circumstances have prevailed with regard to the conversion of the western Shoshone homeland, New Segovia, in Nevada into a U.S. nuclear weapons testing area, removal of more than 90% of the 1,868 Fort Laramie Treaty territory from Lakota control, upcoming implementation of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, and other examples. Happy face. Coherent efforts by Native people to oppose such manipulations aims resistance during the mid-70s to IRA government collaboration in a plan to transfer title over 1/8 of the Pine Ridge Reservation to the National Forest Service, for example, have been put down by the use of outright counterinsurgency warfare techniques, such as death squads, similar in many respects to the methods employed by U.S. agencies in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Happy face. During the Pine Ridge Reign of Terror alone, the body count came to about 70 fatalities and nearly 350 serious physical assaults on AIM members and supporters over a bare 3-year period. Happy face. This was correlated with an outright military-style occupation of the reservation by federal forces, a comprehensive government propaganda campaign directed against the insurgents, and an extensive series of show trials such as those of the so-called Wounded Knee leadership during 1974-75, and of the Rees-Mers defendants, including AIM security leader Leonard Peltier, in 1976-77. For grassroots Indian people, the broader human costs of ongoing U.S. domination are abundantly clear. The 1.6 million American Indians within the United States remain, nominally at least, the largest per capita landowners in North America. Given the extent of the resources within their land base, Indians should by logical extension comprise the wealthiest ethnic group in North American society. Instead, according to the federal government's own statistics, they are the poorest, demonstrating far and away the lowest annual and lifetime incomes, the highest rate of unemployment, lowest rate of pay when employed, and lowest level of educational attainment of any North American population aggregate. Correspondingly, they suffer, by decisive margins, the greatest incidence of malnutrition and diabetes, death by exposure, tuberculosis, infant mortality, plague, and similar maladies. These conditions 34. In combination with the general disempowerment which spawns them, breed an unremitting sense of rage, frustration, and despair which is reflected in the spiraling rates of domestic and other forms of intragroup violence, alcoholism and resulting death by accident or fetal alcohol syndrome. Consequently, the average life expectancy of a reservation-based Native American male in 1980 was a mere 44.6 years, that of his female counterpart less than 3 years longer. Such a statistical portrait is obviously more indicative of a third-world environment than that expected of people living within one of the world's most advanced industrial states. Moving forward. Plainly, all official polemics to the contrary notwithstanding, the agony induced by 500 years of European/Euro-American predation in North America has done anything but diminish at this juncture. For the indigenous people of the continent it has become obvious there are no real alternatives except either to renew their commitment to struggle for survival or to finally pass into the realm of extinction which has been relentlessly projected for them since the predator's arrival on their shores. For everyone else, the situation is rapidly becoming, or in some cases has already become, much the same. The time has arrived when a choice must be made. Non-Indians, in both the New World and the Old, must decide whether they wish to be a willing part of the final gnawing on the bones of their native victims, or whether they are at last prepared to join hands with native North America, ending the wanton consumption of indigenous lands and lives which has marked the nature of our relationship to date. The sort of alliance at issue no longer represents, as it did in the past, an exercise in altruism for non-Indians. Anti-imperialism and opposition to racism, colonialism, and genocide, while worthy enough stances in and of themselves, are no longer the fundamental issues at hand. Ultimately, the same system of predatory goals and values which has so busily and mercilessly consumed the people of the land these past 5 centuries has increasingly set about consuming the land itself. Not only indigenous peoples, but the lands to which they are irrevocably linked, are now dying. When the land itself dies, it is a certainty that no humans can survive. The struggle which confronts us, all of us, is thus a struggle to save our collective habitat, to maintain it as a survivable environment, not only for ourselves, but for the generations to come. Self-evidently, this cannot be approached either from the posture of the predator, or any other position which allows the predator to continue with business as usual. At long last, we have arrived at the point where there is a tangible, even overriding, confluence of interest between natives and non-natives. 35. The crux of the matter rests, not merely in resistance to the predatory nature of the present Eurocentric status quo, but in conceiving viable socio-cultural alternatives. Here, the bodies of indigenous knowledge evidenced in the context of Native America at the point of the European invasion, large-scale societies which had perfected ways of organizing themselves into psychologically fulfilling wholes, experiencing very high standards of material life, and still maintaining environmental harmony, shine like a beacon in the night. The information required to recreate this reality is still in place in many indigenous culmras. The liberation of significant sectors of Native America stands to allow this knowledge to once again be actualized in the real world, not to recreate indigenous societies as they once were, but to recreate themselves as they can be in the future. Therein is the model, the laboratory, if you will, from which a genuinely liberatory and sustainable alternative can be cast for all humanity. In a very real sense, then, the fate of Native America signifies the fate of the planet. It follows that it is incumbent upon every conscious human, red, white, black, brown, or yellow, old or young, male or female, to do whatever is within their power to ensure the next half-millennium heralds an antithesis to the last. Genocide in the Americas. Landmarks from Latin America since 1492. I become death, the scatterer of worlds. Bhagavad Gita. On October 12, 1492, the day Christopher Columbus first set foot in what came to be called the New World, the Western Hemisphere was inhabited by a population of well over 100 million people. 2 centuries later, it is estimated that the indigenous population of the Americas had been diminished by some 90% and was continuing to fall steadily. In the United States, the native population bottomed out during the 1890s at slightly over 237,000. A 98% reduction from its original size. Such an extreme demographic catastrophe as that evidenced in the United States, indicative of a population collapse or obliteration rather than of a mere decline, is not atypical. In fact, the average native population for surviving indigenous peoples everywhere in the Americas is about 5%, meaning we experienced a reduction of 97 to 98% during the years of invasion, conquest, and colonization which have afflicted us all. Moreover, the processes at issue cannot be relegated to some tragic and regrettable but unalterable past. Instead, they are very much ongoing, as this is written, embedded in the poeses of the various settler states of North, South, and Central America, and in the attitudes of the immigrant citizenry of these states. As I have noted often in my writing and public lectures, the genocide inflicted upon American Indians over the past 5 centuries is unparalleled in human history, both in terms of its sheer magnitude and in terms of its duration. For the most part, with the exception of occasional forays into describing the real nature of the Colombian endeavor in the Caribbean, I have focused my 42 attention, and that of my readers/listeners, on the genocide perpetrated on my own home ground of North America, mostly by Anglo-Americans. In this essay, I would like to break with that tradition to some extent, laying out what I take to be a few of the landmarks of the post-Columbian record of genocide perpetrated to the south, in what is presumptuously termed Latin America, mostly by those of Iberian origin or descent. Invasion and conquest. Into this sheepfold, there came some Spaniards who immediately behaved like ravening beasts. And Spaniards have behaved in no other way during the past 40 years down to the present time, for they are still acting like ravening beasts, killing, terrorizing, afflicting, torturing and destroying the native peoples, doing all this with the strangest and most varied new methods of cruelty, never seen or heard of before. Bartolomé de las Casas, 1550. In 1519, when the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés captured the Mexica, Aztec, capital of Tenochtitlan, a huge metropolis constructed in the midst of a volcanic lake, he first laid siege and allowed a smallpox epidemic to run its course, weakening the city's defenses. Then, after a series of assaults which resulted in the Indians being reduced to the point of almost complete defenselessness, as his letters recount, they no longer had nor could FMD any arrows, javelins, or stones with which to respond. He initiated the wholesale slaughter of those who surrendered, were captured, or who were simply trapped by his troops. 12,000 people, many of them non-combatants, were butchered in a single afternoon, another 40,000 the following day, before Cortés withdrew because he and his men could no longer endure the stench of the dead bodies that lay in the streets. When the Spaniards returned the next day, their commander surveyed his starving, dehydrated, and disease-racked opponents, already decimated during the previous assaults, and announced his intent to attack and slay them all. Happy face. By the time it was over, perhaps two-thirds of Tenochtitlan's population, of about 350,000, was dead. The people of the city had to walk upon their dead while others swam or drowned in the waters of that wide lake where they had their canoes. Indeed, so great was their suffering that it was beyond our understanding how they came to endure it. Countless numbers of men, women, and children came out towards us, and in their eagerness to escape many were pushed into the water, where they drowned amidst that multitude of corpses, and it seemed that more than 50,000 of them had perished from the salt water they had drunk. Genocide in the Americas. 43. Their hunger and the vile stench. And so in the streets where they were we came across such piles of the dead that we were forced to walk on them. By 1525, with the conquest of the Mexicas complete, one of Cortés' lieutenants, Pedro de Alvarado, mounted a campaign to the south, against the Mayas and other peoples of what are now the far southern portion of Mexico, as well as Guatemala, Belize, western Honduras, and Nicaragua, and Panama. As Las Casas described it at the time, they advanced killing, ravaging, burning, robbing and destroying all the country as they went. Happy face. By massacres and murders, they have destroyed and devastated a kingdom more than 100 leagues square, one of the happiest in the way of fertility and population in the world. This same tyrant Alvarado wrote that it was more populous than the Kingdom of Mexico, and he told the truth. He and his brothers, together with the others, have killed more than 4 or 5 million people in 15 or 16 years, from the year 1525 until 1540, and they continue to kill and destroy those who are still left, and so they will kill the remainder. North of the former Mexica Empire, things were much the same, or perhaps worse, during the period of conquest. Nuno Beltrán de Guzmán was one of those who led armies to the north, torturing or burning at the stake native leaders, such as the Tarascan king, while seizing or destroying enormous native stores of food. Guzmán later was followed by Álvar Núñez Cabaza de Baca, by Francisco Vázquez de Coronado, by Francisco de Ibarra, and countless other conquerors and murderers. As elsewhere, disease, depredation, enslavement, and outright massacres combined to extinguish entire Indian cultures in Mexico's northwest. Happy face. Meanwhile, Francisco Pizarro's conquest of the Incas in what are now called Peru and Chile evidenced far less direct killing. Happy face. In no small part, this was because the conquistadors in this region managed to capture much of the Incan leadership very early on in their campaign, and developed certain methods of convincing them to betray their people. One ingenious European technique of getting what they wanted involved burying Indian leaders in earth up to their waists. In that helpless position, they were beaten with whips and given instructions. When they did not comply, more earth was piled about them and the whippings continued. Then more earth. and more beating. At last, says the Spanish informant on this particular matter, they covered them to the shoulders and finally to the mouths. He 44. Then adds as an afterthought, I even believe that a great number of natives were burned to death. Carried. By March of 1549, the Portuguese had joined in, with Pedro Álvares Cabral's establishment of his first base of operations at the Bay of Bahia, on the coast of what is now Brazil. For the next decade, Cabral and his colleagues waged a brand of attritional warfare which destroyed the natives little by little, the survivors fleeing into the Amazonian interior. As an unnamed priest explained in a subsequent report to the church, it was a complete mismatch, the Portuguese, armed with swords and muskets, riding down thousands of unmounted Tupi and Tapuya warriors equipped only with bows and spears. Then they razed and burned entire villages, the priests said, which are generally made of dry palm leaves, roasting alive in them those that refused to surrender as slaves. Happy face, and so it went, area by area, region by region, until the preferred portions of America's southern hemisphere had been subdued. 20. Colonization. Some of the Indias even as late as the 1580s were being broken physically, their insides literally bursting under the heavy loads they had to carry. Unable to endure more, some of them committed suicide by hanging, starving themselves, or eating poisonous herbs. Encomenderos forced them to work in open fields where they tried to care for their children. Mothers occasionally killed their offspring at birth to spare them future agonies. Others returned home after weeks or months of separation from their children only to find that they had died or had been taken away. William L. Sherman, Native Forced Labor. Horrific as the processes of invasion and conquest must have been to those who suffered them, what came after was far more so, and vastly more consequential in terms of its impact on indigenous populations. In central Mexico, Cortés followed up his triumph at Tenochtitlan by establishing a colony dubbed New Spain that was based on the most brutal use of Indians as slave labor. The methods of pacification and conscription are instructive. As contemporary historian David Stannard explains, numerous reports, from numerous reporters, tell of Indians being led to the mines in columns, chained together at the neck, and decapitated if they faltered. Of children trapped and burned alive in their houses, or stabbed to death because they walked too slowly. Of the routine cutting off of women's breasts, and the tying of heavy genocide in the Americas. 45. Gourds to their feet before tossing them to drown in lakes and lagoons. Of babies taken from their mothers' breasts, killed, and left as roadside markers. Of stray Indians dismembered and sent back to their villages with their chopped off hands and noses strung around their necks. Of pregnant and confined women, children, old men, as many as they could capture, thrown into pits in which stakes had been embedded and left stuck on the stakes, until the pits were filled. And much, much more. Happy face. Within the area of the former Mexica Kingdom, the people, who numbered more than 25 million at the time of the conquistadors' arrival, were literally worked to death, mainly in mining and plantation enterprises. AC. According to the Spanish census of that year, barely 1.3 million Indios remained alive in the entire region by 1595. To the north, where Beltrán de Guzmán and his ilk had ventured, it was no better. Among the region's Serrano culture groups, in barely more than a century the Tipuan people were reduced in number by 90%, the Iritilla people by 93%, the Acaqui people by 95%. It took a little longer for the various Yaqui peoples to reach this level of devastation, but they too saw nearly 90% of their number perish, while for the varied Maya peoples the collapse was 94%. Scores of other examples from this enormous area followed the same deadly pattern. To the south, the handiwork of Alvarado and his cohorts was equally evident. Overall, the population of southern Mexico, numbering about 1.7 million at the point of the invasion, dropped to less than 250,000 over the next century and a half. In Córdoba, on the Gulf of Mexico, the population fell by 97% during the century after Tenochtitlan was sacked. Off the coast, on the island of Cozumel, 96% of the population was eradicated. Inland, in the province of Jalapa, the decimation reached 97%. In the Yucatan, the Spaniards pacified the Indians of Cocua and Quetzal in such a way that these provinces, which were formerly the thickest settled and most populous, remain the most desolate in the country, recounted Bishop Diego de Landa. Another observer, Alonso de Zorita, added that there were certain birds that, when an Indian falls, pick out his eyes and kill and eat him. It is well known that these birds appear whenever the Spaniards make an incursion or discover a mtni. Happy face, the litany goes on in Central America. By 1542 Nicaragua alone had seen the export of as many as 500,000 of its people for slave labor, in effect, a death sentence, in distant areas whose populations had been destroyed. In Panama, it is said, between the years 1514 and 1530 up to 2 million Indians were killed. In the Cucumatan highlands of Guatemala the 46 population fell by 82% within the first half-century following European contact, and by 94% from 260,000 to 16,000 in less than a century and a half. In western Nicaragua, 99% of the people were dead, falling in number from more than 1,000,000 to less than 10,000, before 60 years had passed from the time of the Spaniards' initial appearance. In western and central Honduras 95% of the people were exterminated in little more than a century. Still farther south, in the Andes, where Pizarro's minions wielded the whips and swords, the population dropped from as many as 14 million before the invasion to barely a million by the end of the 16th century. The manner of their dying was essentially the same as that of their cousins in Mexico and Central America. As one Spanish observer in Peru put it as early as 1539. The Indians are being totally destroyed and lost. They plead with the cross to be given food for the love of God. But the soldiers are killing all the llamas they want for no greater need than to make tallow candles. The Indians are left with nothing to plant, and since they have no cattle and can never obtain any, they cannot fail to die of hunger. Simultaneously, massive numbers of the sick and starving people were impressed into slave labor on Spanish cocoa plantations, and in silver mines like that at Potosi, in Peru. As Spanish officials estimated, between a third and a half of the annual quota of cocoa workers died as a result of their 5-month service. Those who survived were simply subjected to another stint, the cycle repeated again and again, until, as Spain's King Philip remarked in 1551, an infinite number of Indians perish. Happy face, both the scale and rate of death were in some ways as bound up in the attitudes of the colonizers towards native people as it was in the physical conditions they imposed upon them. Consider the following assessment by Conquistador Pedro de Cis de Leon. I would not condemn the employment of Indian slaves, but if a Spaniard had need of 1 pig, he killed 20, if 4 Indians were wanted, he took a dozen, and there were many who made the poor Indians carry their whores on hammocks borne upon their shoulders. Were one ordered to enumerate the great evils, injuries, robberies, oppression, and ill treatment inflicted upon the natives during these operations, there would be no end of it, for they thought no more of killing Indians than if they were useless beasts. The silver mines were even worse, the very mouth of hell. To quote Spanish chronicler Domingo de Santo Tomas, if 20 healthy Indians enter a mine on Monday, wrote Rodrigo de Loaiza in another first-hand genocide in the Americas 47 account, half may emerge crippled on Saturday. Happy face, more often, they did not emerge at all. Dropped down a shaft bored as far as 750 feet into the earth, taking with them only some bags of roasted maize for their sustenance, observed Loaiza, the miners remained below ground for a week at a time. There, in addition to the dangers of falling rocks, poor ventilation, and the violence of brutal overseers, as the Indian laborers chipped away at the rock faces of the mines they released and inhaled the poisonous vapors of cinnabar, arsenic anhydride, and mercury. For as long as there appeared to be an unending supply of brute labor, it was cheaper to work an Indian to death, and replace him or her with another native, than it was to feed and care for either of them properly. It is probable, in fact, that the life expectancy of an Indian engaged in forced labor in a mine or on a plantation during these early years of Spanish terror in Peru was not much more than 3 or 4 months, about the same as that of someone working at slave labor in the synthetic rubber manufacturing plant at Auschwitz in the 1940s. The Portuguese, for their part, were proceeding apace in Brazil, primarily through the development of the vast plantations which, by 1600, supplied the great bulk of Europe's sugar. Such endeavors entailed equally vast applications of forced labor. Over a third of a million Indians were held in bondage. At the peak obtained by slaving expeditions up the Amazon. For the Indians brought to the slave markets of the coast, life was frightful. Families were broken up during the raids, and a large proportion of the men were killed. The women and children were taken down river in chains and sold. On the sugar plantations, they were forced to work 7 days a week. The work was punishing. It required clearing and irrigating huge tracts of land, building mills, houses, and roads, and cutting and pressing cane. Like the Indians who were subjected to the Spanish, the Indians of Brazil, by virtue of enforced labor and the onslaught of disease, suffered greatly. Not many survived. Happy face. In fact, less than 10% of Brazil's pre-invasion indigenous population of approximately 2.5 million lived into the 17th century. In the end, says one account, things grew so bad that there was no one to make graves, and some were buried in dunghills and around huts, but so badly that the pigs rooted them. By then, however, the Portuguese had begun the importation of the more than 3.5 million African slaves with which they not only expanded the plantation system, but diversified into timbering and large-scale cattle ranching. Happy face. 48. Notes on genocide as art and recreation. So that their flowers should live, they maimed and destroyed the flower of others. Marauders by day, offenders by night, murderers of the world. Kilambalum. It would be inaccurate and unfair to suggest that life revolved exclusively around matters of commerce and industry for the Iberian colonists. They were, after all, resourceful people, capable of devising forms of entertainment for themselves, even in the midst of the wilderness they'd so recently invaded and conquered. One of the favorites, as was the case with Columbus' hidalgos on Espafiola a bit earlier, had to do with wagering on the amount of damage which might be inflicted upon an unarmed Indian, often a child, with a single sword stroke. Another similar entertainment between the ear-used Spanish colonists in the Caribbean and their later mainland counterparts was that of massacring entire villages, apparently for the sheer sport of it. Happy face. In Central America, a new innovation, dogging, shortly made its appearance. This had to do with setting vicious mastiffs and wolfhounds, raised on a diet of human flesh, trained to disembowel upon command, and often equipped with special armor loose on hapless natives. This was sometimes done to captives in a betting situation, sometimes as a form of hunting, sometimes in conjunction with pacification efforts, or usually in some combination of the three. Happy face. A properly fleshed dog could pursue a savage as zealously and effectively as a deer or a boar. To many of the conquerors, the Indian was merely another savage animal, and the dogs were trained to rip apart their human quarry with the same zest as they felt when hunting wild beasts. In one account, the favorite dog of the noted conquistador Vasco Núñez de Balboa ripped the head completely off the body of a Cuna leader in Panama, much to the glee of the entourage accompanying the owner of the pet. Happy face. At another point, Balboa is recorded as having ordered the bodies of 40 of his victims fed to his dogs. In Peru, This practice was so common that Cesar de Leon found it not particularly remarkable that a Portuguese named Roque Martin regularly had quarters of Indians hanging on his porch to feed his dogs with. 2. Then there was the matter of sex. For all their supposedly devout Catholicism, the Iberians, Spanish, and Portuguese alike, excelled at rape, forced concubinage, and compulsory prostitution. In part, this seems to have been a grotesque psychological stratagem to effect the final degradation and disempowerment of indigenous men as well as women, as a group of Dominican friars reported rather early on, when an enslaved native man emerged from genocide in the Americas 49. The mines of Mexico at the end of a day, not only was he beaten or whipped because he had not brought up enough gold, but further, most often, he was bound hand and foot and flung under the bed like a dog, before a Spanish overseer lay down, directly over him, with his wife. Happy face. These were just adjuncts, however, to the open trade in enslaved women that the Spanish delighted in as the decades wore on. Native women or Indias were gambled away in card games and traded for objects of small value, while stables of them were rented out to sailors who desired sexual accompaniment during their travels up and down the coast. If an India attempted to resist, she was whipped or tortured or burned alive. Even when laws were passed to curb the more extreme of such atrocities, the penalties were a joke. When, for example, an uncooperative Nicaraguan Indian woman was burned to death in her hut by a Spaniard who tried to rape her, he was prosecuted by the governor and fined 5 pesos carat. Nor was travel neglected, especially of the adventurous and potentially profitable sort. For a long while, expeditions set with a certain regularity from Peru in search of a fabled El Dorado, city of gold, believed by the Spanish to lie somewhere along the upper Amazon. Some 200 or 300 Spaniards go on these expeditions, Santo Tomas recorded, taking 2,000 or 3,000 Indians to serve them and carry their food and fodder. Few or no Indians survive, because of lack of food, the immense hardships of the long journeys through wastelands, and from the loads themselves. Happy face, Francisco Pizarro himself was more direct in such matters. When the Indians grew exhausted, they cut off their heads without untying them from their chains, leaving the roads full of bodies. Happy face. In sum, Iberian colonization on the American mainland equated to a complete dehumanization and devaluation of indigenous people in the minds of their conquerors. From that sprang the processes by which the native population was consumed, for reasons both systematically calculated and utterly sadistic, in numbers which are truly stupefying. All told, it is reasonably estimated that, from the Rio Grande southward into Chile, as many as 80 million human beings were killed in the Spanish/Portuguese drive for wealth and imperial grandeur by the year 1700. Artistically, the Holocaust attending the first 2 centuries of Iberian rule is still celebrated as a source of tremendous national/cultural pride throughout the Hispanic portion of America. Paintings, murals, sculpture, and public statuary, much of it officially commissioned, continue to abound in commemoration of the immense achievement this rich Spanish heritage of rape, pillage, and slaughter invoked. Perhaps exemplary in this regard is the Montejo House in the city of Mérida, on the Yucatan Peninsula, near the ancient Mayan centers at Uxmal and Chichen Itza, the locale of some of the worst atrocities of 50. The mid-16th century. There, one may stare in awe and admiration at a facade depicting in lavishly bold relief a pair of noble conquistadors, each of them casually resting a foot atop the severed head of a fallen Indian. Happy face, the maintenance and expansion of empire. This man born in degradation, this stranger brought by slavery into our midst, is hardly recognized as sharing the common features of humanity. His face appears to us hideous, his intelligence limited, and his tastes low. We almost take him to be some intermediary between man and beast. Alexis de Tocqueville. As the native populations under Iberian sway eroded like snow beneath an August sun, the intensity of killing necessarily abated. By and large, colonial regimes throughout South and Central America, as well as Mexico and the southwestern portion of the present-day United States, settled into consolidating the new order within their domains in accordance with rigid and often elaborate racial codes. Every mixture possible, starting from the three pure original racial types ostensibly Caucasian, Black African, and Indian, received its individual name. The terms mestizo, mulatto, and zambo were of long standing, and need no further clarification. Terceron, cuarteron, quadroon, and quinteron, quintroon, are self-explanatory. Peruvian Spanish still retains the terms cholo and chino. But who nowadays remembers the significance of such names as castizo, morisco, lobo, jibaro, albarazado, cambujo, barceno, puchel, coy, oat, chamiso, dulfero, genizaro, grifo, jaracho, and sambiago, or the more picturesque salta atrodes, tent en air, no te enchendo, ahi, estes, and so forth, carat. The point is amplified by a portion of one such code, effective in 18th century New Spain, which is illustrative of all such lists compiled in Iberian-occupied America. 1. Spaniard and Indian beget mestizo. 2. Mestizo and Spanish woman beget castizo. 3. Castizo woman and Spaniard beget Spaniard. 4. Spanish woman and Negro beget mulatto. 5. Spaniard and mulatto woman beget Morisco. 6. Morisco woman and Spaniard beget albino. 7. Spaniard and albino woman beget Toma Atras. 8. Indian and Toma Atras woman beget Lobo. Genocide in the Americas 5. 1. 9. Lobo and Indian woman beget Zamiago. 10. Zamiago and Indian woman beget Cambujo. 11. Cambujo and mulatto woman beget Albarazado. 12. Albarazado and mulatto woman beget Barceno. 13. Barceno and mulatto beget Coyote. 14. Coyote woman and Indian beget Chamiso. 15. Chamiso woman and Mestizo beget Coyote Mestizo. 16. Coyote Mestizo and mulatto woman beget Ahi te estes carat. Indians were placed on the very bottom rung of these hierarchies, and were in many cases defined virtually out of existence carat. Hence, the race codes were coupled directly to an ongoing process of dispossessing native people of their residual land base. A matter more often accomplished throughout the 18th century BV legalistic sleight of hand than by armed assault and physical eradication. The two were never mutually exclusive propositions, however. A prime example is that of the reduction program inaugurated by the Chilean government in 1866, designed to constrict the Mapuche people of that country's southern region to certain specified tracts while opening up the remainder of their holdings to acquisition by members of the ruling Latino oligarchy. This led to the hard-fought Mapuche Revolt of 1880 to 1882, quelled by Chilean troops with such extreme violence that rebellion has never again been attempted. After the final defeat of the Mapuches, the Reducciones Indigena were further reduced in size, the expropriated land being used to expand the haciendas. The Mapuches retained less than 500,000 hectares of the 10 million hectares they had held before. Unable to support themselves on their now diminished lands, the Mapuches became a migrant labor force on the haciendas. The reservations became a reservoir of land and labor for the great landowners. There were, of course, occasional requirements to put down other native insurrections. For instance, the Mayas in Guatemala during the 1630s and 1640s, the 1680 Pueblo Revolt in New Mexico, the insurgency led by the Manao leader Ajuricaba in Brazil during the mid-1700s, another headed by Tupac Amaru II in Peru in 1780, and several others, but these were mostly transient phenomena, quickly and bloodily suppressed. Mexico also continued right into the 20th century with its harsh campaigns to subdue the Yaquis and, to a somewhat lesser extent, the Apaches, but these concerned areas considered to be of such marginal value by ruling elites that, while ferocious in their own right, they were not pursued with the vigor marking the conquest proper. Sometimes, however, It was deemed important to expand the reach of empire into localities which had been previously ignored altogether. Then, the genocidal fury that had marked the performances of conquistadors like Cortés. 52. And Alvarado was again unleashed in full force, albeit on a smaller scale. Such was the case in Argentina when, in 1879, General Julio Roca set out to seize the sprawling pampas south of Buenos Aires, and eventually all of Patagonia below the Rio Negro. The idea was to incorporate territory, much of it ideal for ranching, into the country's dominant estancieros system, controlled by a handful of caudillos to whom Roca owed his position. The only obstacle was the existence of the Araucafio Indians, perhaps 500,000 of them, who occupied the coveted terrain. Roca's campaign, he said, was a civilizing mission, intended to bring scientists and engineers to the frontier. Indeed, Roca's army of 6,000 troops was to have the most modern technology available, including 4 pieces of heavy artillery. In addition, Roca ordered the construction of the first telegraph lines into the countryside, so that his orders could be carried immediately to the front. Then he directed hunting raids against unsuspecting villages, queuing or imprisoning the inhabitants, seeking to sow terror through the tribes of the Pampas. The battles were bloody. Often the Indians realized that their lances were no match for the soldiers' rifles, and they threw their lances to the ground and began to fight with us hand to hand, to grab the rifles out of our grasp. Many of the hand-to-hand battles ended with soldiers on horseback trampling fleeing Indians. Roca systematically exterminated the Indians. Vast estancias were established on what Noviste vs. Naples has called the stolen, bloody land. Many of the estancias were allotted to the victorious generals. Roca himself was rewarded with the presidency. In the aftermath, surviving Araucanos were interned in concentration camps where many thousands more died of a measles epidemic. What remained were then placed on tiny colonias where starvation and disease continued to take a huge toll. In less than a generation these tiny reserves of Indian land were also dissolved, the pitifully small numbers by the Araucanos fewer than 25,000 by some estimates dispersed as subsistence labor in urban sweatshops or on the estancias. As Naples has observed, although Argentines tend to be pompous in their pride over an imagined martial prowess, theirs is really only a simple history of Indian genocide and European takeover. Thus, the Iberian tradition of inflicting the utmost lethal savagery upon the indigenous peoples of America has been maintained up until the present era. Contemporary Latino savagery. I didn't know. But is it only an excuse? I can't think of any other. I didn't know that this evil was still going on. I didn't know that genocide in the Americas 30 years after the collapse of the Nazi regime, men and women were still living under its inhuman spell in a so-called free country. I am compelled to make this comparison, even though reluctantly. It is because, until now, I always forbade myself to compare the Holocaust of European Judaism to events which are foreign to it. There are here indications, facts which cannot be denied. It is indeed a matter of a final solution. Leyci 1976. These words were written by one of the best-known philosophers of the Nazi-induced Holocaust during World War II, a longtime proponent of the uniqueness of the Jewish experience of genocide, after he finally consented to review documents concerning the ongoing extermination of the Ake Indians in Paraguay during the 1960s and 1970s. After reviewing irrefutable evidence that perhaps 85% of the estimated 25,000 Akes still alive in 1959 had been systematically hunted down and killed by teams of executioners operating under the sanction of Paraguayan President Alfredo Stroessner, often dispatched with machetes to save the expense of bullets, Wiesel was moved to write that he read and reread these documents, these testimonies, with a mixed feeling of horror, disgust, and shame. Happy face. These men, hunted, humiliated, murdered for the sake of pleasure, these young girls, raped and sold, these children, killed in front of their parents, reduced to silence by pain. The killers aim at exterminating this tribe, morally and physically, so that nothing will remain, not even a cry or a tear. Efficient technique, tested elsewhere. The individual is dragged away from his tribe, from his family, from his past. He is deprived of his strength, his dignity, and of his memory, too. He is diminished. He is forced to look at himself through the eyes of his enemy in order to become his own enemy, and thus wish his own death. Deculturation, ghettos, collective murders, and agonies, that in a country so near ours humans can still be locked with impunity inside stifling camps, can still be tracked down like wild beasts before being reduced to slavery, that husbands can be separated from their wives, children from their mothers, individuals from their language, their religion, their rituals, their songs and litanies, their tales, and their speech, that such torments can be inflicted on a free people which thirsts for poetry, torments which, in the past, were inflicted upon another people. This ought to baffle anyone who still believes in man, in his conscience, and his possibility of survival. Unfortunately, the commentator, for all his eloquence of outrage, understated the reality almost entirely. Not only did he overlook the entire genocidal sweep of history in Ibero-America, a process of which the Ache slaughter is 54. Only the tiniest of recent parts, he managed to miss many contemporaneous examples as well. In 1979, the Fourth International Russell Tribunal was convened in Rotterdam to consider state crimes committed against the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere. It concluded that in Colombia, for example, genocide was proceeding inexorably as the government, representing the perceived interests of 23 million Spanish-speaking citizens, sought to clear the country's remaining 179,000 Indians from what was left of their territory in the area of the Amazon headwaters. The Russell Tribunal found the Colombian government guilty of violating international and its own laws in the expropriation of País land, and they found the multinational mining company Sines and its subsidiary Industrias País guilty of violating trade union, pollution, and safety agreements which they had signed in their occupation and exploitation of País land. The tribunal collected evidence of 45 resistance leaders murdered since 1971 in the País area alone. These crimes, however, were only indicative of a much larger government program to indianize Colombia. The residue of Colombia's native population was being virtually exterminated, as evidenced in the actions of both the public and private sectors of the dominant Latino society. The former is implicated by repeated reports of Colombian Navy riverboats which cruise the rivers, machine gunning Indians on the bank. Happy face. As concerns the private sector, one illustration is that of Anselmo Aguirre and Ivy Yerslino Jimenez, a pair of white ranchers, who, in concert with a local policeman named Luis Enrique Morin, invited a group of Quibas Indians to a Christmas feast in 1967. They then used guns, machetes, clubs, and hatchets to slaughter 16 of the 19 Indians present, including an infant and 5 small children. In this case, there was actually a trial, at which it was admitted that the mass murder had occurred because the perpetrators desired their victims' land. The judge then ordered charges dismissed against the accused because they did not know it was wrong to kill Indians in Colombia. 77. The systematic extermination of indigenous populations in Colombia has also paralleled, predictably, the development plans of energy corporations and other corporate interests in the area. In 1960, a Texaco Gulf Oil Consortium began exploration in southern Colombia. By 1968 they operated 47 productive wells and a 193-mile pipeline from the region to an oil terminal on the Pacific coast. In 1970 the World Bank began a loan program to Colombia for development of the remote Amazon region. In March of 1979 the Colombian government under Julio César Tabé signed a $500 million contract with the National Uranium Company of Spain for genocide in the Americas. 55. The exploration of uranium in the southeastern province of Vops, where the Guaybo Indians had been continuously hunted and slaughtered. in the southern province of Cauca, home of the Parais Indians. 51,000 acres of the Indian subsistence bean crop was reduced to 7,200 acres in the 1960s. During that same time, the multi-Bioyondware International Farm Feeding Company, Ralston Purina, had gained control of some 200,000 acres in the province for the production of chicken feed. In Brazil's Amazon basin, where a 1972 U.S. News & World Report outline of development opportunities listed soil deficiencies, tropical diseases, insects, and hostile Indian tribes as being the major barriers to progress, the Russell Tribunal found sound evidence of ongoing genocide spurred on by the profit incentives embodied in the region's deposits of uranium, bauxite, oil, gold, zinc, copper, nickel, titanium, coal, tin, and other minerals, as well as lush timber potentials. The government had entered into development relationships with a host of transnational corporations, including Bethlehem Steel, Georgia Pacific, Royal Dutch Shell, Texaco, Gulf Oil, Cominco, Litton Industries, U.S. Steel, Komatsu, Caterpillar, Alcan, Rio Tinto Zinc, Westinghouse, Gulf and Western, and the W.R. Grace Company. The upshot was the beginning of a serious onslaught against the vast Amazon rainforest, vital to planetary ecology, and systematic eradication of the area's 100,000 remaining Indians. The most isolated of the Amazon indigenous nations had been the Yanomami Indians until gold, diamonds, and uranium were discovered in their land in 1974. The Yanomami had already been pushed north by early Portuguese settlement and the rubber industry, and had established their home in the Branco River Valley, a remote Amazon tributary in the northernmost Brazilian province of Roraima. After the discovery of uranium in the area, the Brazilian government began cutting a road through 225 kilometers of Yanomami land. 14 of the southern villages were soon decimated by highway workers, vigilante raids, and disease. Population in the villages was reduced from 400 to 79 by 1975. In 1975, Fernando Ramos Pereira, governor of Roraima province, told the press that the area is not able to afford the luxury of conserving a half a dozen Indian tribes who are holding back development. A 1972 report from the Reuters news service detailed the existence of hunting parties in the Amazon jungles which murdered and raided the peaceful Indian tribes. On other occasions, reported Reuters, planes bombarded the Indian villages with dynamite or dropped poisoned food into the villages. Even as the Yanomami, Jivaro, and other Amazonian peoples were being butchered or shunted into tiny reservations, or parks as they are called in 56. Brazil, Chilean military dictator Augusto Pinochet was completing the reduction process imposed upon the Mapuches by his predecessors. On September 12, 1978, he announced the promulgation in the near future of an act relating to indigenous property. This act will enable those descendants of the Mapuche race voluntarily and freely to opt for private land ownership in those cases where they prefer this formula to the present system of community ownership. Happy face. In 1979, Pinochet's government introduced a law designed to divide the Mapuche's communally held lands and turn them into small holdings. The law facilitated the breakup by providing that any one member of an Indian community could require that the land be divided. The draft version of the 1979 law provided that once the land was divided among the Indians, the Indian landholders would no longer be considered to be Indians. Today, only 20 Mapuche reservations remain intact. The new civilian government has agreed to enact a law to stop further division, but given the drastic loss of land already incurred, this is more symbolism than anything else. 83. In 1977, Antonio Malapi, a Mapuche, testified before the United Nations on the methods by which the regime's objectives were already being achieved. Go to any Mapuche home today, and you will find the dog outside will not bark, because it is too weak. If you go inside, you will find one or more children lying sick, dying of starvation. There may be more children outside, and they will tell you their parents are not at home. Do not believe them. If you go inside you will find them, too, dying of starvation and extreme malnutrition. This is the form of extermination today, under Pinochet. Milapi also spoke of torture, murder and the terror of military death squads. Juan Condori Uriqui, a Minkaya Indian from Bolivia, spoke of similar atrocities against his people. Happy face. Delegates representing various indigenous peoples of South America have been testifying to the same effect and usually providing extensive documentation to substantiate their statements before the UN's Working Group on Indige News populations every year since. Happy face. The stories of other Latin American Indian populations are similar, with local variations. Argentina, like Paraguay, has been ruled by the militia, and has systematically exterminated most of the indigenous population. 200,000 survive in a population of 23 million. Uruguay has virtually eliminated all Indians within its borders. In Peru, Quechua Aymara and Dian Indians make up about half of the 1 million population. Their land has been continually eroded by forest, oil, and mining industries. Development pressures in Ecuador, Venezuela, Guyana, and Suriname have, likewise, driven the genocide in the Americas 57 indigenous populations from their traditional lands. The same is true in Central America, from Panama to Mexico. Happy face. Actually, in Central America, things may be even worse. It has been reliably estimated that, since the overthrow of Democratic President Jacobo Arbenz in a CIA-backed coup in 1954, a succession of military governments headed by men like Fernando Lucas Garcia, Efren Rios Mott, and Mejia Victors have slaughtered somewhere between 100,000 and 150,000 highland Mayas in the country's northern provinces. Another 250,000 have been driven into exile in southern Mexico and Belize. Happy face. Although the slaughter began in the wake of the coup, about 8,000 Indians being killed over a 2-year period and was sustained during much of the 1960s, the process began in earnest in 1976, when the Guatemalan army occupied El Quiche province. A wave of terror followed. Indians were kidnapped, tortured, assassinated, raped and burned out of their homes and fields. Happy face. In northern Guatemala, a development corridor, the Franja Transversal del Norte, was carved out of an isolated territory that is the homeland of the Quiche and Ixil Indians. Many of the agribusinesses along the corridor are owned by senior members of the armed forces. These estates together are known as the Zone of the Generals. In May 1978, the Indians who were displaced by the generals staged a march on the city of Panzos. As they reached the town square, government forces and local vigilantes positioned on the roofs of buildings around the square fired into the throng. More than 100 Indians were killed within minutes, and more died trying to escape the massacre. Their bodies were buried in mass graves that had been prepared by bulldozers the day before. From there, the military essentially went berserk, butchering Indians with a bestial fury reminiscent of the worst the conquistadors or the SS had to offer. The soldiers searched the houses and pulled people out and took us to a churchyard. The lieutenant walked up and down, pointing at people, saying, "These will go to hell, these will go to heaven." The ones he said would go to hell he took to the cemetery with their hands tied behind their backs. They dug a big ditch and lined them up at the edge. We all had to come and watch. They shot each one with a bullet in the face from about a meter away. Happy face. The people were surrounded and could not leave the church. Then the soldiers called out people's names, including children, and took them to the clinic nearby. All the names were of people who had learned to read and write. The women were raped before the eyes of the men and the children in the clinic. The men and the boys had their testicles cut off. Everybody's tongues were cut out. Their eyes were gouged out with nails. Their arms were twisted off. Their legs, 58, were cut off. The little girls were raped and tortured. The women had their breasts cut off. In nearby El Salvador, dispossession of indigenous people by the ruling Latino elite, the so-called 14 families, actually, about 200, has followed a comparable trajectory. In 196-1, the number of landless Indians in the country came to 12% of the native population. By 1971, the figure had risen to 30%, by 1975, for 1%, in 1980 it was estimated that two-thirds of El Salvador's Indians had been rendered landless as the oligarchy consolidated its latifundia system. Those who were evicted were thrown into total destitution and increasingly constricted upon tiny infertile plots. Predictably, these expropriations were accomplished through the wholesale application of violence from both the Salvadoran army and private civic organizations like ORDEN. The following account of a November 29, 1974, massacre in the hamlet of La Cayetana in San Vicente province, carried out jointly by ORDEN and the army, is indicative. I saw the plaza covered with people's hair. The National Guard had cut off their hair with machetes, taking part of the skin with it. The National Guard arrived in Cayetana with 60 machine guns, tear gas, a cannon. When the Indians came, they grabbed their machine guns and sprayed them with gunfire. Those they killed, they cut their faces in pieces and chopped up the bodies with machetes. If you like, I will show you where they buried the brains. Happy face. Specially trained and equipped counterinsurgency units, such as the Atlasatl Battalion, were also raised during the late 1970s to work in conjunction with the Salvadoran Air Force in driving Indians from preferred areas. White phosphorus, napalm, and fragmentation ordnance were specifically aimed at native villages during air strikes, driving into the open those who were not killed outright. Concomitantly, the Atlasatl, ORDEN, and cooperation forces would comb targeted areas on foot, often killing whomever they encountered, driving the population before them. In the Guazapa area, regular air attacks against civilian targets continued into the mid-80s. The scattered remnants of the population hid from ground sweeps following the shelling and bombardment by helicopters and jet aircraft, watching their children die of starvation and thirst. If they find somebody, they kill, they even kill the poor dogs and other animals, a refugee testified, reporting night bombing and ambushing of people fleeing in October 1984. The soldiers also destroyed crops and houses, even pans one uses to cook in order to leave one without anything. Fleeing women and children were killed by bullets and grenades, or shced to pieces and decapitated with machetes. Genocide in the Americas 59. By 1980, at least 30,000 Indians had been exterminated, another 600,013% of El Salvador's total population made refugees. Thousands of people, many of them defined as opposition leaders, were being killed more surgically by ORDEN death squads, their bodies dumped at night. At locations such as El Playon. Large-scale massacres were also occurring at places like Los Llanitos, the Rio Guilcinga, Las Vueltas, and El Mazote. The first major massacre was at the Rio Sampul on May 14, 1980, when thousands of peasants fled to Honduras to escape a military operation. As they were crossing the river, they were attacked by helicopters, members of ORDEN and troops. According to eyewitness testimony reported by Amnesty International and the Honduran clergy, women were tortured, nursing babies were thrown into the air for target practice, children were drowned by soldiers or decapitated or slashed to death with machetes, pieces of their bodies were thrown to dogs. At least 600 unburied corpses were prey for dogs and buzzards, while others were lost in the waters of the river, which was contaminated by their dead bodies. Happy face. In all of Central America today, only Costa Rica is reputedly free of such treatment of indigenous people. Like Uruguay on the southern continent, however, Costa Rica also claims at this point to have no surviving native population to exterminate. This perhaps is the key to an understanding of the entire phenomenon of genocide in Ibero-America, left to run its course, the process of liquidating American Indians, begun the moment the first Spaniard set foot in this hemisphere, will end only when there are no more Indians left to kill. The question thus becomes how to prevent it from running its course. Denying the Holocaust. The truth is a weapon more potent than any rifle or bomb. John Trudley, National Chair, American Indian Movement, 1979. For constructive alteration of any process to occur, it is plainly essential that it be recognized for what it is. As concerns the continuing genocide of the indigenous people of South and Central America, denial rather than recognition has been the norm almost from the moment of inception. As early as the 16th century, the Spanish began an endless series of attempts to pass off accounts of their anti-Indian atrocities submitted by their own officials and historians as no more than a black legend, a smear campaign mounted by their Protestant European enemies to discredit them. Despite its patent falsity, comparable to assertions by a certain school of historical revisionism that depicts the Nazi extermination of the Jews as merely Zionist propaganda, the 60 black legend theme persists through the present day, especially among self-described Hispanic polemicists, and is afforded much currency in the mass media. 104. Closely tied to such outright denial has been the efforts of minimizers, usually responsible scholars, who have sought to diminish the magnitude of genocide in America by making it appear that the native population at the outset of the invasion was vastly smaller than it actually was. Preeminent in this regard was the Dean of American Anthropology Alfred L. Kroeber, who in 1939 established as canonical truth the proposition that the hemispheric total of American Indians in 1492, which may have been as high as 125 million, was actually only 8.4 million. Instructively, the technique is identical to that deployed by those who would rehabilitate the reputation of Nazism. It would appear they learned the method from reputable types like Kroeber rather than the other way around. Happy face. In any event, having scaled the American genocide down to more or less manageable proportions, deniers have consistently moved to dismiss its significance altogether, conceding that the conquistadors were perhaps not saints before arguing that their victims were as bad or worse, therefore deserved what they got, and that the world is a better place for their demise. A salient theme in this respect, first advanced by Cortés himself in 1522, and established as another modem academic truth despite a complete absence of tangible evidence to support it, is the myth that the Mexicas described in every standard text as having been a war-uke and bloodthirsty people were given to ritually sacrificing as many as 20,000 human beings each year. The fact is, as Peter Hostler has explained, Bimel Díaz del Castillo is the classic source of information about mass sacrifice by the Aztecs. A Confederate soldier in Cortés' company, Díaz claimed to have witnessed such a ritual. The observers, however, were watching from their camp, 3 or 4 miles away. From that point, Díaz could neither have seen nor heard anything. The only concrete evidence comes to us not from the Aztecs but from the Mayan civilization of the Yucatan. These depictions are found in the records of trials conducted during the Inquisition, between 1561 and 1565. These supposed testimonies about human sacrifice, however, were coerced from the Indians under torture and have been judged worthless as ethnographic evidence. After careful and systematic study of the sources, I find no evidence of institutionalized mass human sacrifice among the Aztecs. Happy face. Although one might well be reminded of certain Germanic fables about Jewish ritual murder offered as justification of the Nazis' treatment of Semitic Untermensch during the 1930s and 1940s, such tales of Aztec sacrifice are seldom treated with skepticism by the scholarly community, much less classy. Genocide in the Americas 6/5 as being among the rationalizations of mass murderers. To the contrary, such contrived denigration of American Indians, and there are a multitude of variations on the theme are typically embraced in such a way as to culminate in a note of hearty self-congratulations among the heirs of those who came along to end such savagery once and for all, Euro-Americans might as well celebrate the mammoth achievement of the past 5 centuries. Let's hear it for Columbus. 2. On balance, Eurocentrism and its counterpart, Eurosupremacism, the racist fundaments which have always fueled the genocidal process in America, have proven themselves ideologically transcendent among Euro-Americans. The preceding mythologies are as rampant in radical dissident circles as they are among conservatives. The Revolutionary Communist Party, USA, has been just as prone to accept Kroeber's low counting of pre-Columbian indigenous populations as the Smithsonian Institution ever was. A leftist like Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz has been as quick to repeat the conquistadors' propaganda about human sacrifice in Mesoamerica as any court historian. Self-proclaimed eco-anarchists such as George Werthner can hold their own with the most arcane and reactionary anthropologist in decrying imagined ravages inflicted by native people upon the environment long before Columbus. Happy face, Christopher Hitchens has shown himself as apt to applaud the Columbian legacy in the pages of The Nation as Jeffrey Hart has been in the pages of National Review. Happy face, in Peru, the Quechua leader Hugo Blanco, once a hero of the left, learned such lessons well. When he turned his support towards Quechua land rights, the Communist Party of Peru dropped him. The rightist government already had a price on his head, so he became a hunted, isolated indigenist roaming the hills with 300 Quechua guerrillas. Happy face, today in Peru, a far more extreme leftist formation, the Sendero Luminoso, Shining Path, conducts a new requerimiento, methodically murdering Andean Quechuas in a grotesque effort to compel them to adopt its peculiar principles of revolutionary Marxism. Happy face, in the revolutionary Nicaragua of the 1980s, the Marxian Sandinista regime employed somewhat gentler methods to the same end, selectively imprisoning and imposing mass relocation upon the Sumu, Mosquito, and Rama Indians of the country's Atlantic coast region to facilitate incorporation of these reluctant people into its Latino-oriented status structure. Happy face, in Mexico and other Latin American countries, indigenista is a term surpassing even capitalist as an expression of revulsion and contempt among Marxists. Even among intellectuals who have devoted themselves explicitly to the task of apprehending the implications of the Nazi extermination of the Jews, and of rejoining neo-Nazi attempts to deny, minimize, or negate the meaning of that Holocaust, there has been a thundering silence with regard to the genocide, both historical and contemporary, of American Indians. Not only Elie Wiesel, but figures as prominent as Hannah Arendt and Irving Louis Horowitz, 62, have consistently turned a blind eye, refusing to address the matter when it has been laid squarely before them. Most recently, Holocaust scholars like Deborah Lipstadt and Pierre Vidal-Naquet have come forth with entire books dissecting and refuting in great detail the arguments of the Holocaust didn't happen school of historical revision. Lipstadt closes with a survey of other genocidal processes apparently offered only as proof that her own people had it worse than any people ever had it, without so much as mentioning the fate of the indigenous people in the Western Hemisphere. The place of figures like Lipstadt and Vidal-Naquet among the ranks of those denying the historical genocide of American Indians, and its contemporary implication of ongoing Holocaust, demonstrates as perhaps nothing else can the degree to which the denial in which they participate is more entrenched, insidious, and effective than the peculiar and virulent form of neo-Nazi apologetics they've elected to confront. Happy face, indeed, it appears that there is so pervasive a confluence of interest, both real and perceived, underlying denial of the American Holocaust that it has assumed the posture of truth, transcending all ideological boundaries defining left and right within the presently dominant society. On balance, the performance of those American institutions devoted to conditioning public consciousness with regard to American Indians, these extend from academia through the mass media to popular literature and the entertainment industry, is about the same as might have been expected of their German counterparts with regard to Jews, Gypsies, Slavs, and others in the aftermath of a Nazi victory in World War II. The overall intent of this establishmentarian endeavor is plainly to put a lid on the possibility of any genuinely popular consideration of the genocidal dimensions of the post-1492 American experience, thus precluding the emergence of the sort of broad cognitive dissonance which might serve eventually to undermine the smooth functioning of business as usual. Out of the maze. Our sense of history works this way: everything is connected. In order to understand where you're going and how to get there, you must know where you are now. In order to understand that, you must know where it is that you've been. Matthew King, Oglala Lakota Elder, 1981. Certainly, there have been Euro-American scholars, intellectuals, and activists who have deviated from the mainstream in these respects. Some, Uke Woodrow Bora, Sherborne Cook, Henry Dobbins, and Carl O. Sauer, seem to have been motivated by the more or less pure academic desire to see the genocide in the Americas 63 record at last set straight on questions such as the size of pre-Columbian native populations in America and the manner in which it was reduced. Others, such as David Stannard, Kirkpatrick Sale, and Eduardo Galeano, have evidenced a more consciously political agenda, seeking to use honest depictions of the extermination of American Indians as a lever with which to uncover in its entirety the Euro-supremacist hegemony necessary to sustain the ordained order of things in the modern world. In this, they have at least figuratively joined hands with a growing number of indigenous scholars, like Vine Deloria, Jr., Don Grind, and Robert A. W. Yams, Jr., who have begun the laborious task of reinterpreting the record of interaction between natives and invaders in such a way as to conform to reality rather than the ideological prescriptions of domination. In the case of the indigenous scholars, the motivation is one undoubtedly bomb of an emic knowledge, i.e., knowledge from within a group's cultural context, of their people's victimization and marginalization. For the Euro-Americans, the process is, to borrow from Edward Said, more one of achieving a hermeneutic understanding of the circumstances experienced by the indigenous, and then acting in ways which at once reveal an unqualified commitment to the pursuit of truth and a bona fide solidarity with the oppressed embodied in that truth. This, in turn, and taken in combination with similar undertakings in related spheres, creates the basis for what may ultimately prove to be a general supplanting of the prevailing hegemony in favor of a new and liberatory one. Happy face. This places us at something of a socio-political and cultural/intellectual crossroads. As material offering a more accurate and insightful appreciation of the actual process by which the Americas were taken from the conditions which prevailed before the Columbian landfall to the point at which we find ourselves today becomes increasingly available, those purporting to desire fundamental change in the way in which our lives have been orchestrated confront, many for the first time, the alternative of opting out of Euro-supremacist orthodoxy altogether. Therein lie the intellectual tools for creating not only a whole new vision of our collective past, present, and future, but a practical means of implementing it. The status quo has been quick to recognize the subversive nature of this project, particularly as regards individuals like Stannard and Sale. Efforts by the champions of orthodoxy to debunk their work mainly by way of personal attacks designed to discredit them as being no more than academically irresponsible purveyors of political correctitude have been widespread. Meanwhile, hack historians like James Axtell, whose self-assigned task appears primarily to be a repackaging of the usual mythology in somewhat more sophisticated wrapping, advanced as being the new luminaries of responsible scholarship. The choice, ultimately, is ours. If we elect, sheep-like, to accept the definitions of entities like Harvard University, the Smithsonian Institution, and 64. Newsweek as to what comprises proper or appropriate recountings of historical fact and meaning, we will merely have consigned ourselves to more of what has already transpired. If, on the other hand, we move to embrace, absorb, and extend the kind of work pioneered by Deloria, Grind, Williams, Stannard, and Sale, we equip ourselves to change it in a profoundly positive fashion. It is of course true that nothing can undo what has been done. Coming to grips with the significance of the relentless butchery marking the European conquest of America no more changes its nature than does recognition of the horror that was embodied in Auschwitz, and the operations of the Einsatzgruppen in the western USSR serve to alter what transpired during the Nazi perpetration of genocide. The point in either case, however, is not to try and make the past go away. That undertaking may be left to the axles of the world, but to utilize the insights gained from it in such a way as to intervene constructively in its outcomes, to put an end to the ongoing slaughter of indigenous people in Guatemala, for example, or the obliteration of native environments in Amazonia. In the end, it is a matter of redefining our understandings in such a way as to rearrange our values and priorities. This allows for a thoroughgoing and vitally necessary reconstitution of the relationship between ourselves as individuals, as peoples, and, in the aggregate, as human beings. In its turn, any such reconstitution sets the stage for the forging of a future which is radically different from our past and present. Together, we have the self-evident capacity to accomplish this. And we have the obligation to do so, not only for ourselves and one another, but for our children, our children's children, and their children on through the coming generations. Genocide. Toward a functional definition *. Genocide is always and everywhere an essentially political decision. Irving Louis I. Horowitz. One of the more perplexing problems confronting contemporary socio-political theorists concerns the persistence of genocide, both as an overt instrument of state policy and as an almost incidental byproduct of the functioning of advanced industrial society. While it can be said with virtual certainty that genocide today exists on a widespread and possibly growing basis, it cannot be correspondingly contended that the phenomenon is understood. At the most fundamental level, it may be asserted that we presently lack even a coherent and viable description of the processes and circumstances implied by the term genocide. A host of theses attempt to offer sociological definitions, variously holding that the essence of the genocidal process may be discerned in the physical liquidation of individual members of targeted groups, and that meaning should be associated with the scale of annihilation or the specific nature of the state apparatus established to effect the lethal process. Among the more juridically minded, definitional questions seem to center upon the literal intent of the perpetrators of specific mass murders and the locus of conceptual lines differentiating genocide from the related crimes of war and crimes against humanity. The aggregate result, however, provides not so much for clarity and understanding of the subject discussed, but for a confusing and highly volatile welter of definitional contradictions. This essay originally appeared in Alternatives, Volume 11, Number 3, July 1986. 76. In such a context, it is clear that effective analytical endeavors and resultant bodies of law and policy cannot emerge. To be sure, without the latter we cannot hope to stop the cancer of genocide, a disease that everyone seems to agree must be expunged. Indeed, as things now stand, we cannot even rationally hope to bring its consumptive proliferation under control. The purpose of this essay, then, is to make some small contribution to a better understanding of genocidal occurrences, at least to the extent that it may be readily understood and agreed when a genocide is taking place. To this end, a number of the prevailing notions of the phenomenon, both legal and sociological, will be discussed in passing as a means to arrive at a single typology. Such a synthesis should yield a greater utility for judicial, political, and scholarly work on genocide than is currently possible. The reader is cautioned that no single study of this sort can lay claim to being either an exhaustive or definitive examination of the subject matter. Rather, it is intended to spark further consideration of the topic at hand and, hopefully, to bring about a refocusing of research. An elemental confusion. All too often, otherwise sensitive and thoughtful individuals are reduced to defensive simplisms and mechanistic formulations when the word genocide is discussed. Many, of whom Likud-oriented Zionists are perhaps the most pronounced example, are wont to restrict the definition to the narrow, and perhaps marginal, arena of the Hitlerian slaughter mills. While the political reasons for this Zionist posture may be somewhat nebulous, the emotional reasons are not. As Robert Davis and Mark Zanis, Canadian researchers into the question of genocide, have noted, the argument is sometimes made that to define genocide in terms other than mass homicide is to cheapen its currency and make a mockery of the memory of the millions who died in Hitler's Holocaust. However, as the authors go on to observe, the situation is really rather more complex. No one would deny the unspeakable horror of the Nazi mass murder. But the quality that made these deeds truly monstrous is the realization that, man has attained the capacity to systematically wipe out an entire race. To destroy a people and their shared life is the crime, and it can be accomplished as efficiently by means other than mass homicide. Emphasis added. Such a view is in accord with the expressed opinions of Adolf Hitler himself, as when he stated that here are many ways, systematical and comparatively painless, or at any rate bloodless, of causing undesirable races to die out. Elsewhere, in discussing the planned destruction of Europe's Jews. Genocide 77. Gypsies, Slavs, and Poles, he explained that I don't necessarily mean destroy. I will simply take systematic measures to dam their great fertility. Of course, actual circumstances forced the compression of Hitler's agenda for the elimination of undesirables, with results that are far too well known to bear recounting here. What is important to recall is that until the so-called Wannsee Conference of January 20, 1942, Nazi policy was formally committed to relocation/deportation as the solution of the race question, and that this earlier phase held precisely the same goal as the final solution, that is, eradication of the targeted groups in Europe. Among the most common ideologically motivated misinterpretations of the meaning, real or potential, of genocide are those evident in the posturings of subscribers on one side or the other of the Cold War. Among orthodox Marxists it is commonly held that the phenomenon is specifically linked to machinations of late capitalism, a matter to be overcome through appropriate application of socialist principles. While there is undoubtedly a certain merit to the Marxian analysis, it is an obviously skewed perspective, opting as it does to ignore numerous situations and their causes within the socialist world itself. Instances which bring up the question of genocide abound in China, Vietnam, and other socialist states. However, the example of the USSR, as the first and ostensibly most developed socialist country, seems particularly instructive. Here, Nikolai K. Diker and Andrei Lebed have compiled a survey of what they believe would be traditionally posited as cases of Soviet genocide. The list includes the complete destruction of such peoples as the Crimean Turks, Kalmyks, various nationalities of the North Caucasus, and the Volga Germans. Also at issue for Diker and Lebed is the partial destruction of other peoples such as the Armenians, Azerbaijanis, Belarusians, Georgians, Jews, Great Russians, Turkstanis, and Ukrainians, as well as the complete or partial destruction of religious groups, including Muslims, Buddhists, Catholics, and autocephalics. For what may be politically obvious reasons, Marxist polemicists on the subject of genocide tend to remain silent on such matters, regardless of the clear theoretical significance involved. The Marxian analysis of genocide, either as to its meaning or its causes, cannot therefore be said to be particularly more helpful than that of Zionism in contributing substantially to the evolution of a coherent definition or causal theory of the phenomenon. Similarly, proponents of anti-communist free world ideology, whether in its corporate liberal or conservative variants, tend to focus exclusively on examples drawn from the socialist bloc, ignoring even the most obvious circumstances and practices of countries comprising their sphere of influence. A scant example of this is represented by a Time magazine article by David Aikman, published on July 31, 1978, and entitled Cambodia, an Experiment in Genocide. According to Aikman, the Khmer Rouge regime in 78. Kampuchea, revolutionary Cambodia, had by the time of his writing exterminated more than 1 million people from its total population of 7 million. He went on to note that somehow the enormity of the Cambodian tragedy, even leaving aside the grim question of how many or how few actually died in the Khmer Rouge experiment in genocide, has failed to evoke an appropriate response of outrage in the West. Yet, as Noam Chomsky and Edward S. Herman observed, figures apart, what is striking about this claim is that nowhere in the article is there reference to any U.S. responsibility, no indication that deaths from starvation or disease may be something other than a bloodbath by the Khmer Rouge. After all, the extent and effects of long-term U.S. saturation bombing of Kampuchea's major food-producing areas, a factor which could hardly have avoided engendering massive starvation and accompanying disease, was well known. With the postulations on genocide extended by anti-communists as tainted in those of their Marxist opponents, and for quite identical reasons. Albeit, in mirror image, it follows that so-called free world analyses will yield no more utility in arriving at adequate definitions of either the fact or function of genocide than do Marxist or Zionist models. No matter in which direction we turn for guidance at present, conventional perceptions of genocide are so politicized and circumscribed as to be useless or worse. Rather than fostering clarity and understanding of the phenomenon so as to lead to an effective means of combating it, they induce an elemental confusion that forestalls remedy. To unravel and move beyond this current impasse, it is necessary to trace the historical contours of the evolution of genocide. The evolution of a concept. The period following World War I saw a good deal of concern and debate in the international circles about the level of casualties inflicted through the application of Karl von Clausewitz's famous formulation that war is politics pursued by other means. Perhaps the major impetus leading to such considerations was the scale and sheer barbarity evident in the conduct of the First World War itself. Nonetheless, special attention was focused on the policies of the Turkish Ottoman Empire toward its Armenian minority population from 1915 onward. As Vakan and Dadrian summarized the situation. In 1915, the leaders of the Turkish Empire put into action a plan to remove and exterminate its Armenian population of approximately 1,800,000 persons. The Turks were not particular about the methods they employed to this end. Of at least 1.5 million Armenians forced to leave their homes, supposedly to be deported, from 600,000 to 800,000 were murdered before ever reaching their destinations. Genocide 79. Descriptions of this massacre clearly indicate an attempt to deliberately, systematically exterminate all or most of this group. Attempts to come to grips with the ramifications of the Turkish horror fell somewhat naturally upon the League of Nations. The League, not unlike the academic organizations from which it drew expertise and guidance, lacked any sort of formal conceptualization that could accommodate what had transpired. Casting about for a basis in extant law from which to develop a legalistic proscription of conduct such as that visited on the Armenians, the League's scholars were forced to make do with Article 22 of the 1907, Fourth Hague Convention. The right of belligerents to adopt means of injuring the enemy is not unlimited. Consequently, intellectualization of the destruction of the Armenians was made to run in channels describing the Turks as being on one side of the war, aligned with Germany, while the Armenians, being of Russian descent, were consigned to being on the other, allied, side. If the description thus tendered failed to match the circumstances that occurred, neither did the corrective legislation produced at the 1929 Geneva Convention on the Rules of War. Although an entire battery of international law was created to protect civilians in time of war, its provisions were designed essentially to accommodate the civilian population of one country when invaded by another, or the civilians of one nation trapped by a sudden declaration of war within the territory of another, hostile, power. Not much was said concerning the possibility that a given country might unleash its armed power upon its own citizenry, or that civilians might well be liquidated en masse by military or other means during periods not typically understood as constituting times of war. The Geneva Convention was, of course, following an honorable tradition dating back at least to the 3rd century AD, with the famous pronouncement of Saint Augustine of Hippo that war might be divided into two types, just and unjust. While it was the duty of moral men to pursue just warfare, it was equally their duty to refuse participation in unjust wars, and to punish those who nonetheless chose to pursue them. The intent of the convention, at least in part, was to define actions such as those undertaken by the Turks as clearly constituting unjust war, and therefore to be illegal. Nevertheless, it was apparent almost from the outset that the supposed remedy was a failure. The rise and consolidation of Hitlerian Germany ultimately crystallized what was bothersome and lacking in the League's appreciation of what had occurred in Turkey. By 1944, Professor Raphael Lemkin had coined a new word to describe the phenomenon and had provided a remarkably lucid and sensitive definition, for a first effort. Generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killings of all members of a nation. It is rather intended to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aimed at the essential foundations of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. The objectives of such a plan would be the disintegration of the political and social institutions of culture, language, national groups, and the destruction of the personal secu. Righty, liberty, health, dignity, and even the lives of the individuals belonging to such groups. Genocide is directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group. Elsewhere in his seminal treatise, Lemkin noted that genocide has two phases: 1, destruction of the national pattern of the oppressed group; the other, the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. Happy face, he also called for the establishment of procedural machinery for the extradition of war criminals, and an adequate machinery for the international protection of national and ethnic groups. Happy face. In light of the dimensions of the Holocaust accompanying the Second World War, Lemkin's pioneering analysis and suggestions began to bear fruit within 2 years. On December 1, 1946, the newly founded United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 96-1, which stated in part, "Genocide is a denial of the right of existence of entire human groups as homicide is the denial of the right to life of individual human beings. Such a denial of the right of existence shocks the conscience of mankind, results in great losses to humanity in the form of cultural and other contributions represented by these human groups, and is contrary to moral law and to the spirit and aim of the United Nations." And lest anyone misunderstand that the General Assembly was concerned only with the particular form of genocide visited upon Europe's undermentioned by the Nazis, the resolution continued. Many instances of such crimes of genocide have occurred when racial, religious, political, and other groups have been destroyed. Entirely or in part, emphasis added. Finally, the resolution concluded that the punishment of genocide is a matter of international concern. This language was endorsed by every nation participating in the formation of the United Nations, and no exception has been entered by any nation joining since. To be sure, the preoccupation of the international community during this period was with the punishment of the perpetrators of genocidal criminality inside the vanquished Third Reich. Accordingly, the first and, to date, only precedent of the desired international punishment for the crime of genocide was a series of trials, executions, and imprisonments of the Nazi hierarchy at Nuremberg, Germany. Genocide 8. 1. Ultimately, the Nuremberg Doctrine under which Nazi and other World War II defendants were prosecuted encompassed 3 discrete areas of criminality. Crimes against the peace encompassed a range of acts broadly construed as indicating the planning or otherwise preparing for an unprovoked war, such as a war of conquest, generally termed aggressive war. War crimes included the actual waging of an aggressive war as well as violation of specific tenets of codified international law such as focusing military attacks upon civilian targets, utilizing proscribed weapons, mistreating prisoners of war, and so forth. Crimes against humanity was taken to include actions directed against non-combatant populations for other than strictly military reasons. These included imposing conditions of slave labor, massive forced relocation, deprivation of fundamental human rights, and the like. As Telford Taylor, U.S. Chief Counsel at Nuremberg tells us, the third category was created specifically to get at the notion of genocide. 23 nations adhered to the formal treaty instrument under which the Nuremberg trials were conducted, a process which opened with Justice Robert H. Jackson stating that if it is to serve any useful purpose it must condemn aggression by any other nations, including those who now sit here in judgment. Upon completion of the trials, the UN General Assembly affirmed the principles of international law embodied in their administration. When the Nuremberg criminal proceedings ended in 1950, Taylor estimated conservatively that some 10,000 persons, 2/3 of them in Europe, had been tried. Happy face, even as the Nuremberg trials proceeded, the United Nations was energetically considering measures to provide a fuller and more precise codification of the crime of genocide under international law than that provided by the aforementioned crimes against humanity category, which was felt to overlap too much with war crimes and to deal inadequately with group destruction rather than group abuse as a crime. On March 28, 1947, the UN Economic and Social Council passed Resolution 47-4, calling upon the Secretary-General to draw up a draft convention on genocide. The Secretariat's draft document, UN Document A/362, was duly generated, pushed through the organization's various review and revision processes, and, in 1948, became the United Nations Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Although the convention was severely weakened in its passage from draft to final form by the political necessity of accommodating an array of objections to various provisions from a number of actions, most notably from the United States, happy face, it still offered sufficient latitude for thoughtful interpreters. 82. To begin to systematically recognize genocide when it occurred, at least in particular major contours. Genocide was specified to be those actions that affect an identifiable racial, ethnic, or religious group, whether in whole or in part, in the following ways. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. In addition, not only was the actual execution of these actions considered criminal within the meaning of the Convention, conspiracy to commit such acts and incitement of others to commit such acts were also held to be crimes. The Convention provides that a New York contracting party may call upon the competent organs of the United Nations to take such action under the Charter of the United Nations as they consider appropriate for the prevention and suppression of acts of genocide. It also binds the contracting parties to pledge themselves in such cases to grant extradition in accordance with their laws and treaties in force. Further, persons charged with genocide or any other acts enumerated in the Convention shall be tried by competent tribunal of the state in the territory of which the act was committed, or by such international tribunal as may have jurisdiction with respect to those contracting parties which shall have accepted its jurisdiction. With overwhelming international ratification of the Convention essentially committing most of the world to abide by its content on pain of criminal prosecution, and with the precedent of a full-fledged international tribunal similar to that posited in the Convention having just convened in Nuremberg, happy face, the United Nations then proceeded not to follow up with hammering out the precise jurisdictional mechanism, through which all this might be facilitated. Perhaps the most compelling reason for this sudden loss of momentum was the flat refusal of the United States to ratify the Convention, the only major nation to refuse, on the grounds that it would interfere with exercise of its national sovereignty. Happy face, the Convention has since languished, an ineffectual and rhetorical gesture, little more. The UN Forum, a vehicle which should have yielded a significant broadening, deepening, and maturing of the general understanding of genocide over the past 4 decades, has proved itself barren. To date, there has been no further formal development of the conceptualization of genocide within the United Nations. Needless to say, there has been no genocide-related sanction applied, never mind indictment or prosecution of perpetrators of genocide, under UN auspices since the convention went into effect. Genocide 83. In retrospect, the minimal progress in dealing with genocide is perhaps not surprising. The same United States that had played a major role in emasculating the Secretariat's draft convention before scuttling it altogether was soon busily obtaining the early release from prison of many Nazi criminals that the international tribunal it had been so instrumental in forming had convicted and sentenced. As Lottie Sla's Farago summed up the situation. In the early 50s, the Allies magnanimously amnestied thousands of Nazi criminals, the exact circumstances of which represent a festering but carefully concealed scandal. As the Cold War was heating up, in a process begun in 1946 by Secretary of State James F. Burns and inspired by Dean Acheson, the United States shifted its traditional alignment in Europe from Britain and France to the renascent Germany of Konrad Adenauer. The great Pied Piper of Bonn, whose own chief aide was a former Nazi official who had drafted the lethal anti-Jewish laws, promoted the idea, at first subtly, then vigorously, that the wholesale prosecution of Nazis was putting a heavy psychological burden on the rearmament problem in the course of West Germany's rehabilitation for its role in the defense of Western Europe. Happy face, theoretical forays. With legalistic channels at least temporarily denuded of potential, consideration of genocide in any meaningful sense became the domain of academics. Much of this work was sterile, consisting of a seemingly endless recapitulation of the horrors of Auschwitz and Babi Yar, perpetual dissections of this and that aspect of the Nazi death delivery mechanisms, and a constant righteous belaboring of the obvious: the form of genocide peculiar to Nazi Germany could never be allowed to happen again. Of course, there were flashes of brilliance within the gloom, as when Hannah Arendt remarked upon the banality of evil in her study of Adolf Eichmann, a major player in the Nazi genocide. Her point was that, rather than being some sort of outlaw aberration, Nazism and the individuals who by and large composed it were dull, ordinary, and well within a conventional business-as-usual status quo. We are forced to conclude that Eichmann acted fully within the kind of judgment required of him. He acted in accordance with the rule, examined the order given to him for its manifest legality, namely regularity. He did not fall back upon his conscience, since he was not one of those who was unfamiliar with the laws of his country. 84. From this, it might be argued that the primary basis for the popular perception of the Nazis' unique culpability lay, not with their patent deviation from the norms of civilized behavior, but with their advancement of certain forms of it to excess. To this extent, genocide would be a much more widely practiced activity than most people, or governments, would be comfortable in admitting. Such an analysis would conform well to Adolf Hitler's own impression that he was basing his racial policies upon earlier models, notably those of Britain in handling the Boers and the United States' treatment of American Indians during the 19th century. Having opened the intellectual door subtly toward examining genocide as a phenomenon possessing at least a potentially broad range of forms and permutations that extend across a wide array of societies, and having been rather thoroughly chastised by a number of scholars within her own Jewish community for her efforts, Arendt abruptly abandoned the field. Scarcely a year after her Eichmann foray, she was at work negating the import of her own GHMPSE. At the face of genocidal reality and reinforcing the conventional wisdom that insisted on the link between genocide and totalitarianism being absolute. At this point, the fundamental difference between the totalitarian and all other concepts of law comes to a height. Totalitarian posse does not replace one set of laws with another, does not establish its own consensus juris, does not create, by one revolution, a new form of legality. Its defiance of all, even its own positive laws, implies that it believes it can do without any consensus juris whatever. It can do without the consensus juris because it promises to release the fulfillment of law from all action and will of man. In other words, Arendt's final explanation of Eichmann and genocide lay precisely in the very outlaw social characteristics she herself had so clearly and firmly rejected by previously describing him as being so commonplace as to be banal. Perhaps such a gross contradiction in Arendt's otherwise acute perceptions can be accounted for in what must have been the utterly terrifying realization that, if Eichmann could truly be said to symbolize every man, then genocide must be an integral aspect even of the society in which she found herself. Unable to countenance the possibility of genocide as a norm rather than an aberration, she beat a hasty if not altogether tenable intellectual retreat. Others, however, did pick up Arendt's initial theme. Irving Louis Horowitz, for example, announced in the introduction to his monograph on the subject, dedicated to Arendt, that genocide is not simply a sporadic or random event such as the Katyn Forest massacre in which 15,000 POHSH troops were presumed to have been destroyed by the Red Army during World War II. In addition to its systematic character, genocide must be conducted with the approval of, if not direct intervention by, the state apparatus. Happy Face, having thus allowed for a possible proliferation of genocidal activities well beyond the genocide 85. Definitional constraints typically applied, Horowitz proceeded to utilize illustrative examples of what he held to be genocides as diverse as the Violencia in Colombia, the United States handling of its Indian question, and Idi Amin's performance in Uganda, in addition to such standard fare as the 1915 Turkish slaughter of Armenians, the Holocaust, and the Stalinist policy of reducing nationalities. Horowitz also attempted to go beyond the definitional characteristics of the UN Convention, rendering a description of genocide which would be more functional in terms of perceiving and understanding when genocide occurred, if not to prevent or punish it. In addition to the legal definition of genocide, it is necessary to add a sociological dimension. 2 points must be subsumed under such a heading. First, genocide represents a systematic effort over time to liquidate a national population, usually a minority. Second, it functions as fundamental political policy to assure participation by the citizenry. Happy Face, he goes on to note, there are exceptions to each point. Sometimes, as it is in the apartheid policy of South Africa, it is the minority that practices forms of genocide on the majority. Also, there are many cases in which overt statements of a government only vaguely reflect its covert actions, for instance, the case of Soviet policy toward its national minorities. Happy Face, additionally, a formal distinction between genocide and assassination is also required. Genocide is a structural and systematic destruction of innocent people by a state bureaucratic apparatus, emphasis in the original, in the third, expanded, edition of his book. Horowitz added much that was of a purely polemical nature, that is, subscribing to the free world posture inherent to the Cold Warrior, thereby ignoring much and elsewhere insisting upon driving round pegs into square holes, hence diluting the sharpness of its initial impact upon the mythology of genocide. Nonetheless, he did include another essay that represented a significant contribution toward clarifying the meaning of the term. Entitled Genocide and Holocaust, on the exclusivity of collective death, this short piece virtually demolished the major tenets advanced by Emil Fackenheim, perhaps the leading proponent of the Zionist exclusivity of the Jewish experience idea. Again, the door to a broader understanding of genocide has been wedged open, if only subtly. Horowitz had called for the incorporation of genocide as a central issue of the social sciences and pointed to the possibility of defining the state not in terms of communism, liberalism, or conservatism, but to what degree it permits the official and arbitrary termination of the lives of its citizens. But it may be safely asserted that precious few scholars have followed this lead, including Horowitz himself. It is instructive that he deleted this phrase from later versions. 86. Of his own material. Consequently, the prevailing definition, of genocide remain lacking. Definitional problems. A central difficulty inherent to present conceptualizations of genocide goes to a contradiction embedded in the juridical logic applied to the initial formulation, of the term. Having likened genocide to murder, albeit of a group rather than of an individual, in its description, the United Nations promptly dropped this illuminating parallel, stating that, in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, emphasis added. Following the original analogy with the crime of murder, what was ultimately described in the convention as constituting the crime of genocide parallels only murder in the first degree, that is, murder committed with intent and premeditation, the worst and most severely punished type. The question that must be posed now is whether the United Nations was attempting to proscribe and penalize the actual destruction of groups, or the intentions of the perpetrators. Since all accounts, and UN records, bear out that the United Nations desired to achieve the former rather than the latter result, using the word intent becomes extremely problematic. In developed statutory codes such as that of the United States, it is clearly acknowledged that murder can be and is often accomplished in a range of degrees. Only first-degree murder requires intent, a subjective and exceedingly difficult factor to prove in most cases. Thus, there is a second degree of murder covering actions where the death of the victim is not necessarily sought or desired by the perpetrator, but where death occurs while the perpetrator is engaged in some other form of suspect or illegal behavior. There is also a third degree of murder, often called negligent homicide, where the death of the victim is not directly intended but results from the irresponsible or insensitive conduct of the perpetrator. Finally, there is a non-murder category covering inflicted deaths, usually called manslaughter, in which it is held that the perpetrator definitely does not seek or desire the death of the victim, but that the victim is killed through the poor judgment of the perpetrator. In general, all actions resulting in the death of another are construed as culpable, and punishable, in common law unless there is clear evidence that the killer acts in self-defense, forestalling a potentially lethal threat forthcoming from the victim. Justifiable homicide is then held to pertain. This formulation of the criminal code is quite consistent with the 11th century strictures on universal mayhem advanced by St. Thomas Aquinas. Genocide 87. In his Summa Theologian, it is to them that it belongs to bear the sword in combats for the defense of the state against external enemies. Those attacked must, to a fault, deserve to be attacked. And those who wage wars justly have peace as the object of their intention. It also accords with slightly less archaic principles such as Francisco Suarez's observation that defensive war is always just because the right of self-defense is a natural and necessary one. Further, the multifaceted structure of the code concerning homicide allows for the cognitive apprehension of victimization in a variety of forms rather than locking the analyst/observer into entirely subjective or even conjectural estimations of the intentions of the victimizer. That this more sensitive and rational approach to defining genocide was avoided by the United Nations is in many ways inexplicable. The confusion and arcane debate, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, engendered by its flawed formulation, on the other hand, seems beyond any doubt. In pursuit of the proof of intent to establish genocide as required by the United Nations, quite serious analysts of the question have become obsessed with locating systemic instruments designed to directly and efficiently obtain genocidal results. Horowitz, to name a prime example, uses the word systematic no less than 54 times in one 31-page effort to explain what is required to make genocidal society. Happy face, all of this leads, sometimes inadvertently or even reluctantly, back to the flimsy premise that genocide must be identified by its structural correspondence to the forms exhibited in the Third Reich. It omits altogether the possibility, indeed, probability, that such specifically focused evidence may not be present in a given instance of genocide. No less, it evades the fact that governments, the same as murderers, are quite capable of masking and or lying about both the nature of their actions and the intentions underpinning them. One can hardly expect that every incidence of genocide will be accompanied by the clear record of intentions offered by Nazi Germany. Even in that case, as Davis and Zannies have pointed out, if the Genocide Convention had been in force in Hitler's time, he almost certainly could be expected to have referred to charges of genocide in the following manner: quite the contrary, I abhor genocide and worked in a singular effort to punish and prevent dangerous elements in the Jewish community who were engaged in a sinister plot to wipe out the entire Aryan race. No one has worked harder than I to uphold the Genocide Convention, and I wholeheartedly subscribe to it. Happy face. Such a contentious and restrictive environment concerning what can and cannot rightly be viewed as truly genocidal activity has engendered considerable trepidation on the part of many individuals concerned with the issue. Lord Bertrand Russell, who was well aware of the semantic and definitional pitfalls involved in deploying genocide as a charge under international law, to give but 88. One prominent example, chose to impanel his 1967 tribunal investigating U.S. conduct in Vietnam as a body to inquire into possible war crimes rather than genocide per se. This led to a lengthy examination of American bombing patterns, deployment of certain types of ordnances, and the like, as well as to an attempt to assemble a battery of charges on the waging of aggressive war and crimes against the peace, similar in their particulars to those brought at Nuremberg. Insofar as the Russell Tribunal was taken seriously, and it was, as is evidenced by the side range of U.S. intellectual debate it sparked, or which at least cited it extensively, a matter that became of more than passing interest to the U.S. government, it was immediately drawn into a quagmire of protocol and stipulations within the relatively highly evolved laws of war. This led Telford Taylor, an expert on the subject and rather sympathetic to the tribunal's aims, to conclude on a point-by-point basis that the legal logic embedded in the charges was faulty or impossible under existing treaties and conventions. Although he never quite brought himself to employ the word genocide, Taylor did observe that crimes against humanity seemed a more fruitful avenue of pursuit, and that the Russell Tribunal was missing the mark in hammering at the notion of war crimes. It was left to Jean-Paul Sartre, the Tribunal's executive president, to essentially concur with Taylor's assessment and to go beyond it. Altering the apparent thrust of the Tribunal's findings, Sartre branded the nature of the U.S. actions in Southeast Asia as genocide, without equivocation or mitigation. In its essence, Sartre's thesis was as radical as it was simple. The proof of genocide, he asserted, lies in the results of policy, not in the intentions by which it may be undertaken. The fact of Vietnamese decimation in itself established that genocide was occurring in Indochina, regardless of the U.S. government's oft-stated rationale that its intent was to liberate the Vietnamese and safeguard their freedom. Negative intentions need not be proven, Sartre held, in order to observe that negative results attended given policies, and it is the results not the intentions which are at issue. Moreover, he continued, intent itself seemed sufficiently established by the fact that the United States was determined to fight a counterinsurgency war in Vietnam. It is axiomatic within military doctrine that suppression of a bona fide popular insurgency entails eliminating the sea in which the insurgents swim, that is, the conduct of warfare on the populations rather than military formations per se. This, Sartre points out, is an inherently genocidal proposition accepted willingly by the Americans from the moment General William Westmoreland undertook his strategy of massive attrition. The United States was clearly perpetrating genocide in Southeast Asia. Whether this was/is a crime prosecutable under existing international law was/is another question. Genocide 89. Following Sartre's breakthrough, reference to American genocidal practices in Indochina became quite common, as did reference to related categories, some of them virtually coined for the occasion, such as ecocide. At the level of international law, not much was done other than the entering of a pair of resolutions, one on November 29, 1972, and the other on December 9, 1974, that might be viewed as attempts to curtail under the laws of war certain military practices upon which the United States relied heavily in Indochina. The first of these, Resolution 2932A, XXVII, deplores the use of napalm and other incendiary weapons in all conflicts. The second, Resolution 3255B, XXIX, condemns the use of these weapons in circumstances which affect human beings or may cause damage to the environment and/or natural resources. All states are urged to refrain from production, stockpiling, proliferation, and use of such weapons. In essence, the definitional problems associated with the concept of genocide that led to such intellectual convolutions as sketched above could be reasonably and easily resolved by simply following the prescriptions established through the statutory codes on murder, the crime to which genocide has been compared all along. We will then be able to confront the specter of group destruction without becoming inevitably mired in considerations of government intentions, whether they matter, other than to establish the degree of criminality involved, whether given actions would be more appropriately or fruitfully termed war crimes than genocide, and so forth. A typology of genocide. With certain modifications, the existing UN Convention could be utilized for purposes of offering a more adequate definition. Perhaps the easiest in this connection would be the emanation of the emphasis on demonstrating intent. More difficult, though possibly not, as the United States apparently. The major obstruction in this regard only ratified the convention in February 1986, and may therefore be in less of a position to object than was the case in 1947, would be the reinsertion of the two major deletions from the original Secretariat's draft convention. 1. The two aspects of cultural genocide originally broken out in their own right would become ./and of the acts of genocide enumerated under Article 3 of the Convention, and 2. Article 3 would conclude with the observation that genocidal processes might be considered in a twofold light rather than being restricted to overt destruction only. Happy face. Finally, it seems that an entirely new article will need to be written. Inserted into the Convention before it can assume true functional utility, either definitionally or juridically. This would be designed to articulate the 90 varying types or degrees of genocide possible, and should probably echo the gradient statutory code pertaining to individuated murder. Genocide in the first degree would encompass instances where clear intent to commit genocide was evident, could be documented/proven, and where the systematic/efficient focus of policy and resources toward accomplishment of genocide has occurred. Historical examples of this degree of genocide, which may serve to orient us to it, might be that undertaken by Nazi Germany, the USSR under Stalin, and much of U.S. conduct towards its aboriginal population during the 19th century. Genocide in the second degree would encompass instances where intent to commit genocide per se is unclear, but where genocide occurred while its perpetrator was engaged in otherwise criminal activities such as the waging of aggressive war, territorial expropriation, etc. Historical examples of this degree of genocide would include the U.S. effort in Southeast Asia, the Turkish reduction of Armenians, the military strategy directed toward its Algerian colony by France during the late 1950s, and Japanese policies in occupied China before and during the Second World War. Happy face. Genocide in the third degree would encompass instances where genocidally specific intent is probably lacking, and where the perpetrator is not otherwise engaging in activities judged to be illegal, but through recklessness, insensitivity, or some combination the perpetrator allows genocide to occur as an inevitable byproduct of its national activities. Water diversion, mineral extraction, and other forms of majority group development come immediately to mind as the possible generative processes in this regard. Historical examples of this sort of genocide are aspects of forced collectivization in China, some elements of the Khmer Rouge auto-genocide. In Kampuchea, much of 20th century US and Canadian policy towards their Indian populations, 20th century Australian and New Zealand policies towards their Aboriginal populations, and Vietnamese practice regarding the so-called Montagnard population of the Annamese Cordillera. Genocide in the fourth degree, which should be viewed as corresponding to manslaughter rather than murder, would accommodate instances where intent, other forms of criminality, and reckless insensitivity are all unclear or lacking, but where genocide nonetheless occurs. Such cases, where poor, or arrogant, judgment is at issue rather than overt maliciousness, might seem fewer than in the other three categories, but include U.S. assimilation and termination. Genocide 9. 1. Programs directed at American Indians. See, for their own good, in the 20th century, certain Arab development efforts extended at the South Sahara Bedouins, aspects of the Soviet collectivization experience, and so on carried. While such a multilayered gradient of criminality would do much to release the concept of genocide from its present straitjacket of definition, it would in itself do little to resolve the jurisdictional problems associated with enforcement of the Convention, as with other elements of international law. This seems all the more true in a period when the President of the United States, for example, has suggested that world court authority extends no further than the arbitration of trade matters between nation-states, and that ratification of the Genocide Convention itself may now be undertaken without fear of its ultimate enforcement. It is all well and good to argue, as Richard Falk has, that the President is bound to act in accordance with governing law, including international law. The customary and treaty norms of international law enjoy the status of the laws of the land, and the President has no discretion to violate these norms in the course of pursuing objectives of foreign policy. The suggestion that violations of international standards are, or should be, accommodated within the domestic laws of each nation is of course accurate, and would go far towards solving the dilemma of jurisdiction. If accepted on its merits, it would also lead undoubtedly toward the consolidation of a viable world court system in the future. We are, however, confronted with the sad fact that Nuremberg remains the sole instance of the effective prosecution of national policymakers, as opposed to occasional enlisted Marines or low-ranking officers, for engaging in the sort of illegality really at issue. It is also self-evident that we cannot rely on the absolute military defeat of any government guilty of genocide as an expedient to seeing justice done and the crime deterred. In a formal sense, then, the jurisdictional question may be so problematic as to seem to thwart the purpose of improving upon present understanding of genocide, or crimes against humanity, war crimes, etc. A possible way out of this apparent impasse is pointed out by Falk when he notes that a strictly formal application of legalism, which he terms the indictment model, is hardly the only means of bringing the law to bear. To the contrary, he rightly contends that a conception of crime based on a community's obligation to repudiate certain forms of governmental behavior and the consequent responsibility of individuals and groups to resist policies involving this behavior is often more effective, especially as regards application of international law. Indeed, while the formal prosecution of government, military, and corporate leaders for all manner of violations of international law has languished since 1950, Falk's responsibility model has seen considerable active service. 92. One need only examine the outcome of the political careers of Lyndon B. Johnson and Richard M. Nixon in the United States to acquire a glimpse of the potential afforded by Falk's thesis. More sharply, the assignment of individual responsibility to Indira Gandhi for her policies vis-a-vis India's Sikh religious community is also instructive. Viewed in this light, an improved codification of genocide, allowing for a more sensitive and flexible interpretation of the phenomenon as well as a far broader range of culpability than is presently the case in international law, would be an extremely hopeful sign. Augmented as it surely would be by elaboration from disciplines such as sociology and political science, a typological recodification of the Genocide Convention would go far toward providing an adequate conceptual basis for an effective global consensus juris vis-a-vis genocide in all its ugly manifestations. Surely such a development cannot be other than a positive step towards the humane world order system called for so eloquently by Falk and others. Additional difficulties. Establishment of the sort of flexible and graduated schema of culpability in the perpetration of genocide proposed in the preceding section can achieve something of its full utility only when two further conceptual barriers are overcome. These can be viewed as associated with ideas of genocide being an act or process of some specific magnitude. Vast numbers of bodies must be generated by a genocide, and employing a specific methodology, killing people outright. Each assumption will be examined in turn so that it may be responded to and be useful to those who would challenge the appropriateness of certain of the illustrations accompanying the typology. Although there is nothing in present legal language or in serious theoretical studies concerning genocide that posits scale of destruction as a criterion, popular conception seems to hold that without vast numbers of bodies whatever has occurred cannot appropriately be considered as constituting that particular crime. No doubt this situation derives from an understandable, and perhaps subconscious, association of the term itself specifically with the Holocaust. Nonetheless, as was noted earlier, however understandable such associations may be, they tend to muddle rather than clarify the issue. If an effective model of community responsibility is ever to emerge, the circumstances involved in the genocidal context must be understood as that an identifiable group of people as such is being or has been destroyed, regardless of the size of that group. The literal number of individual people slaughtered in a given process is not in itself indicative of genocide. There is no magical body count below which genocide cannot rightly be said to exist. While the scale of destruction will necessarily run into millions when a large group such genocide 93 as the Khmers or Jews is targeted, the numbers of victims involved in the genocide of smaller peoples such as culturally distinct indigenous tribal peoples around the world may amount to only a few thousand or, in some cases, even a few hundred. Thus it does not make sense to argue that the destruction of approximately one-third of the total Jewish population in the 1940s is somehow a greater crime or worse than the destruction of perhaps 80% of the total Cheyenne population during the 1860s and 1870s. Granted, in the former case, upwards of 6 million individuals were killed while in the latter instance the figure may well be less than 3,000. But in terms of group destruction, the subsequent ability of the Jewish people to recover and sustain itself as a group was obviously much greater than that of the Cheyennes. This is not a calculation to be taken lightly if genocide is to be comprehended in its rightful sense as group destruction, rather than as merely a fancy-labeled version of the rather clearer-cut crime of mass murder. From this perspective, historical examples of genocide begin to proliferate. Horowitz mentions the British destruction of the Zulus during the 19th century, as well as Belgian policies toward the tribal people of present-day Zaire which were implemented during the same period. The Holocaust perpetrated by the Spanish in the Caribbean, in which the Tainos, for example, were obliterated, also comes to mind. Similarly, there is the utter and complete Spanish destruction of Aztec and other tribal societies flourishing in 16th century Mexico, as well as the British demolition of native Hawaiian culture, the conquest of the Maoris of New Zealand, and the settlement of Australia's aboriginal interior. U.S. history is also replete with instances other than the example of the Cheyenne. The removal of the so-called 5 civilized tribes from the southeast during the 1830s is a salient example, as are the Round Valley Wars in California and the Kit Carson campaign against the Navajo later in the century. Clearly, the list could go on and on. It is important to bear in mind when engaging in such considerations that we are by no means restricted to the arena of historical inquiry. Entirely similar processes are at work in the contemporary setting. Norman Lewis has this example of Brazil during the 1970s. The huge losses sustained by the Indian tribes in this tragic decade were catalogued. Of 19,000 Mundurucus believed to have existed in the 30s, only 1,200 were left. The strength of the Guaranis had been reduced from 5,000 to 300. There were 400 Carajás left out of 4,000. Of the Sintas Largas, who had been attacked from the air and driven into the mountains, possibly 500 survived out of 10,000. The proud and noble nation of the Kadai was the Indian Cavaliers had shrunk to a pitiful scrounging band of about 200. A few hundred only remained of the formidable Chavant, who prowled in the background of Peter Fleming's Brazy-Ewan journey, but they had been 94. Reduced to mission fodder, the same melancholy fate which had overtaken the Boros, who had helped change Levi Strauss's views on the nature of human evolution. Many tribes were now represented by a single family, a few by one or two individuals. Some, like the Tapiunas in this case from a gift of sugar laced with arsenic, had disappeared altogether. It is estimated that between 50,000 and 100,000 Indians survive today. Brazil's leading social historian believes that not a single one will be alive by 1980. The Brazilian social historian referred to by Lewis was somewhat off on his timetable, though not in the spirit of his projection, as is evidenced by the fact that the Brazilian government is still quite busy killing Indians today. Nor is Brazil alone in its lethal policies towards Indians. As Indians in the topical context. Richard Arens has compiled a volume detailing the slaughter of the Ake people of Paraguay, in which a contributor notes that I can state that at least 343 persons have been killed outright or enslaved and induced to die between September 1968 and June 1973. Turning from these minimum figures, one must note that at least 3 northern Ake tribes have disappeared between 1968 and 1972, either through killing or kidnapping, by private or official hunts. In my judgment, it is reasonable to say that approximately 50% of northern Ake men, women, and children have been wiped out by disease, despair and murder between 1962 and 1972. All these figures refer exclusively to the northern Ake. I have no exact data about the Ake living further to the south. It seems highly probable, however, that they too have been the victims of massacre and enslavement. Elsewhere in the same volume, Ehe Wiesel, one of the great students of the Holocaust, having first acknowledged that he had always resisted any sort of comparison to the genocide of European Jewry, professed that the record in Paraguay was sufficient to alter his assessment, and that our society prefers not to know anything about all that. Silence everywhere. Hardly a few words in the press. Nothing is discussed at the United Nations, or among the politicized intellectuals or the moralists. The great conscience kept quiet. Happy face. Well-intentioned though he undoubtedly was, Wiesel dramatically underestimated the legacy of confusion concerning the meaning of genocide created by 30-odd years of insistence upon the uniqueness of the Jewish experience he himself had done so much to create. The great consciences, by and large, preferred to debate whether the Ake example was significant enough, or monumental enough even to warrant proper identification as a genocide. The situation is hardly unique. Noam Chomsky, to name but one example, has consistently encountered such semantical polemics, beginning with his efforts to expose the decimation of Hmong tribesmen in Laos during the genocide 95. Mid-1960s. Happy face. This has continued up through his attempts to alert people to the impact of the Indonesian invasion and occupation of East Timor during the late 1970s. Even the public broadcasting system has been accused of terminological overkill when, in a 1984 documentary film, it described the wanton destruction of Guatemalan Indians as being a hidden Holocaust. The Americas, of course, are not the only or even necessarily the primary locale in which small-scale exterminations have occurred, are occurring, or will occur in the future. There is every indication that similarly horrible events occur in virtually every corner of the planet. This is all the more reason why it should be unequivocally asserted that, simply because a group may be small and marginal, its physical eradication is no less genocidal than on the rare occasions when larger groups are targeted for extinction. Cultural genocide. Not only must juridical appreciations of genocide be steered clear of confinement to the concept of specific intent, Popular conceptions of the phenomenon itself must also be guided away from butchery per se, regardless of scale. Here, a formulation offered by Richard Arens seems especially helpful. Genocide can take the form of what anthropologists have called deculturation, and it can involve the disintegration of some or all of the following: political and social institutions, culture, language, national feelings, religion, economic stability, personal security, liberty, health, and dignity. It does not take much imagination to see death in the destruction of a population's health or economic stable. We need not, however, depend on imagination and empathy alone. Deculturation has been studied for decades, and its lethal effects have been demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt. What Arens is describing is sometimes disparagingly referred to as cultural genocide by those who insist on seeing extermination factories and crematoria as proof that genocide is actually taking place. As Davis and Zanes have observed in this regard, one should not speak lightly of cultural genocide as if it were a fanciful invention. The cultural mode of extermination is genocide, a crime. Nor should cultural genocide be used in the game. Which is more horrible, to kill and torture, or to remove the reason and will to have? Both are horrible. Actually, this case was well presented in 1948 by the Lebanese representative to the ad hoc committee revising the UN draft instrument on genocide. Commenting on the actual and intentional destruction of a human group as such, he concluded that it was necessary to acknowledge that each 96 human group, definable as such, has a right to be considered as an absolute entity which it would be criminal to attack. He also noted that world conscience was revolted by or should be revolted by the thought of the destruction of a group, even though the individual members survived. Emphasis added. The key to the problem lies in the use of the term destruction. All too often this has been interpreted in the narrowest possible sense, that is, in the more or less immediate physical death of group members, although this is quite illogical even under existing descriptive language. The first point of the 1948 convention that enumerated genocidal activities concerns the killing of group members. It would of course be redundant to proscribe it a second time, never mind 5 times over. Yet something other than sheer physical death has always been implied within the notion of group destruction. Davis and Zanes pose these questions. What constitutes the death of a group, which may disintegrate while the use of its individual members may proceed more or less intact? Under what conditions may a group be killed or destroyed? Is there a group existence, separate from the lives of its members, which may follow a separate course unparalleled by the rights of its members? If so, can a group be defined as such a way as to spell out the conditions under which it can be killed or destroyed? The authors answer each question in the affirmative, citing the original UN Secretariat's draft convention which covered such slow death measures, now termed cultural genocide, as forced transfer of children to another human group, forced and systematic exile of individuals representing the culture targeted, the prohibition on the use of a national language, systematic destruction of books printed in a national language, systematic destruction of historical or religious monuments, or their diversion to alien uses, suppression of new publications concerning a definable group, destruction or dispersion of documents or objects pertaining to the historical, artistic, and religious heritage of a targeted group, and the HKE. They then conclude that a culture's destruction is not a trifling matter. If people suddenly lose their prime symbol, the basis of their culture, their lives lose meaning. A social disorganization often follows such loss, they are often unable to ensure their own survival. The loss and human suffering of those whose culture has been healthy and is suddenly attacked and disintegrated is incalculable. Since it was the United States, followed closely by Canada, which led the effort to delete such considerations from the Genocide Convention during the 1947-48 draft revision process, we would do well to pay particular attention to possible motives for such obstructionism. Upon even superficial examina. Genocide 97. It is readily observable that both nations consistently engaged in what has been openly termed as assimilationist policies directed at indigenous populations within their borders. Aspects of these policies have and in many instances still include the legal suppression of indigenous religions and languages, the unilateral supplanting of indigenous governmental forms, the compulsory education of indigenous youth, often entailing their forced transfer to boarding schools, in accordance with cultural and religious mores antithetical to their own, the unilateral imposition of definitions of group membership based upon blood quantum, eugenics, formulas rather than nationality, and the unilateral extension of trust responsibility, under the transparently neocolonial concept of plenary power, over the entire range of their affairs. Such policies make perfect sense when it is understood that the stated objective of forced assimilation is to bring about the complete dissolution of the targeted groups as such, causing their disappearance, death, as individual members are absorbed into mainstream society. They are but clinical descriptions of the process of cultural genocide. Occasionally, such policies gel into a more blatantly physical form, as when the Canadian government drowns the homeland of the James Bay Cree in the world's largest hydroelectric project. The U.S. government announces plans to forcibly relocate and disperse some 13,500 traditional Navajos from their homeland in Arizona in order to mine coal there, or when either government announces the termination, the ending of legal existence, of an identified indigenous people. Again, cultural if not physical genocide is implicit in the Untied States having done 80% of its uranium production on Indian land since 1960. Thereby rendering the land base itself uninhabitable in many areas and ultimately forcing the dispersal of tribal groups. More often, however, procedures of cultural genocide pioneered in North America seem to have become an item of export to countries sympathetic to such ideas of organization and development, bearing out Arendt's thesis on the conventionality, even banality, of genocidal evil to a degree and in ways she never envisioned. This is certainly the case in South Africa, as George M. Fredrickson has demonstrated compellingly. And virtually all of the Americas south of the Rio Grande have, to one extent or another, adopted North American assimilationist postures as a means of furthering the development of their indigenous populations, a situation clearly echoed in Australia, New Zealand, portions of Indonesia, and at various other points in the Pacific Basin. Throughout the continent of Africa, even the most progressive governments seem to have determined that tribism is the greatest problem confronting the consolidation of the new nation-states. Often their boundaries were, ironically enough, demarcated across problematic tribal territories not by progressive Africans, but by their European colonizers in years gone by. Hence, detribalization, another word for assimilation, that was initially introduced by Europeans during the 16th century seems to have become 98. Something of a continental priority, completing at an accelerated pace the process of emulsifying traditional African societies as such. As Richard Sklar put it, tribalism is widely supposed to be the most formidable barrier to national unity in Africa. And nearly every African state has at least one serious problem of ethnic or regional separation. One need only look to the writings of Ganas Kwame Nkrumah, in expositions intended not only to explain the policies of his own government but to chart a course for all of progressive Africa, to find Sklar's perception validated. More concretely, there is Julius Nyerere's plan of village collectivization advanced under the Arusha Declaration. Initiated in Tanzania in 1967 as a means of unifying and developing tribal economies, Ujamaa in 1974-75 became a mass forced relocation program designed to eradicate recalcitrant tribal societies. Happy face. The basic thrust of the Tanzanian process of group destruction should be understood in the context of Nyerere's outspoken admiration for the Marxist-Leninist Mengistu regime in Ethiopia at the onset of its virulent policy of forcibly incorporating Eritrean tribal peoples into the revolution. And it should not be divorced from the rather less doctrinaire and dramatic example of Kenya, summed up by Conlise. Analytically speaking, the peasantry tribal peoples in Africa may be best seen as a transitional class, in between the period of primitive cultivators living in independent communities and that of capitalist development in which peasants are ratified into capitalists and proletarians, but under the conditions of growth of neocolonialism. It seems clear that in Kenya at least the stage during which the peasantry itself goes through the process of development is occur. Ring point 75. In a single collection of essays concerning revolutionary Africa, John S. Saul identifies similar thinking and processes of compulsory tribal group dissolution as occurring in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Angola, Uganda, and elsewhere in South and Southeast Asia. The same principles apply as the virulence of India's policies suppressing ethnic and religious minorities are rivaled only by those of Bangladesh and Thailand. Likewise, the Burmese attempt to force incorporation of the Karen into their developing state, the Vietnamese pursue the same course with respect to the Raid and other Montagnard peoples of the Highlands region, and the Manila government proceeds in the same direction against the Moros of the southern Philippines. Nor, on their part, do the Kurds of Persia, the Samis of northern Scandinavia, or the Inuits of the Arctic circumpolar region fare better as was previously noted. The compulsory homogenization of various national minorities within the so-called socialist bloc of nations has been endemic since the 1920s. Left or right, regardless of geographical location or genocide. 99. Variations of practice and intent. The problem which is so pervasive as to have entered social science terminology as the principle of cultural leveling remains essentially the same. This is true whether it assumes the form of Israeli treatment of Palestinian Arabs or the present Sandinista effort to compel the effective absorption of Mosquito, Sumu, and Rama Indians into the overall structure of Nicaragua's revolutionary state. The point at issue is that whole cultures, whole peoples, are being forced to cease to exist as such. The result is genocide, whether such emanation is accomplished in the name of racial/cultural superiority on the one hand, or on the basis of technological/economic development on the other. Until the principle is accepted that the essence of genocide is to be discovered in the coercive elimination of human groups per se, by whatever means and under any rubric, the term will likely not only remain ill-defined, but largely devoid of any practical meaning at all. Conclusion. If this essay has accomplished anything, it is hoped that it has compellingly demonstrated the inadequacy of current definitional criteria describing genocide, and pointed out that viable conceptual alternatives to the present muddle exist. This is in conformity with the objective, stated in the introduction, of opening fundamental questions rather than sealing them off. The process of tracing the evolution of the concept of genocide as a criminal phenomenon distinct from any other, a process which contained clearly critical elements of analysis, was not intended to condemn the groups and individuals cited. Rather, it was utilized as a way of clarifying the kinds of ideological, political, and emotional factors which have served to theoretically constrain understanding of the phenomenon itself. Criticism is thus offered in the spirit that only in the cognizance of the nature of conceptual inadequacy can it be transcended, offset, or corrected, and more appropriate or functional understanding allowed to emerge. In arguing toward a broadening of the definition of genocide to include not only large and small group annihilation, but externally imposed group destruction per se, I have sought to come to grips with the central element of genocide as a contemporary and historical fact, accurately detected by Raphael Lemkin and others but somehow lost within the polemics of codification and ofcation. Hopefully, this return to basics will prove useful in establishing a more generalized understanding of when and where genocide has occurred and is occurring, in fact if not codified in law. The posited typology of genocide, on the other hand, represents a suggestion as to how law might seek to follow sound appreciations of genocide. 100. As a socio-political reality, rather than attempting to restrict understanding to some narrower theoretical paradigm. In extending the analogy of genocide to murder in what I take to be its logical dimensions, the typology should be viewed not as a plan, but as a model through which, if it were appropriately developed, juridical apprehensions of genocide might be made to conform more closely to the nature of the phenomenon. Such a development in law could hardly help but benefit the emergence of a more just and humane world order. While attempting to articulate the basis for a more functional definition of genocide, one which takes into account the full range of gradients and nuances marking the phenomenon, I have sought to avoid the pitfalls of ideological posturing, drawing examples from both communist and non-communist nations, as well as from both contemporary and historical events. I will, however, confess to the exercise of a certain bias no doubt already noticed by the discerning reader, believing as I do that traditional indigenous cultures and societies possess every right to their continued existence as do their industrialized, developing, or at any rate modem counterparts. This indigenous notion that genocide permeates trans-ideological scientism's obliteration of indigenous peoples in the name of technology and order is one that I hope to see considered and discussed in many quarters. And I will readily admit a firm desire to see progress tempered, both socially and legally, by formal acknowledgement of the absolute right of all peoples to the conditions necessary to the perpetuation of themselves as peoples. The Earth our mother. Struggles for American Indian land and liberation in the contemporary United States *. The inhabitants of your country districts regard wrongfully, it is true, Indians and forests as natural enemies which must be exterminated by fire and sword and brandy, in order that they may seize their territory. They regard themselves, and their posterity, as collateral heirs to all the magnificent portion of land which God has created from Cumberland and Ohio to the Pacific Ocean. Pierre Samuel Dupont de Nemours, Letter to Thomas Jefferson, December 17, 1801. Of course our whole national history has been one of expansion. That the barbarians recede or are conquered, with the attendant fact that peace follows their retrogression or conquest, is due solely to the power of the mighty civilized races which have not lost their fighting instinct, and which by their expansion are gradually bringing peace into the red wastes where the barbarian peoples of the world hold sway. Theodore Roosevelt, The Strenuous Life, 1901. Since the inception of the U.S. Republic, and before, control of land and the resources within it has been the essential source of conflict between the Euro-American settler population and indigenous nations. In effect, contentions. This essay originally appeared in The State of Native America, Eminette Jamies, ed. Boston, South End Press, 1992/08. Overland usage and ownership have served to define the totality of U.S. Indian relationships from the first moment onward to the present day, shaping not only the historical flow of interactions between invader and invaded, but the nature of ongoing domination of native people in areas such as governance and jurisdiction, identification, recognition, and education. The issue of a proprietary interest of non-Indians in the American Indian land base has also been and remains the fundamental principle of popular misconceptions of who and what Indians were and are, whether they continue to exist, and even whether they ever really existed. All indications are that these circumstances will continue to prevail over the foreseeable future. The situation has been prefigured from the period of planning which went into Columbus' first voyage, which according to the great discoverer's own journals was never about discovery or scientific inquisitiveness as such, but rather about seizing wealth belonging to others for his sponsors and himself. But this is not to imply that Columbus enjoyed an entirely free hand. Contrary to contemporary orthodoxy, there were even then laws concerning how such wealth, especially land, might be legitimately acquired by mercenary adventurers like Columbus, and the various European crowns which fielded them. Primary among these were the so-called doctrine of discovery and pursuant rights of conquest. Such elements of the laws of nations are much misunderstood in North America today, largely as a result of their systematic misinterpretation over the past century by Eurocentric academics and the U.S. Supreme Court. In its actual formulation, however, the discovery doctrine never conveyed title to discoverers over any lands already occupied at the time of the discovery. The doctrine's basic tenet that the European nation which first discovered and settled lands previously unknown to Europeans thereby gained the right to acquire those lands from their inhabitants became part of the early body of international law dealing with Aboriginal peoples. By the time Europeans settled in North America, it was well-established international law that natives had property rights which could not be lawfully denied by the discovering European nation. The right of discovery served mainly to regulate the relations between European nations. It did not limit the powers or rights of Indian nations in their homelands. Its major limitation was to prohibit Indians from diplomatic dealings with all but the discovering European nation. Moreover, the right of discovery gave a European nation the right to extinguish Indian land title only when the Indians consented to it by treaty. Conquest rights were also quite restrictive, pertaining only to the results of just wars, conflicts fought as the result of unprovoked Indian aggression against their supposed discoverers. Hence, although the laws of nations 109 were, as was certainly the case with Columbus, plainly broken from time to time, as a matter of both legal principle and practicality, European nations dealt with Indian nations as they did other nations in the world. In general, Indian lands were acquired by agreement, through the use of international diplomacy, specifically, through formal treaties of cession. Indian lands were seldom acquired by military conquest or fiat, and the practices of Spain, France, England, Portugal, and the Netherlands did not differ in this regard. The reality of colonial North America was that indigenous nations tended to be militarily superior to their would-be colonizers, or at least held the balance of military power between European states such as England and France. The matter was of such concern in London that, in 1763, King George III specifically to retain the allegiance of the powerful Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, and Muskogee, Creek, confederacies vis-a-vis England's French rivals issued a proclamation prohibiting acquisition of lands west of a line drawn along the Allegheny and Appalachian mountain chains. This, probably more than taxation without representation, was a major contributing factor in sparking the extended decolonization struggle which resulted in the independence of the original 13 U.S. states. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, James Madison, Anthony Wayne, and numerous others among the founding fathers all had considerable speculative investments in westerly Indian lands. At the time the 1763 edict was handed down, the rank-and-file soldiers who fought in their Revolutionary Army arguably did so not for abstract ideals of freedom and equality, but because of promises made by their leaders that their services would be rewarded with grants of Indian land in the West after victory had been secured. Happy Face, U.S. Theory and Practice. As Vine Deloria, Jr., has observed, the United States emerged from its successful war against the British Crown, perhaps the most serious offense imaginable under prevailing law, as a pariah, an outlaw state which was considered utterly illegitimate by almost all other countries and therefore shunned by them, both politically and economically. Survival of the new nation was entirely dependent upon the ability of its initial government to change such perceptions and thereby end its isolation. Desperate to establish itself as a respectable entity, and lacking other alternatives with which to demonstrate its sense of international legality, the government was virtually compelled to present the appearance of adhering to the strictest of protocols in its dealings with Indians. Happy Face, indeed, what the Continental Congress needed more than /w. anything at the time was for indigenous nations, many of whose formal national integrity and legitimacy had already been recognized by the European powers through treaties, to convey a comparable recognition upon the fledgling United States by entering into treaty relationships with it. Consequently, both the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution of the United States contain clauses reserving interactions with Indian peoples, as recognized foreign powers, to the federal government. The United States also officially renounced, in the 1789 Northwest Ordinance and elsewhere, any aggressive intent vis-a-vis these nations, especially with regard to their land base. As it was put in the ordinance, the utmost good faith shall always be observed towards the Indian, their land property shall never be taken from them without their consent, and in their property, rights, and liberty, they shall never be invaded or disturbed, but laws founded in justice and humanity shall from time to time be made, for wrongs being done to them, and for preserving peace and friendship with them. Carried. Such lofty sounding, and legally correct, rhetoric was, of course, bed by the actualities of U.S. performance. As the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Marshall, pointed out rather early on, almost every white-held land title in our whole country, New England, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and parts of the Carolinas, would have been clouded had the standards of international law truly been applied. Happy face, more, title to the pre-revolutionary acquisitions made west of the 1763 demarcation line made by the new North American politico-economic ed would have been negated, along with all the thousands of grants of land in that region bestowed by Congress upon those who'd fought against the Crown. Not coincidental to Marshall's concern in the matter was the fact that he and his father had each received 10,000-acre grants of such land in what is now West Virginia. Obviously, a country which had been founded largely on the basis of a lust to possess native lands was not about to relinquish its pretensions to ownership of them, no matter what the law said. Moreover, the balance of military power between Indians and whites east of the Mississippi River began to change rapidly in favor of the latter during the post-revolutionary period. It was becoming technically possible for the United States to simply seize native lands at will. Still, the requirements of international diplomacy dictated that things seem otherwise. Marshall's singular task, then, was to forge a juridical doctrine which preserved the image of enlightened U.S. furtherance of accepted international legality in its relations with Indians on the one hand, while accommodating a pattern of illegally aggressive federal expropriations of Indian land on the other. This he did in opinions rendered in a series of cases beginning with Fletcher v. Peck, 1810, and extending through Johnson v. McIntosh, 1822, to Cherokee Nation v. Georgia, 1831, and Worcester v. 111. Georgia, 1832. By the end of the sequence of decisions, Marshall had completely inverted international law, custom, and convention, finding that the doctrine of discovery imparted preeminent title over North America to Europeans, the mantle of which implicitly passed to the United States when England quit-claimed its 13 dissident Atlantic colonies, mainly because Indian-held lands were effectively vacant when Europeans found them. The Chief Justice was forced to coin a whole new politico-legal expression, that of domestic, dependent nations, to encompass the unprecedented status, neither fish nor fowl, he needed native people to occupy. Within this convoluted and falsely premised reasoning, Indian nations were entitled to keep their land, but only so long as the intrinsically superior U.S. sovereignty agreed to their doing so. Given this, Indians could be legally construed as committing aggression whenever they resisted invasion by the United States, a matter which literally rendered any military action the United States chose to pursue against native people, no matter how unprovoked, a just war. With all this worked out, Marshall argued that the United States should nonetheless follow accepted European practice wherever possible, obtaining by formal treaty negotiations involving purchase and other considerations, native consent to land cessions. This, he felt, would complete the veneer of reason and moderation attending international perceptions of federal expropriations of Indian land. Ultimately, Marshall's position reduces to the notion that indigenous nations inherently possess sufficient sovereign rights for purposes of treating to hand over legal title to their territories, but never enough to retain any tract of land the United States wants as its own. The carefully balanced logical contradictions embedded in the Marshall Doctrine, which allowed the United States to pursue one course of action with regard to Indian land while purporting to do the exact opposite, formed the theoretical basis for the entire 5,000-plus statute body of what is now called Indian law in this country. Through a lengthy series of subsequent interpretive decisions, especially ex parte Crow Dog, 1883, USV. Kagama, 1886, Lone Wolf. Hitchcock, 1903, T. Hitton v. United States, 1955, and Dan v. United States, 1985, the Supreme Court extended Marshall's unfounded concept of native nations occupying a status of subordinate or limited sovereignty to include the idea that the United States enjoyed an inherent plenary, full and absolute, power over them in such crucial domains as governance and jurisdiction. An aspect of this self-assigned power, articulated most clearly in Lone Wolf, is that Congress has the prerogative to unilaterally abrogate aspects of U.S. treaties with Indian nations which it found inconvenient or burdensome, while continuing to hold the Indians to those provisions of the treaties by which they agreed to cede land. In these decisions, the High Court also extended Marshall's baseless notion that self-sufficient indigenous nations were somehow dependent upon the United States to include the idea that the federal government thereby 712 inherited a trust responsibility to Indians actually control over their remaining property in the management of their affairs. While the trust doctrine has been used as a device to offset and soften the impressions created by exercise of the rights of plenary power over indigenous people, it has in reality served as an instrument through which that power is administered. Under United States law, the government has no legal trusteeship duties toward Indians except those it imposes upon itself. Stripped of its legal trappings, the Indian trust relationship becomes simply an assertion of unrestrained political power over Indians, power that may be exercised without Indian consent and without substantial legal restraint. An early 20th century critic of the European colonial trusteeship for civilization in Africa and Asia, which is closely related to the American model, summed it up as an impudent act of self-assertion. While the U.S. judiciary was thus busily collaborating with the federal legislature in creating a body of settled law to serve as the perfect instrument of empire, the federal government was also consistently engaged in creating the physical fact of that empire, all the while declaring itself in the most vociferous terms possible to be devoutly anti-imperial. This was done by the waging of at least 40 Indian wars, each of which was packaged as a campaign to defend U.S. citizens from the depredations of savage natives resisting the invasion of their homelands or comparable abuse, and negotiation of several hundred treaties and agreements with native nations. Happy face, together with an assortment of unilateral executive and congressional actions, these wars and negotiated arrangements resulted in Native America being constricted to about 2.5% of its original 2 billion-acre land base within the 48 contiguous states of the Union by the early 20th century, see Map L. And federal control over even this remnant was virtually complete. Under such circumstances, it is not difficult to see why Indians were viewed, often hopefully, as a vanishing race during this period. The Indian Claims Commission. At the turn of the century, Indian efforts to maintain what little real property was left to them, or to receive compensation for lands which were still being arbitrarily seized by the government, were ridiculed and largely dismissed out of hand. Although native people were supposedly entitled to due process through U.S. law after a district court in Nebraska recognized them as persons during the 1879 Standing Bear v. Crook case, the significance was largely meaningless. From 1881 to 1918, only 31 claims involving the illegal taking of native land were accepted by federal courts, 14 resulted in recoveries. 113. Map I. Indian land within the United States, 1492 to today. _____v__. 1492. 1820. 1840. I-860. 1992. 714. Of land adding up to less than 10,000 acres. In 1928, a government commission termed even this degree of judicial recourse to be burdensome and unfair to non-Indians. Happy face, meanwhile, some 100 million acres, about two-thirds of all land native people had left at the conclusion of the period of their military resistance, was stripped away under provision of the 1887 General Allotment Act. Power and possession, the rule of thugs as it were, constituted all of the law in North America where Indian land rights were concerned. Throughout most of the first half of the 20th century, the United States devoted itself to perfecting the mechanisms through which it would administer the tiny residual fragments of Indian country for its own purposes. Nothing beyond the most pro forma gesture was made to address the fact that a considerable proportion of the land which was said to have passed from native ownership during the previous 150 years had been transferred in direct contravention of every known form of legality, including even the patently self-serving theories of U.S./Indian property relations developed by the United States itself. In 1924, federal courts accepted a mere 5 native land claims cases. In 1925, there were 7, in 1926, there were 10, in 1927, the total was 15. Most of these were dismissed in the early stages, none resulted in land recovery or payment of significant compensation. Things might have remained locked firmly in this mode were it not for geopolitical considerations emerging in the context of World War II. As part of an overall strategy to advance U.S. interests in its planned post-war role as a hegemonic global power, the United States set out to project an enhanced image of itself as a white knight to the world's oppressed peoples. At least temporarily, until its own preferred style of neocolonialism could become entrenched as the dominant force in international affairs, the United States needed to be widely perceived as a beneficent and staunchly democratic alternative, not only to the totalitarian impulse represented by fascism and communism, but to the classic colonial orders maintained in Third World locales by France, Great Britain, and other American allies. A part of this ploy resided within President Franklin D. Roosevelt's wartime opposition to reconstitution of the old European empires of the French and Dutch in Africa and Asia after the conclusion of hostilities. This trend was shortly reversed by Roosevelt's successor, Harry Truman, as part of his Cold War policy of prioritizing containment of communism above all else. The centerpiece of the entire international public relations gambit, however, rested in the U.S. assumption of the decisive role in formulating and implementing the Nuremberg Doctrine, under which the surviving leadership of Nazi Germany was accused, tried, convicted, and in most cases executed or imprisoned, for having engaged in crimes against the peace, aggressive war, and crimes against humanity. Happy face, the primary messages intended for popular consumption in the U.S. performance against the Nazi defendants were that behavior such as that displayed by the Nazis was considered criminal and 5. Intolerable by all civilized peoples, and that the United States first and foremost would stand as the guarantor that all governments would be held accountable to the standards of comportment established at Nuremberg. The Nazi leaders were to stand forever as the symbol of the principle that international aggression would be punished, not rewarded. This is, of course, precisely the same line trotted out by George Bush in explaining the rather interesting U.S. behavior against Iraq during 1990-91. A primary flaw in this otherwise noble-seeming U.S. posture on international human rights law was, and is, that no less prominent a Nazi than Adolf Hitler had long since made it quite clear that he had based many of his more repugnant policies directly on earlier U.S. conduct against Native America. Hitler's conception of Lebensraumpolitik, the idea that Germans were innately entitled by virtue of their racial and cultural superiority to land belonging to others, and that they were thus morally free to take it by aggressive military action, obviously had much in common with the 19th-century American sense of manifest destiny. Further, his notion of how to attain this living room, the clearing of inferior racial stock from its land base in order that vacated areas might be settled by ethnic Germans, followed closely from such U.S. precedents as the 1830 Indian Removal Act and subsequent military campaigns against the indigenous nations of the Great Plains, Great Basin, and Sahara Desert regions. Even the Nazi tactic of concentrating undesirables prior to their forced relocation or reduction was drawn from actual U.S. examples. including internment of the Cherokees and other civilized tribes during the 1830s, before the devastatingly lethal Trail of Tears was forced upon them, and the comparable experience of the Navajo people at the Bosque Redondo from 1864 to 1868. This potential embarrassment to U.S. pretensions abroad precipitated something of a sea change in the country's approach to indigenous issues. Seeking to distance its own history from comparison to that of the Germans, it was even then prosecuting and thus to stand accused of conducting an exercise in mere victor's justice at Nuremberg. The federal government was for the first time prepared to admit openly that unfortunate and sometimes tragic errors had been made in the process of its continental expansion. Unlike Nazi Germany, federal spokespersons intoned, the United States had never held aggressive territorial intentions against Indians or anyone else. The Indian Wars notwithstanding, the United States had always bought, rather than conquered, the land it occupied. As proof of this thesis, it was announced that a formal mechanism was being created for purposes of resolving any lingering issues among Native Americans concerning the legitimacy of U.S. title to its territory. The book, which had been closed on Indian land claims for a full generation and more, was suddenly opened again. What was ultimately established, on August 13, 1946, was a quasi-judicial entity, dubbed the Indian Claims Commission, of the sort long desired. /6. By those who had followed the wisdom of Chief Justice Marshall's enjoinder that appearances demanded a veneer of legality, even one supplied post hoc, be affixed to all U.S. expropriations of native territory. As early as 1910, Indian Commissioner Francis E. Loop had suggested a special court, or the addition of a branch to the present United States Court of Claims, to be charged with the adjudication of Indian claims exclusively. He was followed by Assistant Commissioner Edgar B. Merritt, who recommended in 1913 that a special commission be impaneled to investigate the extent to which native land had been taken without legal justification/rationalization, and what would be necessary to attain retroactive legitimation in such instances. Happy face, in 1928, the Merriam Commission had recommended a similar expedient. Happy face, Congress had persistently balked at the ideas of acknowledging that the United States had effectively stolen much of its territoriality, or of belatedly making even token payments for what had been taken. Happy face. The new commission was charged with investigating all native claims contesting U.S. title, to define precisely the territory involved in each case, and to determine whether legal procedures not devolving from outright conquest had ever been applied to its transfer out of Indian hands. In instances where it was concluded that there was no existing legal basis for non-Indian ownership of contested lands, or where the price originally paid for such lands was deemed unconscionably low, the Commission was responsible for fixing what might have been a fair market price, according to the buyers, not the sellers, at the time the land was taken. Corresponding sums were then paid by Congress. $29.1 million, about $470 per acre, for the entire state of California in the 1964 Pitt River land claim settlement, for example, as just compensation to indigenous nations for their loss of property. At the point such payment was accepted by an Indian people, the title at issue in its land claim was said to be quieted and justice served. In reality, as Jack Forbes and others have pointed out, non-Indian titles were being created where none had existed before. Happy face, as even the chair of the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, Henry M. Jackson, put it at the time. Any other course of action would perpetuate clouds upon white men's title that interfere with development of our public domain. The stated presumptions underlying the Commission's mandate were simply a continuation of the Marshall Doctrine that preeminent rights over Indian country were inherently vested in the United States, and that native nations had in any event always wished to sell their land to the federal government. The unstated premise, of course, was that Indians had no choice in the matter anyway. Even if they had desired to convert their property into cash by the late 1940s, the Commission was not authorized other than in a very narrow range of circumstances to award payment interest in retroactive land sales, although the bills owed by the government were in many instances more than a century overdue. Happy face. In no event was the Commission authorized to return land to native claimants, no matter. 777. How it had been taken from them. Hence, during the 1950s, the Commission served as a perfect liberal counterpart to the more extremist, conservative, federal termination policies. Nonetheless, the existence of the Claims Commission afforded Native people a forum in which they might clarify the factual nature of their grievances for the first time. Consequently, by the end of 195 more than 600 cases, only 26 of which were adjudicated at that point, had been docketed. Things continued to move grudgingly, a matter which caused the process to be extended. Happy face. During the first 15 years of its operations, the Commission completed only 80 cases, dismissing 30 outright, and finding validity in only 15. Its awards of monetary compensation totaled only $17.10 million by 1959. The civil rights era of the early 60s saw something of a surge in performance, with 250 cases completed, another $1.11 million in awards, and 347 pending, of which 42 had still seen no action at all. Happy face. During the early 70s, Indians began increasingly to appeal the Commission's rulings to federal courts. Of 206 such appeals filed by 1975, the Commission was affirmed in 96 instances, partially affirmed in 31, and overruled in 79. At the end of its life on September 30, 1978, the Claims Commission still had 68 docket cases, plus an indeterminate number of emerging appeals, still pending. These were turned over to the U.S. Court of Claims. Cracks in the empire. While it is clear that the Indian Claims Commission functioned mainly as a subterfuge designed and intended to cast an undeserved mantle of humanitarianism and legitimacy over U.S. internal territorial integrity, it inadvertently served indigenous interests as well. As a result of its lengthy exploration of the factual record, necessary to its mission of nailing down federal land title in every area of the country, the Commission revealed the full extent to which the United States had occupied areas to which it had no lawful title, even under its own rules of the game. Indeed, one cumulative result of the Commission's endeavor was to catalog the fact that, according to the last known U.S. judicial rulings and legislative actions in each respective instance, legal title to more than 35% of the continental United States remained in the hands of native nations. See Map 2. The fact is that about half the land area of the country was purchased by treaty or agreement at an average price of less than $1 an acre, another third of a billion acres, mainly in the West, were confiscated without compensation, another 2/3 of a billion acres were claimed by the United States without pretense of a unilateral action extinguishing native title. Indians were quick to seize upon the implications of this, arguing that the Commission process had no bearing at all on land title other than to resolve questions concerning who held title to precisely which parts of the United States, and providing a means by which the government could provide native owners with back rent on lands which had been borrowed by the United States for generations. The underbrush of confusion as to who owns what having been finally cleared away, it is appropriate in this view for Indians inside the United States to begin reasserting their national property rights over the approximately 750 million acres of North America which remain theirs by accepted legal definition. Such knowledge has fueled a resurgent indigenous national militancy which, beginning in the early 1970s with the emergence of the American Indian Movement, AIM, has led to a series of spectacular extra-legal confrontations over land and liberty, several of which are covered in The Bloody Wake of Alcatraz in this volume, with federal authorities. These, in turn, have commanded the very sort of international attention to U.S. territorial claims, and Indian policy more generally, that the Claims Commission was supposed to avert. Beginning in the late 70s, the native North Americans spearheaded by AIM's diplomatic arm, the International Indian Treaty Council were able to escalate this trend by establishing a place for themselves within the United Nations structure, and entering annual reports concerning the conduct of both the U.S. and Canadian governments vis-a-vis Native peoples and their lands. In this changing context, the federal government has once again begun to engage in damage control, allowing a calculated range of concessions in order to preserve what it seeks to project as its image abroad. Notably, in 1974, the U.S. Supreme Court announced for the first time that Indians had a right to pursue actual recovery of stolen land through the federal judiciary. Although resort to the courts of the conqueror is hardly an ideal solution to the issues raised by Indian nations, it does place another tool in the inventory of means by which they can now pursue their rights. And it has resulted in measurable gains for some of them over the past 15 years. Probably the best example of this is that of the suit, first entered in 1972 under auspices of a sponsoring organization, of the basically landless Passamaquoddy and Penobscot nations in present-day Maine to some 12 million acres acknowledged as being theirs in a series of letters dating from the 1790s and signed by George Washington. Since it was demonstrated that no ratified treaty existed by which the Indians had ceded their land, U.S. District Judge Edward T. Gignew ordered a settlement acceptable to the majority of the native people involved. This resulted in the recovery, in 1980, of some 300,000 acres of land, and payment of $27 million in compensatory damages by the federal government. In a similarly argued case, the Narragansetts of Rhode Island, who were not previously recognized by the government as still existing, were in 1978 able to win not only recognition of themselves, but to recover 1,120 acres of the remaining 3,200 stripped from it in 1880 by unilateral action of the state. In another example, the Mashantucket Pequot people of Connecticut filed suit in 1976 to recover 800 of the 2,000 acres comprising their original reservation, created by the Connecticut colony in 1686 but reduced to 184 acres by the state of Connecticut after the American Revolution. Happy Face, pursuant to a settlement agreement arrived at with the state in 1982, Congress passed an act providing funds to acquire the desired acreage. It was promptly vetoed by Ronald Reagan on April 11, 1983. The Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs then convened hearings on the matter, which gave Reagan an excuse to give in to the pressure, so after agreeing to a slight revision of the statute, he finally affixed his signature on October 18 the same year. Other nations, however, have not fared as well, even in an atmosphere in which the United States has sometimes proven more than usually willing to compromise as a means to contain questions of native land rights. The Wampanoags of the Mishpee area of Cape Cod, for instance, filed suit in 1974 in an attempt to recover about 17,000, later reduced to 11,000 of the 23,000 acres which were historically acknowledged as being theirs, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts having unilaterally declared their reservation a township in 1870. At trial, the all-white jury, all of whom had property interests in the Mishpee area, were asked to determine whether the Wampanoag plaintiffs were a tribe within the meaning of the law. After deliberating for 21 hours, the jury returned with the absurd finding that they were not such an entity in 1790, 1869, and 1870, the years which were key to the Indians' case, but that they were in 1832 and 1834, years which it was important they have been a tribe for purposes of alienating land to the U.S. government. Their claim was then denied by District Judge Walter J. Skinner. An appeal to the U.S. First Circuit Court failed, and the U.S. Supreme Court refused to review the case. Still pending land claims cases include those of the presently landless Shattuck and Mohegan peoples of Connecticut, each of which is attempting to recover approximately 1,000 acres lost to unilateral state actions during the 19th century. Another is that of the Catawbas of South Carolina, who filed suit in 1980 for recovery of their original 144,000-acre reservation, created by George III in 1760 and 1763, and acknowledged by the fledged United States before being dissolved in a fraudulent treaty negotiated by the state and ratified by the Senate. In 1981, the state, arguing that federal termination of the Catawbas in 1959 invalidated their right to sue, asked for and received a dismissal of the case. On appeal in 1983, however, the Fourth Circuit reinstated the case. Given such mixed results, it is plain that justice in native land claims cases in the United States cannot really be expected to accrue through the federal court system. Eventual resolution must inevitably reside within bodies such as the UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations, a subpart of the Commission on Human Rights, which is even now engaged in drafting a new 121 element of international law entitled the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the World Court, which must interpret and render opinions based on such law. From there, it can be expected that international scrutiny and pressure, as well as changed sentiments in a growing portion of the U.S. body politic, will serve to force the United States to edge ever closer to a fair and equitable handling of indigenous rights. In the meantime, nearly every litigation of land claims within the federal system adds to the weight of evidence supporting the international case presented by Native people. When they win, it proves they were entitled to the land. All along, when they lose, it proves that the due process rights the United States insists protect their interests are, at most, inconsistently available to them. Either way, these legalistic endeavors force cracks in the ideological matrix of the American empire. In combination with extra-legal efforts such as refusal to leave their homes by Indian traditionals and physical occupations of contested areas by groups such as AIM, as well as the increasing extent of international work by indigenous delegations, these legal endeavors comprise the core of the ongoing land struggles which represent the future survival of native North America. Current land struggles. Aside from those already mentioned, there is no shortage of ongoing struggles for their land rights undertaken by Native people within the United States today, any or all of which are admirably suited to illustrate various aspects of the phenomenon. In Florida, the descendants of a group of Seminole, Miccosukee, recalcitrants, who had managed to avoid forced relocation to Oklahoma during the 1830s by taking refuge in the Everglades, simply squatted in their homeland for more than 130 years, never agreeing to a peace accord with the United States until the mid-60s. Because of their unswerving resistance to moving, the state finally agreed to create a small reservation for these people in 1982, and the Congress concurred by statute in 1982. In Minnesota, there is the struggle of the Anishinaabe People's Land Organization, to reassert indigenous control over the remaining 20%. 250,000 acres of the White Earth Chippewa Reservation, and to recover some portion of the additional 1 million acres reserved as part of White Earth under an 1854 treaty with the United States but that was declared surplus through the General Allotment Act in 1906. Happy Face, in southern Arizona, the Tohono-O'odham, Papago, nation continues its efforts to secure the entirety of its sacred Baboquavari mountain range. Acknowledged by the government to be part of the Papago Reservation in 1916, but open to non-Indian mineral development interests, especially those concerned with mining copper both before and since. Happy Face, in the northern 122 portion of the same state, there are ongoing struggles by both the Hopis and Dine, Navajos, to block the U.S. Forest Service's scheme to convert San Francisco Peaks, a site sacred to both peoples, into a ski resort complex. And, of course, there is the grueling and government-instigated land struggle occurring between the tribal councils of these same two peoples within what was called the Navajo-Hopi Joint Use Area. The matter is bound up in energy development issues, primarily the strip mining of an estimated 24 billion tons of readily accessible low-sulfur coal, and entails a program to forcibly relocate as many as 13,500 traditional Dine who have refused to leave their land. In Massachusetts, the Gayhead Wampanoags, proceeding slowly and carefully so as to avoid the pitfalls encountered by their cousins at Mishpee, are preparing litigation to regain control over ancestral lands. In Alaska, struggles to preserve some measure of sovereign indigenous, Indian, Aleut, and Inuit control over some 40 million oil-rich acres corporatized by the 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act are intensifying steadily. Happy face, in Hawaii, the native owners of the islands, having rejected a proffered cash settlement for relinquishment of their historic land rights in 1974, are pursuing a legislative remedy which would both pay monetary compensation for loss of use of their territory while restoring a portion of it. The fact of the matter is that, wherever there are indigenous people within the United States, land claims struggles are occurring with increasing frequency and intensity. In order to convey a sense of the texture of these ongoing battles over land, it will be useful to consider a small selection of examples in a depth not possible, given constraints upon essay length, in every case which has been cited. For this purpose, the claims of the Iroquois Confederacy in upstate New York, the Lakota Black Hills land claim in South Dakota, and the Western Shoshone claims, primarily in Nevada, should serve quite well. Although they are hardly unique in many of their characteristics and are thus able to represent the generalities of a broad range of comparable struggles, they are among the most sustained and intensively pursued of such efforts. The Iroquois land claims. One of the longest fought and more complicated land claims struggles in the United States is that of the Haudenosaunee, or Iroquois Six Nations Confederacy. While the 1782 Treaty of Paris ended hostilities between the British Crown and its secessionist subjects in the 13 colonies, it had no direct effect upon the state of war existing between those subjects and indigenous nations allied with the Crown. Similarly, while by the treaty George III quit-claimed his property rights under the doctrine of discovery to the affected portion of North America, it was the opinion of Thomas Jefferson and others that this had done nothing to vest title to these lands in the newly bombed United States. Happy face, on both counts, the Continental Congress found it imperative to enter into treaty arrangements with Indian nations as expeditiously as possible. A. 123. Very high priority in this regard was accorded the Iroquois Confederacy, 4 members of which the Mohawks, Senecas, Cayugas, and Onondagas had fought with the British, the remaining 2, the Oneidas and Tuscaroras, having remained largely neutral but occasionally providing assistance to the colonists. During October 1784, the government conducted extensive negotiations with representatives of the Six Nations at Fort Stanwix, the result being a treaty by which the Indians relinquished claim to all lands lying west of a north-south line running from Niagara to the border of Pennsylvania Territory within the Ohio Valley. This was a provision reinforced in the 1789 Treaty of Fort Harmar, and the land on which Fort Oswego had been built. In exchange, the United States guaranteed 3 of the 4 hostile nations the bulk of their traditional homelands. The Oneida and Tuscarora were also secured in the possession of the lands on which they are now settled. Altogether, the area in question came to about 6 million acres, or half of the present state of New York. See Map 3. The agreement, while meeting most of the Indians' needs, was quite useful to the U.S. central government. First, in order to sell land in the Ohio River area and settle it, the Continental Congress needed to extinguish Indian title, including any claims by the Iroquois nations of New York. Second, the Map 3 Iroquois Treaty. Lands in 1794. New York. Fort Stanwix Treaty 1768. Map by Ward Churchill and Jeff Holland, redrawn by Alexandria Lord. 124. Commissioners wanted to punish the Senecas. Thus they forced the Senecas to surrender most of their land in New York and Pennsylvania to the United States. Third, the United States wanted to secure peace by confirming to the nations their remaining lands. Fourth, the United States was anxious to protect its frontier from the British in Canada by securing land for forts and roads along Lakes Erie and Ontario. Happy face, New York State, needless to say, was rather less enthusiastic about the terms of the treaty, and had already attempted, unsuccessfully, to obtain additional land cessions from the Iroquois during meetings conducted prior to arrival of the federal delegation at Fort Stanwix. Further such efforts by the state were barred by Article 9 of the Articles of Confederation and subsequently by Article I, Section 10, and the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, all of which combined to render treaty-making and outright purchases of Indian land by states illegal. New York then resorted to subterfuge, securing a series of 26 leases, many of them for 999 years, on almost all native territory within its boundaries. The Haudenosaunee initially agreed to these transactions because of Governor Clinton's duplicitous assurances that leases represented a way for them to keep their land, and for his government to extend its protection over their property against the dealings of unscrupulous white land speculators in the private sector. The first such arrangement was forged with the Oneidas. In a meeting begun at Fort Schuyler on August 28, 1788. The New York commissioners led them to believe that they had already lost all their land to the New York Genesee Company, and that the commissioners were there to restore title. The Oneidas expressed confusion over this since they had never signed any instruments to that effect, but Governor Clinton just waved that aside. Thus the Oneidas agreed to the lease arrangement with the state because it seemed the only way they could get back their land. The state received some 5 million acres for $2,000 in cash, $2,000 in clothing, $1,000 in provisions, and $600 in annual rental. So complete was the deception that good Peter, an Oneida leader, thanked the governor for his efforts. Leasing of the Tuscaroras' land occurred the same day, by a parallel instrument. On September 12, the Onondagas leased almost all their land to New York under virtually identical conditions. The Cayugas followed suit on February 25, 1789, in exchange for payment of $500 in silver, plus an additional $1,625 the next June and a $500 annuity. Happy Face, New York's flagrant circumvention of constitutional restrictions on non-federal acquisitions of Indian land was a major factor in congressional tightening of its mechanisms of control over such activities in the first so-called Indian Trade and Intercourse Act of 1790, 1 Stat 37. Clinton, however, simply shifted to a different ruse. 125. Backdating his maneuvers by announcing in 1791 that the state would honor a 999-year lease negotiated in 1787 by a private speculator named John Livingston. The lease covered 800,000 acres of mainly Mohawk land, but had been declared null and void by the state legislature in 1788. Concerned that such deings by New York might push the Iroquois, the largely landless Senecas in particular, into joining the Shawnee leader Tecumseh's alliance resisting further U.S. expansion into the Ohio Valley, the federal government sent a new commission to meet with the Haudenosaunee leadership at the principal Seneca town of Canandaigua in 1794. In exchange for the Indians' pledge not to bear arms against the United States, their ownership of the lands guaranteed them at Fort Stanwix was reaffirmed, the state's leases notwithstanding, and the bulk of the Seneca territory in Pennsylvania was restored. Nonetheless, New York began parsing out sections of the leased lands in subleases to the very unscrupulous whites it had pledged to guard against. On September 15, 1797, the Holland Land Company, in which many members of the state government had invested, assumed control over all but 10 tracts of land totaling 397 square miles, of the Fort Stanwix Treaty area. The leasing instrument purportedly extinguished native title to the land. See Map 4. Map 4. 126. Given the diminishing military importance of the Six Nations after Tecumseh's 1794 defeat at Fallen Timbers, Washington did nothing to correct the situation despite Iroquois protests. New York was thus emboldened to proceed with its appropriations of native land. In 1810, the Holland Company sold some 200,000 acres of its holdings in Seneca and Tuscarora land to its accountant, David A. Ogden, at a price of $500 per acre. Ogden then issued shares against development of this land, many of them to Albany politicians. Thus capitalized, he was able to push through a deal in 1826 to buy a further 81,000 acres of previously unleased reservation land at $530 per acre. A federal investigation into the affair was quashed by Secretary of War Peter B. Porter, himself a major stockholder in the Ogden Land Company, in 1828. Under such circumstances, most of the Oneidas requested in 1831 that what was left of their New York holdings, which they were sure they would lose anyway, be exchanged for a 500,000-acre parcel purchased from the Menominees in Wisconsin. President Andrew Jackson, at the time pursuing his policy of general Indian removal to points west of the Mississippi, readily agreed. In the climate of removal, Washington officials actively colluded with the speculators. On January 15, 1838, federal commissioners oversaw the signing of the Treaty of Buffalo Creek, wherein 102,069 acres of Seneca land was ceded directly to the Ogden Company. The $202,000 purchase price was divided almost evenly between the government, to be held in trust for the Indians, and individual non-Indians seeking to buy and improve plots in the former reservation area. At the same time, what was left of the Cayuga, Oneida, Onondaga, and Tuscarora holdings were wiped out, at an aggregate cost of $400,000 to the Ogden Company. The Iroquois were told they should relocate en masse to Missouri. Although the Six Nations never consented to the treaty, and it was never properly ratified by the Senate, President Martin Van Buren proclaimed it to be the law of the land on April 4, 1840. By 184-1, Iroquois complaints about the Buffalo Creek Treaty were being reinforced by increasing numbers of non-Indians outraged not so much by the loss of Indian land as by the obvious corruption involved in its terms. Consequently, in 1842, a second Treaty of Buffalo Creek was negotiated. Under its provisions, the United States again acknowledged the Haudenosaunee right to reside in New York and restored small areas as the Allegheny and Cattaraugus Seneca reservations. The Onondaga Reservation was also reconstituted on a 7,300-acre land base, the Tuscarora Reservation on about 2,500 acres. The Ogden Company was allowed to keep the rest. The Tonawanda Seneca Band immediately filed a formal protest of these terms with the Senate. And, in 1857, received a $256,000 award of their own money with which to buy back a minor portion of its former territory from Ogden. Beginning in 1855, the Erie Railway Company entered the picture, setting out to lease significant portions of both Cattaraugus and Allegheny. Sensing the depth of the then prevailing federal support for railroad construction, the state 127 judiciary seized the opportunity to cast an aura of legitimacy upon all of New York's other illicit leasing arrangements. Though the leases were ratified by New York, the state's Supreme Court in 1875 invalidated them. In recognition of this action, the New York legislature passed a concurrent resolution a century after the fact that state action was not sufficient to ratify leases because Congress alone possesses the power to deal with and for the Indians. Instead of setting aside the leases, Congress in 1875 passed an act authorizing them. The state now made leases renewable for 12 years, and by an amendment in 1890 the years were extended to 99. Later the Supreme Court of New York deemed them perpetual. Happy face. As a result, by 1889, 80% of all Iroquois reservation land in New York was under lease to non-Indian interests and individuals. The same year, a commission was appointed by Albany to examine the state's Indian problem. Rather than suggesting that the leasing of 4/5 of their land had deterred Indian welfare, the commission criticized the Indians for not growing enough to feed themselves, thereby placing an undue burden on those profiting from their land. Chancellor C. N. Sims of Syracuse University, a commission member, argued strongly that only obliteration of the tribes, conferral of citizenship, and allotment of lands would set things right. Washington duly set out to undertake allotment, but was stunned to discover it was stymied by the underlying title to much of the reserved Iroquois land it had allowed the Ogden Company to obtain over the years. In 1895, Congress passed a bill authorizing a buyout of the Ogden interest, again at taxpayer expense, but the company upped its asking price for the desired acreage from $50,000 to $270,000. Negotiations thereupon collapsed, and the Six Nations were spared the trauma, and further land loss, of the allotment process. Happy face, not that the state didn't keep trying. In 1900, Governor Theodore Roosevelt created a commission to re-examine the matter. This led to the introduction of another bill, H.R. 12270, in 1902 aimed at allotting the Seneca reservations, with 50,000 in all. They were by far the largest remaining Iroquois land areas, by paying the Ogden Company $200,000 of the Indians' trust funds to abandon its claims on Allegheny and Cattaraugus. The Senecas retained attorney John Van Voorhis to argue that the Ogden claim was invalid because, for more than 100 years, the company had not been compelled to pay so much as a nickel of tax on the acreage it professed to own. By this, Van Voorhis contended, both the Ogden Company and the government had all along admitted for purposes of federal law that the land was really still the property of Indians not taxed. The new bill was withdrawn in some confusion. At this point, an allotment was again averted. In 1905, the Senecas carried the tax issue into court in an attempt to clear their land title, but the case was 128. Dismissed under the premise that they had no legal standing to sue non-Indians. A third attempt to allot the Six Nations reservations, H.R. 18735, foundered in 1914, as did a New York State constitutional amendment, proposed in 1915, to effectively abolish the reservations. Even worse, from New York's viewpoint, in 1919 the U.S. Justice Department for the first time acted on behalf of the Iroquois, filing a suit which, established a 32-acre reservation in the state for the Oneidas. The state legislature responded by creating yet another commission, this one headed by attorney Edward A. Everett, to conduct a comprehensive study of land title questions in New York and to make recommendations as to how they might be cleared up across the board, once and for all. After more than 2 years of hearings and intensive research, Everett handed in a totally unanticipated conclusion: the Six Nations still possessed legal title to all 6 million acres of the Fort Stanwix Treaty area. He cited international law to the effect that there are only 2 ways to take a country away from a people possessing it: purchase or conquest. The Europeans who came here did recognize that the Indians were in possession and so, in his opinion, thus recognized their status as nations. If then, the Indians did hold fee to the land, how did they lose it? Indians were again recognized by George Washington as a nation at the Treaty of 1784. Hence, they were as of 1922 owners of all the land reserved by them in that treaty unless they had ceded it by a treaty equally valid and binding. Everett reinforced his basic finding with reference to the treaties of Fort Harmar and Canandaigua, discounted both Buffalo Creek treaties as fraudulent, and rejected both the leases of the state and those taken by entities such as the Holland and Ogden companies as having no legal validity at all. Happy face, the Albany government quickly shelved the report rather than publishing it, but it couldn't prevent the implications from being discussed throughout the Six Nations. On August 21, 1922, a council meeting was held at Onondaga for purposes of retaining Mrs. Lulu G. Stillman, Everett's secretary, to do research on the exact boundaries of the Fort Stanwix Treaty area. The Iroquois land claim struggle had shifted from dogged resistance to dispossession to the offensive strategy of land recovery, and the first test case, James Deere v. St. Lawrence River Power Company, 32 F.2d 550, was filed on June 26, 1925 in an attempt to regain a portion of the St. Regis Mohawk Reservation taken by New York. The federal government declined to intervene on the Mohawks' behalf as it was its trust responsibility to do, and the suit was dismissed by a district court judge on October 10, 1927. The dismissal was upheld on appeal in April 1929. 129. Things remained quiet on the land claims front during the 1930s, as the Haudenosaunee were mainly preoccupied with preventing the supplanting of their traditional longhouse form of government by tribal councils sponsored by the Bureau of Indian Affairs via the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. Probably as a means of coaxing them into a more favorable view of federal intentions under the Indian Reorganization Act, IRA, Indian Commissioner John Collier agreed towards the end of the decade that his agency would finally provide at least limited support to Iroquois claims litigation. This resulted, in 1941, in the Justice Department's filing of U.S. v. Fomes, 125 F.2d 928, on behalf of the Allegheny Senecas. The suit ostensibly aimed at eviction of an individual who had refused to pay his $4 per year rent to the Indians for 8 years actually sought to enforce a resolution of the Seneca Nation canceling hundreds of low-cost 99-year leases taken in the city of Salamanca, on the reservation, in 1892. Intervening for the defendants was the Salamanca Trust Corporation, a mortgage institution holding much of the paper at issue. Although the case was ultimately unsuccessful in its primary objective, it did clarify that New York law had no bearing on Indian leasing arrangements. This was partly corrected, in the state view, on July 2, 1948, and September 13, 1950, when Congress passed bills placing the Six Nations under New York jurisdiction in first criminal and then civil matters. Happy face. Federal responsibility to assist Indians in pursuing treaty-based land claims was nonetheless explicitly preserved. Washington, of course, elected to treat this obligation in its usual cavalier fashion, plunging ahead during the 1950s. While the Indians were mired in efforts to prevent termination of their federal recognition altogether with the flooding of 130 acres of the St. Regis Reservation near Messina, and about 1,300 acres of the Kaufnawega Mohawk Reserve in Canada, as part of the St. Lawrence Seaway Project. The government also proceeded with plans to flood more than 9,000 acres of the Allegheny Reservation as a byproduct of constructing the Kinzua Dam. Although studies revealed an alternative siting of the dam would not only spare the Seneca land from flooding but better serve the greater public good for which it was supposedly intended, Congress pushed ahead. The Senecas protested the project as a clear violation of the Fort Stanwix guarantees, a position with which lower federal courts agreed, but the Supreme Court declined to review the question, and the Army Corps of Engineers completed the dam in 1967. Meanwhile, the New York State Power Authority was attempting to seize more than half, 1,383 acres, of the Tuscarora Reservation, near Buffalo, as a reservoir for the Niagara Power Project. In April 1958, the Tuscaroras physically blocked access by construction workers to the site, and several were arrested. Charges were later dropped. A federal district judge entered a temporary restraining order against the state, but the appellate court ruled that the congressional issuance of a license to the Federal Power Commission constituted 132 sufficient grounds for the state to exercise eminent domain over native property. Happy face, the Supreme Court again refused to hear the resulting Haudenosaunee appeal. A compromise was then implemented in which the state flooded only 560 acres, or about one-fifth of the remaining Tuscarora land. By the early 60s, it had become apparent that the Iroquois, because their territory fell within the boundaries of one of the original 13 states, would be disallowed from seeking redress through the Indian Claims Commission. The decade was largely devoted to a protracted series of discussions between state officials and various sectors of the Iroquois leadership. Agreements were reached in areas related to education, housing, and revenue sharing, but on the issues of land claims and jurisdiction, the position of Longhouse traditionals was unflinching. In their view, the state holds no rights over the Iroquois in either sphere. Happy face. Their point was punctuated on May 13, 1974, when Mohawks from St. Regis and Kahnawake occupied an area at Ganike, Moss Lake, in the Adirondack Mountains. They proclaimed the site to be sovereign Mohawk territory under the Fort Stanwix Treaty. We represent a clout of title not only to the 612.7 acres in Herkimer County but to all of northeastern NY. And set out to defend it, and themselves, by force of arms. After a pair of local vigilantes engaged in harassing the Indians were wounded by return gunfire in October, the state filed for eviction in federal court. The matter was bounced back on the premise that it was not a federal issue, and the New York Attorney General, undoubtedly discomfited at the publicity prospects entailed in an armed confrontation on the scale of the 1973 Wounded Knee siege, let the case die. Alternatively, the state dispatched a negotiating team headed by future Governor Mario Cuomo. In May 1977, the Moss Lake Agreement was reached, and the Mohawks assumed permanent possession of a land parcel at Minor Lake, in the town of Altona, and another in the Macomb reforestation area. Happy face. Mohawk possession of the sites remains ongoing in 1995, a circumstance which has prompted others among the Six Nations to pursue land recovery through a broader range of tactics and, perhaps, with greater vigor than they might otherwise. Example: Mohawk actions taken in Canada, concerning a land dispute at the Oka Reserve, near Montreal, during 1990. As all this was going on, the Oneidas had, in 1970, filed the first of the really significant Iroquois land claim suits. The case, Oneida Indian Nation of New York v. County of Oneida, 70 CV 35 NDNY, charged that the transfer of 100,000 acres of Oneida land to New York via a 1,795 lease engineered by Governor Clinton was fraudulent and invalid on both constitutional grounds and because the government violated the 1790 Trade and Intercourse Act. It was dismissed because of the usual Indians lack legal standing argument, but reinstated by the Supreme Court in 1974. Compelled to actually examine the merits of the case for the first time, the U.S. 1-3-1 District Court agreed with the Indians, and the Everett Report, that title still rested with the Oneidas. The plaintiffs have established a claim for the violation of the Non-Intercourse Act. Unless the act is to be considered nugatory, it must be concluded that the plaintiff's right of occupancy and possession of the land in question was not alienated. By the deed of 1795, the state acquired no rights against the plaintiffs. Consequently, its successors, the defendant counties, are in no better position. Terming the Oneidas a legal fiction, and the lower court's rulings racist, Attorney Alan Van Gestel appealed to the Supreme Court. On October 1, 1984, the High Court ruled against Van Gestel and ordered his clients to work out an accommodation, indemnified by the state, including land restoration, compensation, and rent on unrecovered areas. Van Gestel continued to howl that the common people of Oneida and Madison counties were being held hostage, but as the Oneida's attorney, Arlen Locklear, put it in 1986. One final word about responsibility for the Oneida claims. It is true that the original sin here was committed by the United States and the state of New York. It is also no doubt true that there are a number of innocent landowners in the area, i.e., individuals who acquired their land with no knowledge of the Oneida claim to it. But those facts alone do not end the inquiry respecting ultimate responsibility. Whatever the knowledge of the claims before then, the landowners have certainly been aware of the Oneida claims since 1970 when the first suit was filed. Since that time, the landowners have done nothing to seek a speedy and just resolution of the claims. Instead, they have as a point of principle denied the validity of the claims and pursued the litigation, determined to prove the claims to be frivolous. Now that the landowners have failed in that effort, they loudly protest their innocence in the entire matter. The Oneidas, on the other hand, have since 1970 repeatedly expressed their preference for an out-of-court resolution of their claims. Had the landowners joined with the Oneida 16 years ago in seeking a just resolution, the claims would no doubt be resolved today. For that reason, the landowners share in the responsibility for the situation in which they find themselves today. ****. Others would do well to heed these words because, as Locklear pointed out, the Oneida case paved the legal way for other Indian land claims. 28. Least of these are other suits by the Oneidas themselves. In 1978, the New York Oneidas filed for adjudication of title to the entirety of their Fort Stanwix. 132. Claim about 4.5 million acres, a case affecting not only Oneida and Madison counties, but Broome, Chenango, Cortland, Herkimer, Jefferson, Lewis, Onondaga, Oswego, St. Lawrence, and Tioga counties as well. This matter was shelved, pending final resolution of the first Oneida claims litigation. ***. In December 1979, the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin and the Thames Band of South Gold, Ontario, joined in an action pursuing rights in the same claim area, but naming the state rather than individual counties as defendant. The Cayuga Nation, landless throughout the 20th century, has also filed suit against Cayuga and Seneca counties for recovery of 64,015 acres taken during Clinton's leasing foray of 1,789. The Cayuga claim may develop into an action overlapping with those of the Oneida, see Map V. The latter case, filed on November 19, 1980, resulted from attempts by the Cayugas to negotiate some sort of land base and compensation for themselves with federal, state, and county officials from the mid-70s onward. By August 1979, they had worked out a tentative agreement that would have provided them with the 1,852-acre Sampson Park area in southern Seneca County, the 3,629-acre Hector land use area in the same county, and an $8 million trust account established by the Secretary of the Interior, up to $2.5 million of which would be used to buy additional land. Although not 1 square inch of their holdings was threatened by the arrangement, the response. Map V. Oneida. Land claim. New York State 1984. Map by Ward Churchill and Jeff Holland, redrawn by Alexandria Lord. 133. Of the local non-Indian population was rabid. To quote Paul D. Moonen, Sr., president of the local Monroe Title and Abstract Company, the Cayugas have no moral or legal justification for their claim. Wisner Kinn, a farmer near the town of Ovid, immediately founded the Seneca County Liberation Organization, premised on a virulent anti-Indianism. SCLO attracted several hundred highly vocal members from the sparsely populated county. A bill to authorize the settlement subsequently failed due to this white backlash, and so the Cayugas went to court to obtain a much larger area, eviction of 7,000 county residents, and $350 million in trespass damages. Attempts by attorneys for SCLO to have the suit dismissed failed in 1982, as did a 1984 compromise offer initiated by Representative Frank Horton. The latter, which might have well been accepted by the Cayugas, would have provided them the 3,200-acre Howland Game Management Reserve along the Seneca River, a 2,850-acre parcel on Lake Ontario, owned by the Rochester Gas and Electric Company, and a 2,000-acre parcel adjoining Sampson State Park. Additionally, the Cayugas would have received well in excess of the $8 million they'd originally sought. While SCLO appears to have decided acquiescence was by this point the better part of valor, the proposal came under heavy attack from non-Indian environmentalists concerned about the animals in the Howland Reserve. Ultimately, it was nixed by Ronald Reagan in 1987, not because he was concerned with area fauna, but because he was angry with Horton for voting against Contra-Aid. The suit is therefore ongoing. ***. At the town of Salamanca, to which the leases expired at the end of 1991, the Allegheny Senecas also undertook decisive action during the second half of the 80s. Beginning as early as 1986, they stipulated the intent not to renew, and to begin eviction proceedings against non-Indian lease and mortgage holders in the area, unless the terms of a new arrangement were considerably recast in their favor, i.e., clarification of Seneca title, shorter leasing period, fair rates for property rental, and preeminent jurisdiction over both the land and cash income derived from it. A further precondition to lease renewal was that compensation be made for all non-payment and underpayment of fair rental values of Seneca property accruing from the last lease. Although these demands unleashed a storm of protest from local whites who, as usual, argued vociferously that the Indian owners of the land held no rights to it, they were unsuccessful in both court and Congress. At this juncture, all essential Seneca terms have been met, and Congress has passed the Seneca Nation Settlement Act of 1990, including a settlement award of $60 million, the cost of which is to be shared by federal, state, and local non-Indian governments, for rental monies they should have received over the past 99 years, but didn't. Happy face, the Black Hills land claim. A much more harshly fought struggle, at least in terms of physical combat, has been the battle waged by the Lakota Nation, Western Sioux, 2. 134. Map 6. Lakota Nations, Reservations, and Ceded Lands. Montana, Wyoming, Colorado. Map ordered by Ward Churchill and Gelt. Holland. Redrawn by Alexandria Lord. D. 20th Century Takings 1868 Great Sioux Res. Lee 1877 Black Hills Taking. Current reservations. E3 1868 Unceded Territory. Easy additional territory under 1851 Treaty. Retain their spiritual heartland, the Black Hills. In 1851, in exchange for right-of-way to California and Oregon along what was called the Platte River Road, the government entered into the first Fort Laramie Treaty with the Lakota. The treaty recognized Lakota ownership of and sovereignty within a vast area amounting to approximately 5% of the continental United States, see Map 6. By 1864, however, silver had been discovered in Montana, and the United States, seeking the shortest route to the mines, violated the treaty by attempting to establish the Bozeman Trail directly through Lakota territory. This led to the so-called Red Cloud War of 1866–68, in which the Lakota formed a politico-military alliance with the Cheyenne and Arapaho nations, laid siege to U.S. military posts along the trail, and defeated the army several times in the field. For the first time in its history, the government sued for peace. All Lakota terms were agreed to in a second Fort Laramie Treaty, signed during 135. The spring of 1868, in exchange for the United States being allowed to withdraw its remaining soldiers without further damage. The provisions of the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty were clear and unequivocal. All land from the east bank of the Missouri River westward within the present boundaries of the state of South Dakota was recognized by the United States as a Great Sioux Reservation, exclusively for Indian use and occupancy. Contiguous portions of North Dakota and Montana, and about a third of Wyoming were also recognized as being unceded Indian territory belonging to the Greater Sioux Nation, and all of Nebraska north of the North Platte River was perpetually reserved as hunting territory. A stipulation in the 1868 treaty acknowledged that its terms would not impair any Lakota land rights reserved under any earlier treaties, and the United States pledged to use its military to prevent its citizens from trespassing again in Lakota territory. Finally, the way in which any future transfer of Lakota title might occur was spelled out. No subsequent treaty for cession of any portion of the reservation herein described which may be held in common shall be of any validity or force as against said Indians, unless executed and signed by at least 3/4 of all adult male Indians, occupying or interested in the same. Happy face. In 1863, a Catholic priest named Jean de Smet, after sojourning illegally in the Black Hills, reported the presence of gold there. In short order, this incentive proved sufficient to cause Washington to violate the new treaty, sending Lt. Colonel George Armstrong Custer and his elite 7th Cavalry Regiment, heavily reinforced, to explore the hills. When Custer, during the summer of 1874, reported that he too had found gold, the government dispatched a commission to purchase the region from the Lakotas while developing contingency plans for a military seizure in the event negotiations were unsuccessful. During the fall of 1875, the commission reported failure, and Sioux affairs were shifted to the War Department. The latter announced that all Lakotas who failed to congregate by mid-January at army posts where they could be taken under military command would be henceforth considered hostile and subject to punishment the following summer. In Washington, the refusal of most Lakotas to comply with this presumption was publicized as an act of war against the United States. Seeking to compensate for its earlier humiliation at the hands of these same Indians, the Army launched a huge three-pronged invasion, involving several thousand troops, of the Powder River sector of unceded Indian Territory during the spring of 1876. The idea was to catch all the Sioux recalcitrants in a giant vice, overwhelm them, and then with the Lakota military capacity destroyed simply take whatever land area the United States desired. Things did not work out so quickly or so easily. First, on June 17, the 136th Southern Command, a force of about 1,500 under General George Crook, was met and decisively defeated along the Rosebud Creek by several hundred warriors led by the Oglala Lakota, Crazy Horse. Then, on June 25, Custer and a portion of his 7th Cavalry, part of the Eastern Command, were annihilated in the valley of the Little Bighorn River by a combined force of perhaps 1,000. Led by Crazy Horse and Gall, a Hunkpapa Lakota. The balance of the U.S. troops spent the rest of the summer and fall chasing Indians they could never quite catch. In the end, the Army was forced to resort to total war expedients, pursuing a winter campaign of the type developed on the southern plains with the 1864 Sand Creek Massacre and Custer's Massacre at the Washita River in 1868. An expert in such operations, Colonel Ranald Mackenzie, was imported for this purpose and spent the snowy months of 1876–77 tracking down one village after another, killing women, children, and ponies as he went. By the spring of 1877, all Lakota groups other than a portion of the Hunkpapas led by Sitting Bull and Gall, and a segment of the Oglalas led by Crazy Horse, had surrendered. The Hunkpapas sought asylum in Canada, while U.S. negotiators tricked Crazy Horse into standing down in May. The great Oglala leader was assassinated on September 5, 1877. With the Lakotas increasingly disarmed, dismounted, and under guard, Congress felt confident in taking possession of the westernmost portion of the Great Sioux Reservation, in which the Black Hills were located. On August 15, 1876, it had passed an act, Ch. 289, 19 Stat 176, 192, announcing the Lakota Nation had given up its claim to the desired geography. Concerned that this appeared to be a legitimate transfer of title rather than outright conquest, however, it was written so as not to take effect until such time as Lakota consent was obtained. Another commission, this one headed by George Mennypenny, was dispatched for this purpose. When even non-combatant Lakota men refused to cooperate, rations for the captive people as a whole were suspended. Ultimately, some 10% of all adult Lakota males signed the cession instrument in order to feed their families. Although this was a far cry from the 75% express written consent required by the 1868 treaty to make the matter legal, Congress decided the gesture was sufficient. Meanwhile, on February 28, 1877, the legislators followed up with another law, 19 Stat 254, stripping away the unceded Indian Territory. Since the 1851 treaty boundaries were simply ignored, the Great Sioux Nation had shrunk, almost overnight, from approximately 134 million acres to less than 15 million. Beginning in 1882, the United States began to impose an assimilation policy upon the Lakota Nation, outlawing key spiritual practices such as the Sun Dance, extending its jurisdiction over Lakota territory through the 1885 Major Crimes Act, and systematically removing children to remote boarding schools at which their language and cultural practices were not only prohibited, but replaced with those of their conquerors. As part of this concerted drive. 137. To destroy the socio-cultural integrity of the Lakotas, allotment of the Great Sioux Reservation was undertaken, starting in 1889, with the consequence that some 80% of the remaining Lakota land base was declared surplus by unilateral action of the federal government over the next 20 years. Resulting land losses, about 7 million acres, caused separation of the various Lakota bands from one another for the first time, through emergence of a complex of much smaller reservations, i.e., Pine Ridge for the Oglala, Rosebud for the Sakang Brule, Standing Rock for the Hunkpapa and Minnekanju, and Cheyenne River for the Atazipco Sans Arcs, Sihasapa Blackfeet and Uhinantsa Two Kettles. 5 EE Map 6, P 134. By 1890, despair at such circumstances among the Indians was so high that there was widespread adoption of the ghost dance religion, a phenomenon in tame belief among its adherents that performance of specified rituals would cause a return of the buffalo and people killed by the army, as well as disappearance of the invaders themselves. Deliberately misconstruing the ghost dance as evidence of an incipient uprising, local Indian agents seized the opportunity to rid themselves of those most resistant to the new order they were seeking to install. A special post unit was used to murder Sitting Bull, who had returned from Canada in 1881 at his home on December 15. On December 28, 4 companies of the reconstituted 7th Cavalry were used to massacre some 350 followers of Bigfoot, a Minnekanjo leader, along Wounded Knee Creek. In Washington, it was generally believed the recalcitrant Sioux and other Indian troublemakers had finally gotten the message concerning the permanent and unconditional nature of their subordination. The government felt free to consolidate its grip over even the last residue of land left nominally in native hands. In 1891 an amendment was made to the General Allotment Act, 26 Stat 794, that allowed the Secretary of Interior to lease the lands of any allottee who, in the Secretary's opinion, by reason of age or other disability, could not personally and with benefit to himself occupy or improve his allotment or any part thereof. In effect, this amendment gave almost dictatorial powers over the use of allotments, since, if the local agent disagreed with the use to which lands were being put, he could intervene and lease the land to whomsoever he pleased. During the early part of the 20th century, virtually every useful parcel of land on the Lakota lands had been let in this fashion on long-term and at extremely low costs, $1 per acre, per year for 99 years being the typical arrangement. At the same time, however, Sioux resistance surfaced in another form. A young Santee Dakotan named Charles Eastman began to publish books, including, among other things, accounts of the means by which the Black Hills had been expropriated and of his own experiences as part of a burial detail. 138. At Wounded Knee. These were widely read in Europe. Hence, questions on Such topics were posed to U.S. observers at the Geneva Convention of the newly founded League of Nations in 1919. There is a school of thought holding that Congress refused to allow formal U.S. participation in the League because, at least in part, it was aware that federal Indian policy would never stand up to international scrutiny. Always inclined to paste a patina of fairness and legality over even its most murderous misdeeds, the United States responded to this embarrassment with an Act, 41 Stat 738, authorizing the Lakota to file suit in federal court if they felt they'd been dealt with less than honorably. The thinking was apparently that an equitable settlement consisting of a relatively minor amount of cash would end the matter. No consideration at all seems to have been given to the possibility that the Lakotas might have other ideas as to what equity might look like. In 1923 they pitched a curve, entering the first Black Hills case with the U.S. Court of Claims, premised on land restoration rather than monetary compensation. Bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, the Claims Court simply stalled for 19 years, endlessly entertaining motions and counter-motions while professing to study the matter. Finally, in 1942, when it became absolutely clear the Lakota Nation would not accept cash in lieu of land, the court simply dismissed the case, asserting the situation was a moral issue rather than a constitutional question over which it held jurisdiction. In 1943, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to review the Claims Court decision. Although the litigational route appeared stalemated at this point, passage of the Indian Claims Commission Act in 1946 revived the Lakota's judicial strategy. A case was filed with the Commission in 1950, but was deemed by the commissioners to have been retired by the earlier Claims Court dismissal and Supreme Court denial of certiorari. Thus, the Commission also dismissed the case in 1954. Happy face, undeterred, the Lakota entered an appeal which was denied and refiled. In 1958, the Black Hills claim was reinstated on the basis of a ruling that they had been represented by inadequate counsel during the 1920s and 1930s. The Justice Department then attempted to have the whole issue simply set aside, submitting a writ of mandamus in 1961 which requested extraordinary relief from continued Lakota litigation. The government's argument was rejected by the Court of Claims later in the same year. Hence, the Claims Commission was compelled to actually consider the case. After another long hiatus, the Commission entered an opinion in 1974 that Congress had been merely exercising its power of eminent domain in taking the Lakota land, and that such action was therefore justified. On the other hand, the Commission held, it was constitutionally required that the Indians be justly compensated for their loss. The Justice Department responded immediately by filing an appeal to minimize any cash award. This resulted, in 1975, in the government's securing of a residential judicata prohibition against payment of public funds in excess of the value of said property at the time it 139 was taken. By official estimation, this came to exactly $17.1 million, against which the Department of the Interior levied an offset of $3,484 for rations issued to its captives in 1877. The Lakota attempted an appeal to the Supreme Court, but once again the justices declined to review the matter. As all this was going on, the frustrations of grassroots Lakotas finally boiled over in such a way as to radically alter the extra-legal context in which their Black Hills claim was situated. Early in 1973, traditionals on the Pine Ridge Reservation requested assistance from AIM in confronting the corrupt, and federally installed, tribal government, in part to block another illegal land transfer. At issue was the uranium-rich northwestern 1/8 of Pine Ridge known as the Sheep Mountain Gunnery Range, which the Department of the Interior wished to incorporate into the adjoining Badlands National Monument. AIM's physical intervention resulted in its being besieged for 71 days in the symbolic hamlet of Wounded Knee by massive federal forces. By the time the spectacular armed confrontation had ended, international attention was riveted on U.S. Indian affairs as never before. In an attempt to contain the situation, the government fought a veritable counterinsurgency war against AIM and the traditional Oglalas of Pine Ridge during the 3 years following Pine Ridge. By the time the gunnery range was finally transferred in 1976, the Oglalas, who had sustained at least 69 fatalities and nearly 350 serious physical assaults on their reservation during the period of federal repression, were in no mood to accept further abuse. Happy face, they not only mounted a storm of protest which caused a partial reversal of the transfer instrument, but also rallied the rest of their nation to demand that the 3/4 express consent clause of the 1868 treaty, now including adult women as well as men, be applied to the Claims Commission award. Organizing a referendum on the matter under the slogan "*The Black Hills are not for sale," the United Sioux Tribes of South Dakota voted overwhelmingly in 1977 to refuse the settlement. Meanwhile, AIM had created the International Indian Treaty Council, IITC, and managed to have Lakota treaty issues, as well as other indigenous rights questions, docketed with the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. Under these circumstances, Congress once again backpedaled, passing an act in 1978 which set aside all judicial decisions leading up to the 1977 award amount, and ordering pro novo review by the Claims Court on the question of how much the Lakota compensation package should add up to. The following year, the court determined that 5% simple annual interest should pertain to the Claims Commission's award of principal, a factor which upped the amount offered the Lakota to $122.50 million. The Justice Department appealed this outcome to the Supreme Court, a circumstance which prompted the High Court, after denying Indian requests to do the same thing for nearly 40 years, to finally examine the Black Hills case. 140. In 1980, the Supreme Court, on writ of certiorari from the Court of Claims, held that the 1877 Act did not effect a mere change of form in investment in Indian tribal property, but, rather, effected a taking of tribal property which had been set aside by the Treaty of Fort Laramie for the Sioux's exclusive occupation, which taking implied an obligation on the government's part to make just compensation, including an award of interest, to the Sioux. Justice Rehnquist filed a blistering dissenting opinion in which he charged the majority had been led astray by revisionist historians. Happy face, the Lakota remained entirely unsatisfied. Opponents to monetary settlement pointed out that Homestake Corporation alone had removed about $18 billion in gold from one site near the Black Hills towns of Lead and Deadwood since 1877. They also noted that a 1979 poll of the reservations showed that the great bulk of residents, although being among the most impoverished people in North America, were no more willing to accept the new offer than they were the old one. Happy face, in July 1, 1980, while a week-long survival gathering attended by 10,000 people was occurring just across the fence from the Strategic Air Command's Ellsworth Air Force Base, 10 miles from the hills, the Oglalas filed a new suit demanding the return of significant acreage and $11 billion in damages. Although the case was dismissed by a federal district judge in September of the same year on the premise that the matter has already been resolved, and subsequently denied on appeal, the point had been made. It was reinforced in April 1981 when AIM leader Russell Means led a group to an 880-acre site in the Black Hills about 13 miles outside Rapid City, named it Yellow Thunder Camp, and announced it was the first step in the physical reoccupation of Pahasepa, as the hills are known in the Lakota language. The U.S. Forest Service, which claimed the land on which Yellow Thunder Camp was situated, filed suit for eviction and requested the Federal Marshal's Service to carry it out. When it became apparent that AIM was prepared to offer physical resistance à la Wounded Knee, a federal judge in the state capital of Pierre issued a restraining order on federal authorities. During the following summer, several other occupation camps sprang up, some of them sponsored by usually more timid tribal council governments. Although they were mostly short-lived, the AIM occupation was continuous for nearly 5 years. While it was going on, the Forest Service eviction suit was litigated before U.S. District Judge Robert O'Brien, with AIM countersuing on the basis that the federal government was in violation of the 1868 Treaty, the 1978 American Indian Religious Freedom Act, AIRFA, and several of its own anti-discrimination statutes. In 1985, the government was stunned when O'Brien upheld AIM's contentions, entering a potential landmark opinion that whole geographical areas rather than specific locations might be considered sacred lands within the meaning of AIRFA, and enjoining the Forest Service from 1. Further harassing Yellow Thunder occupants. The decision was reversed by the Eighth Circuit Court in 1988, however, in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision in the Ling case by that time, the government had deposited the Lakota settlement monies in an escrow account at an Albuquerque bank, where it continues to draw interest. Reportedly, it now totals slightly more than $200 million, no Lakota having accepted a disbursement check. Throughout the first half of the 80s, IITC reported developments in the Black Hills struggle annually to the UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations, formed by the Human Rights Commission in 1982. The U.S. United Nations delegation was forced to file formal responses to information provided through this medium, a circumstance causing greater international exposure of the inner workings of federal Indian policy than ever before. This, in combination with the persistence of Lakota litigation efforts and physical confrontations, precipitated an unprecedented governmental initiative to resolve the Black Hills issue during the late 80s. It took the form of a Bill, S.1453. First introduced by New Jersey Senator Bill Bradley in 1987, to reconvey title including water and mineral rights over 750,000 acres of forest land within the Pahasepa to the Lakota Nation. Additionally, specified sacred sites adding up to several thousand acres, and a 50,000-acre Sioux Park, would be retitled without mineral rights. A Sioux National Council, drawn from all Lakota reservations, would share jurisdictional and policy-making prerogatives as well as revenues from leasing, royalties, etc. over the balance of the original Great Sioux Reservation with federal and state authorities. Finally, the 1980 Claims Court Award, plus subsequently accrued interest, would be converted into compensation for damages rather than payment for land per se. Although the Bradley Bill hardly afforded a full measure of Lakota rights to land and sovereignty, it was the sort of substantive compromise arrangement which the bulk of Lakotas might have accepted as workable. Certainly, Lakota support for the bill had become pronounced by 1988, even as a local white backlash whipped up in part by South Dakota Senator Larry Pressler and former Governor William Janklow mounted steadily. If enacted in some form, it might have created a viable model for eventual indigenous land rights resolutions throughout North America. Unfortunately, the bill was withdrawn by its sponsor in 1990, after a 2-year period of highly publicized anti-Bradley agitation by an individual named Phil Stevens, previously unknown to the Indians but purporting to be Great Chief of all the Sioux. At present, Lakota land claim efforts are primarily devoted to resuscitating the bill, or developing a reasonable variant of it. The Western Shoshone land claims. A differently waged, and lesser known, struggle for land has been undertaken by the Western Shoshone, mainly in the Nevada Desert region. In 1863, the United States entered into the Treaty of Ruby Valley, 13 Stat 663. 142. Map 7. Traditional Shoshone Territory. Wyoming. Wind River. Arizona. California. Colorado. New Sigabia. Other Traditional Territory B. Contemporary reservations. Map by Ward Churchill and Glenn Morris, prepared by Jell Holland, redrawn by Alexandria Lord. With the new, Western Shoshone, nation, agreeing in exchange for Indian commitments of peace and friendship, willingness to provide right-of-way through their lands, and the granting of assorted trade licenses to recognize the boundaries encompassing the approximately 24.5 million acres of the traditional Western Shoshone homeland, known in their language as New Sigabia, see Map 7. The United States also agreed to pay the new $100,000 in restitution for environmental disruptions anticipated as a result of Euro-American commerce in the area. As researcher Rudolf C. Reiser has observed, nothing in the Treaty of Ruby Valley ever sold, traded, or gave away any part of the new country to the United States of America. Nothing in this treaty said that the United States could establish counties or smaller states within new country. Nothing in this 143 treaty said the United States could establish settlements of U.S. citizens who would be engaged in any activity other than mining, agriculture, mewing, and ranching. Happy face. From the signing of the treaty until the mid-20th century, no action was taken by either Congress or federal courts to extinguish native title to New Sigabia. Essentially, the land was an area in which the United States was not much interested. Still, relatively small but steadily growing numbers of non-Indians did move into new territory, a situation which was generally accommodated by the Indians so long as the newcomers did not become overly presumptuous. By the late 1920s, however, conflicts over land use had begun to sharpen. Things worsened after 1934, when the federal government installed a tribal council form of government desired by Washington but rejected by traditional news under provision of the IRA. It was to the IRA council heading one of the Western Shoshone bands, the Timok, that attorney Ernest Wilkinson went with a proposal in early 1946. Wilkinson was a senior partner in the Washington-based law firm Wilkinson, Cragun, and Barker, commissioned by Congress toward the end of World War II to draft legislation creating the Indian Claims Commission. The idea he presented to the Timok Council was that his firm be retained to represent their interests before the Claims Commission. Ostensibly, his objective was to secure the band's title to its portion of the 1,863 treaty area. Much more likely, given subsequent events, his purpose was to secure title for non-Indian interests in Nevada, and to collect the 10% attorney's fee he and his colleagues had written into the Claims Commission Act as pertaining to any compensation awarded to native clients. In any event, the Timoks agreed, and a contract between Wilkinson and the council was approved by the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 1947. Wilkinson followed up, in 1951, with a petition to the Claims Commission that his representation of the Timoks be construed as representing the interests of the entire new nation. The commission concurred, despite protests from the bulk of the people involved. From the outset, Wilkinson's pleadings led directly away from new rights over the Ruby Valley Treaty territory. As Morris has framed the matter in what is probably the best article on the Western Shoshone land struggle to date. In 1962, the Commission conceded that it was unable to discover any formal extinguishment of Western Shoshone to lands in Nevada, and could not establish a date of taking, but nonetheless ruled that the lands were taken at some point in the past. It did rule that approximately 2 million acres of new land in Kafamia was taken on March 3, 1853, contrary to the Treaty of Ruby Valley, which would have supplanted any such taking, but without documenting what specific act of Congress extinguished the title. With 144 out the consent of the Western Shoshone Nation, on February 11, 1966, Wilkinson and the U.S. lawyers arbitrarily stipulated that the date of valuation for government extinguishment of Western Shoshone title to over 22 million acres of land in Nevada occurred on July 1, 1872. This lawyers' agreement, entered without the knowledge or consent of the Shoshone people, served as the ultimate loophole through which the United States would allege that the new had lost their land. Happy face, by 1,872 prices, the award of compensation to the new for the historic loss of their territory was calculated, in 1972, at $21,350,000, an amount revised upwards to $26,154,600, against which the government levied an offset of $9,410,114 for goods delivered in the 1870s, and certified on December 1, 1979 193 JJ-FJ-G interim. By 1976, even the Timokes had joined the other new bands in maintaining that Wilkinson did not represent their interests. They fired him, but the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, continued to renew his contract in their behalf until the Claims Commission itself was concluded in 1980. Meanwhile, the new had retained other counsel and filed a motion to suspend commission proceedings with regard to their case. This was denied on August 15, 1977, appealed, but upheld by the U.S. Court of Claims on the basis that if the new desired to avert extinguishment of their land claims, they should go to Congress rather than the courts for redress. The amount of $26,145,189.89 was then placed in a trust account with the U.S. Treasury Department in order to absolve the United States of further responsibility in the matter. One analyst of the case suggests that if the United States were honest in its valuation date of the taking of new land, the date would be December 19, 1979, the date of the ICC award, since the Commission could point to no other extinguishment date. The United States should thus compensate the Shoshone in 1979 land values and not those of 1872. Consequently, the value of the land that would be more realistic, assuming the Western Shoshone were prepared to ignore violations of the Ruby Valley Treaty, would be in the neighborhood of $40 billion. On a per capita basis of distribution, the United States would be paying each Shoshone roughly $20 mil. Lion. The U.S. has already received billions of dollars in sources and use from new territory in the past 125 years. Despite this obvious benefit, the U.S. government is only prepared to pay the Shoshone less than a penny of actual value for each acre of new territory. The new as a whole have refused to accept payment for their land, under the premise articulated by Raymond Yowell, chair of the Western Shoshone Sacred Lands Association, that, we entered into the Treaty of Ruby Valley as co-Iroquois sovereign nations. The land to the traditional Shoshone is sacred. It, 145, is the basis of our lives. To take away the land is to take away the lives of the people. Giving form to this sentiment, two sisters Mary and Carrie Dan, refused eviction from their homes by the U.S. Bureau of Land Management, which claimed by that point to own the property that had been in their family for generations, and challenged all U.S. title contentions within the new treaty area when the Bureau attempted to enforce its position in court. The litigation has caused federal courts to flounder about in disarray ever since. In 1977, the Federal District Court for Nevada ruled that they were trespassers because the Claims Commission had resolved all title questions. This decision was reversed on appeal to the Ninth Circuit Court in 1978 because, in its view, the question of land title had not been litigated, and has not been decided. On remand, the District Court waited until the Claims Commission award had been paid into the Treasury, and then ruled against the Dans in 1980. The court, however, in attempting to rationalize both its present decision and its past reversal, observed that, Western Shoshone Indians retained unextinguished title to their aboriginal lands until December of 1979, when the Indian Claims Commission judgment became final, emphasis added. This, of course, demolished the basis for the Commission's award amount. It also pointed to the fact that the Commission had comported itself illegally in the Western Shoshone case insofar as the Indian Claims Commission Act explicitly disallowed the commissioners, never mind attorneys representing the Indians, from extinguishing previously unextinguished land titles. Thus armed, the Dans went back to the Ninth Circuit and obtained another reversal. The government appealed the Circuit Court's ruling to the Supreme Court and, entering yet another official, and exceedingly ambiguous, estimation of when new title was supposed to have been extinguished, the justices reversed the circuit court's reversal of the district court's last ruhng. Having thus served the government's interest on appeal, the High Court declined in 1990 to hear an appeal from the Dans concerning the question of whether they might retain individual Aboriginal property rights based on continuous occupancy even if the collective rights of the new were denied. As of 1995, despite their adverse experiences with the federal judiciary, the Dans sisters remain on their land in defiance of federal authority. Their physical resistance, directly supported by most news, forms the core of whatever will come next. One route to them and undoubtedly the locus of much of the intensity with which the government has rejected their land claims rests in the fact that U.S. nuclear weapons testing facilities lie squarely in the heart of new territory. According to geographer Bernard Nietzschmann, the U.S. detonation of 651 atomic weapons there since 1963 makes New Segovia the most bombed country in the world. The new portion of Nevada was also the area specified for siting of the MX missile system, and, currently, the government is planning to store a variety of nuclear wastes in repositories bored into 146 Yucca Mountain, in the southwestern sector of New Treaty Land. For obvious reasons, the new oppose both testing and the dumping of such wastes in their homeland. Given this, it may be possible that their land rights can be fruitfully pursued through emergence of a broad coalition with non-Indian environmental, anti-war, and anti-nuclear organizations. That such a potential is not furthest from the minds of new strategists is witnessed by the wording of a permit issued to all protesters arriving to oppose nuclear experiments at military bases in the area. The Western Shoshone Nation is calling upon citizens of the United States, as well as the world community of nations, to demand that the United States terminate its invasion of our lands for the evil purpose of testing nuclear bombs and other weapons of war. Where do we go from here? The question which inevitably arises with regard to indigenous land claims, especially in the United States, is whether they are realistic. The answer, of course, is no, they aren't. Further, no form of decolonization has ever been realistic when viewed within the construct of a colonialist paradigm. It wasn't realistic at the time to expect George Washington's ragtag militia to defeat the British military during the American Revolution. Just ask the British. It wasn't realistic, as the French could tell you, that the Vietnamese should be able to defeat U.S.-backed France in 1954, or that the Algerians would shortly be able to follow in their footsteps. Surely, it wasn't reasonable to predict that Fidel Castro's pitiful handful of guerrillas would overcome Batista's regime in Cuba, another U.S. client, after only a few years in the mountains. And the Sandinistas, to be sure, had no prayer of attaining victory over Somoza 20 years later. Henry Kissinger, among others, knew that for a fact. The point is that in each case, in order to begin their struggles at all, anti-colonial fighters around the world have had to abandon orthodox realism in favor of what they knew, and their opponents knew, to be right. 2. Paraphrase Daniel Cohn-Bendit, they accepted as their agenda the goals, objectives, and demands which guided them, a redefinition of reality in terms deemed quite impossible within the conventional wisdom of their oppressors. And, in each case, they succeeded in their immediate quest for liberation. The fact that all but one, Cuba, of the examples used subsequently turned out to hold colonizing pretensions of its own does not alter the truth of this or alter the appropriateness of their efforts to decolonize themselves in the least. It simply means that decolonization has yet to run its course, that much remains to be done. The battles waged by native nations in North America to free themselves, and the lands upon which they depend for ongoing existence as discernible peoples, from the grip of U.S. and Canadian internal colonialism is plainly b. 147. Part of this process of liberation. Given that their very survival depends upon their perseverance in the face of all apparent odds, American Indians have no real alternative but to carry on. They must struggle, and where there is struggle there is always hope. Moreover, the unrealistic or romantic dimensions of our aspiration to quite literally dismantle the territorial corpus of the U.S. state begins to erode when one considers that federal domination of Native America is utterly contingent upon maintenance of a perceived confluence of interest between prevailing governmental/corporate elites and common non-Indian citizens. Herein lies the prospect of long-term success. It is entirely possible that the consensus of opinion concerning non-Indian rights to exploit the land and resources of indigenous nations can be eroded, and that large numbers of non-Indians will join in the struggle to decolonize native North America. Few non-Indians wish to identify with or defend the Naziist characteristics of U.S. history. To the contrary, most seek to deny it in a rather vociferous fashion. All things being equal, they are uncomfortable with many of the resulting attributes of federal posture and in substantial numbers actively oppose one or more of these, so long as such politics do not intrude into a certain range of closely guarded self-interest. This is where the crunch comes in the realm of Indian rights issues. Most non-Indians, of all races and ethnicities, and both genders, have been indoctrinated to believe the officially contrived notion that, in the event the Indians get their land back, or even if the extent of present federal domination is relaxed, native people will do unto their occupiers exactly as has been done to them, mass dispossession and eviction of non-Indians, especially Euro-Americans, is expected to ensue. Hence, even those progressives who are most eloquently engaged to condemn U.S. imperialism abroad and/or the functions of racism and sexism at home tend to deliver a blank stare or profess open disinterest when indigenous land rights are mentioned. Instead of attempting to come to grips with this most fundamental of all issues on the continent upon which they reside, the more sophisticated among them seek to divert discussion into higher priority or more important topics like issues of class and gender equity, in which justice becomes synonymous with a redistribution of power and loot deriving from the occupation of native North America even while the occupation continues, presumably permanently. Sometimes, Indians are even slated to receive their fair share in the division of spoils accruing from expropriation of their resources. Always, such things are couched and typically seen in terms of some greater good than decolonizing the 0.6% of the U.S. population which is indigenous. Some Marxist and environmentist groups have taken the argument so far as to deny that Indians possess any rights distinguishable from those of their conquerors. AIM leader Russell Means snapped the picture into sharp focus when he observed in 1987 that so-called progressives in the United States claiming that Indians are obligated to give up their rights because a much larger group of 148 non-Indians need their resources is exactly the same as Ronald Reagan and Elliott Abrams asserting that the rights of 250 million North Americans outweighs the rights of a couple million Nicaraguans. Colonialist attitudes are colonialist attitudes, and it doesn't make one damn bit of difference whether they come from the left or the right. 2. Leaving aside the pronounced and pervasive hypocrisy permeating their positions, which add up to a phenomenon elsewhere described as settler state colonialism, the fact is that the specter driving even the most radical non-Indians into lockstep with the federal government on questions of native land rights is largely illusory. The alternative reality posed by native liberation struggles is actually much different. While government propagandists are wont to trumpet as they did during the Maine and Black Hills land disputes of the 70s that an Indian win would mean individual non-Indian property owners losing everything, the native position has always been the exact opposite. Overwhelmingly, the lands sought for actual recovery have been governmentally and corporately held. Eviction of small landowners has been pursued only in instances where they have banded together as they have during certain of the Iroquois claims cases to prevent Indians from recovering any land at all, and to otherwise deny native rights. Official sources contend this is inconsistent with the fact that all non-Indian title to any portion of North America could be called into question. Once the dike is breached, they argue, it's just a matter of time until everybody has to start swimming back to Europe, or Africa, or wherever. Although there is considerable technical accuracy to admissions that all non-Indian title to North America is illegitimate, Indians have by and large indicated they would be content to honor the cession agreements entered into by their ancestors even though the United States has long since defaulted. This would leave somewhere around 2/3 of the continental United States in non-Indian hands, with the real rather than pretended consent of native people. The remaining 1/3, the areas delineated in Map 2 to which the United States never acquired title at all, would be recovered by its rightful owners. The government holds that, even at that, there is no longer sufficient land available for unceded lands, or their equivalent, to be returned. In fact, the government itself still directly controls more than 1/3 of the total U.S. land area, about 770 million acres. Each of the states also owns large tracts, totaling about 78 million acres. It is thus quite possible and always has been for all native claims to be met in full without the loss to non-Indians of a single acre of privately held land. 149. When it is considered that 250 million odd acres of the total land privately held are now in the hands of major corporate entities, the real dimension of the threat to small landholders, or, more accurately, lack 210 of it, stands revealed. Government spokespersons have pointed out that the disposition of public lands does not always conform to treaty areas. While this is true, it in no way precludes some process of negotiated land exchange wherein the boundaries of indigenous nations are redrawn by mutual consent to an exact, or at least a much closer, conformity. All that is needed is an honest, open, and binding forum such as a new bilateral treaty process with which to proceed. In fact, numerous native peoples have, for a long time, repeatedly and in a variety of ways, expressed a desire to do just that. Nonetheless, it is argued, there will still be at least some non-Indians trapped within such restored areas. Actually, they would not be trapped at all. The federally imposed genetic criteria of Indianness discussed elsewhere in this book notwithstanding, indigenous nations have the same rights as any other to define citizenry by allegiance, naturalization, rather than by race. Non-Indians could apply for citizenship, or for some form of landed alien status which would allow them to retain their property until they die. In the event they could not reconcile themselves to living under any jurisdiction other than that of the United States, they would obviously have the right to leave, and they should have the right to compensation from their own government, which got them into the mess in the first place. Finally, and one suspects this is the real crux of things from the government/corporate perspective, any such restoration of land and attendant sovereign prerogatives to native nations would result in a truly massive loss of domestic resources to the United States, thereby impairing the country's economic and military capacities. For everyone who queued up to wave flags and tie yellow ribbons during America's recent imperial adventure in the Persian Gulf, this prospect may induce a certain psychic trauma. But, for progressives at least, it should be precisely the point. When you think about it like this, the great mass of non-Indians in North America really have much to gain, and almost nothing to lose, from native people succeeding in struggles to reclaim the land which is rightfully ours. The tangible diminishment of U.S. material power which is integral to our victories in this sphere stands to pave the way for the realization of most other agendas. From anti-imperialism to environmentalism, from Afro-American liberation to feminism, from gay rights to the ending of class privilege pursued by progressives on this continent. Conversely, succeeding with any or even all these 750 other agendas would still represent an inherently oppressive situation if their realization is contingent upon an ongoing occupation of native North America without the consent of Indian people. Any North American revolution which failed to free indigenous territory from non-Indian domination would be simply a continuation of colonialism in another form. Regardless of the angle from which you view the matter, the liberation of native North America, liberation of the land first and foremost, is the key to fundamental and positive social changes of many other sorts. One thing, as they say, leads to another. The question has always been, of course, which thing is to be first in the sequence. A preliminary formulation for those serious about achieving, rather than merely theorizing and endlessly debating, radical change in the United States might be first priority to first Americans. Put another way, this would mean, US out of Indian country. Inevitably, the logic leads to what we've all been so desperately seeking, the United States at least as we've come to know it out of North America altogether. From there, it can be permanently banished from the planet. In its stead, surely we can join hands to create something new and infinitely better. That's our vision of impossible realism. Isn't it time we all went to work on attaining it? Like sand in the wind. The making of an American Indian diaspora in the United States. They are going away. With a visible reluctance which nothing has overcome but the stern necessity they feel impelling them, they have looked their last upon the graves of their sires, the scenes of their youth, and have taken up the slow toilsome march with their household goods among them to their new homes in a strange land. They leave names to many of our rivers, towns, and counties, and so long as our state remains, the Choctaws who once owned most of her soil will be remembered. Vicksburg Daily Sentinel, February 25, 1832. We told them that we would rather die than leave our lands, but we could not help ourselves. They took us down. Many died on the road. 2 of my children died. After we reached the new land, all my horses died. The water was very bad. All our cattle died, not one was left. I stayed till 158 of my people had died. Then I ran away. Standing Bear, January 1876. In the arena of diaspora studies, the question of whether the field's analytical techniques might be usefully applied to the indigenous population of the United States is seldom raised. In large part, this appears to be due to an unstated presumption on the part of diaspora scholars that because the vast bulk of the native people of the United States remain inside the borders of that nation-state, no population dispersal comparable to that experienced by Afro-Americans, Asian Americans, Latinos or, for that matter, Euro-Ameri/68. Cans is at issue. Upon even minimal reflection, however, the fallacy embedded at the core of any such premise is quickly revealed. To say that a Cherokee remains essentially at home so long as he resides within the continental territoriality claimed by the United States is equivalent to arguing that a Swede displaced to Italy or a Vietnamese refugee in Korea would be at home simply because they remain in Europe or Asia. Native Americans, no less than other peoples, can and should be understood as identified with the specific geographical settings by which they came to identify themselves as peoples. Mohawks are native to the upstate New York/southern Quebec region, not Florida or California. Chiricahua Apaches are indigenous to southern Arizona and northern Sonora, not Oklahoma or Oregon. The matter is not only cultural, although the dimension of culture is crucially important, but political and economic as well. Struggles by native peoples to retain use and occupancy rights over their traditional territories, and Euro-American efforts to supplant them, comprise the virtual entirety of U.S./Indian relations since the inception of the Republic. All 40 of the so-called Indian Wars recorded by the federal government were fought over land on more than 370 separate occasions between 1778 and 1871. The Senate of the United States ratified treaties with one or more indigenous peoples by which the latter ceded portions of its land base to the United States. In every instance, a fundamental quid pro quo was arrived at. Each indigenous nation formally recognized as such through a treaty ratification was simultaneously acknowledged as retaining a clearly demarcated national homeland within which it might maintain its socio-political cohesion and from which it could draw perpetual sustenance, both spiritually and materially. At least 5 succeeding generations of American Indians fought, suffered, and died to preserve their people's residency in the portions of North America which had been theirs since time immemorial. In this sense, the fundamental importance they attached to continuing their linkages to these areas seems unquestionable. By the same token, the extent to which their descendants have been dislocated from these defined, or definable, land bases, is the extent to which it can be observed that the conditions of diaspora have been imposed upon the population of native North America. In this respect, the situation is so unequivocal that a mere sample of statistics deriving from recent census data will be sufficient to tell the tale. By 1980, nearly half of all federally recognized American Indians lived in off-reservation locales, mostly cities. The largest concentration of indigenous people in the country, 90,689, was in the Los Angeles metro area. By 1990, the proportion of urban-based Indians was estimated to have swelled to approximately 55%. */69. All federally unrecognized Indians, a figure which may run several times the approximately 1.6 million that the United States officially admits still exist within its borders, are effectively landless and scattered everywhere across the country. Texas, the coast of which was once one of the more populated locales for indigenous people, reported a reservation-based Native American population of 859 in 1980. The total Indian population of Texas was reported as being 39,740. Even if this number included only members of peoples native to the area, which it does not, it would still represent a reduction of about 1.5 million from the point of first contact with Europeans. A veritable vacuum in terms of American Indian reservations and population is now evidenced in most of the area east of the Mississippi River, another region once densely populated by indigenous people. Delaware, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Maryland, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Vermont, Virginia, and West Virginia show no reservations at all. The total Indian population reported in Vermont in 1980 was 968. In New Hampshire, the figure was 1,297. In Delaware, it was 1,307, in West Virginia, 1,555. The reality is that a greater number of persons indigenous to the North American mainland now live in Hawaii, far out in the Pacific Ocean, than in any of these easterly states. The ways in which such deformities in the distribution of indigenous population in the United States have come to pass have been anything but natural. To the contrary, the major causative factors have consistently derived from a series of official policies implemented over more than 2 centuries by the federal government of the United States. These have ranged from forced removal during the 1830s, to concentration and compulsory assimilation during the 1880s, to coerced relocation beginning in the late 1940s. Interspersed through it all have been periods of outright liquidation and dissolution, continuing to the present time. The purpose of this essay is to explore these policies and their effects on the peoples targeted for such exercises in social engineering. The post-revolutionary period. During the period immediately following the American Revolution, the newly formed United States was in a desperate financial plight, and saw its salvation in the sale to settlers and land companies of Western lands lying outside the original 13 colonies. Happy face, indeed, the revolution had been fought in significant part in order to negate Churchill's proclamation of 1763, an edict. 770. Restricting land acquisition by British subjects to the area east of the Appalachian Mountains and thereby voiding certain speculative real estate interests held by the U.S. Founding Fathers. During the war, loyalty of rank-and-file soldiers, as well as major creditors, was maintained through warrants advanced by the Continental Congress with the promise that rebel debts would be retired through issuance of deeds to parcels of Indian land once the revolution had succeeded. Happy face, a substantial problem for the fledgling republic was that in the immediate aftermath, it possessed neither the legal nor the physical means to act on such commitments. In the Treaty of Paris, signed on September 3, 1783, England quit-claimed its rights to all present U.S. territory east of the Mississippi. Contrary to subsequent Americana, This action conveyed no bona fide title to any of the Indian lands lying within the area. Rather, it opened the way for the United States to replace Great Britain as the sole entity entitled under prevailing international law to acquire Indian land in the region through negotiation and purchase. The United States, already an outlaw state by virtue of its armed rejection of lawful crown authority, appears to have been emotionally prepared to seize native property mainly through force, thereby continuing its initial posture of gross illegality. Happy face, confronted by the incipient indigenous alliance espoused by Tecumseh in the Ohio River Valley, known at the time as the Northwest Territory, and to the south by the powerful Creek and Cherokee confederations. However, the United States found itself militarily stalemated all along its western frontier. Happy face, the Indian position was considerably reinforced when England went back on certain provisions of the Treaty of Paris, refusing to abandon a line of military installations along the Ohio until the United States showed itself willing to comply with minimum standards of international legalism, acknowledging the Indian right in the soil long since recognized under the doctrine of discovery. Happy face, to the south, Spanish Florida also aligned itself with native nations as a means of holding the rapacious settler population of neighboring Georgia in check. Happy face, frustrated, federal authorities had to content themselves with the final dispossession and banishment of such peoples as the Huron, Wyandot, and Delaware, Lenape, whose homelands fell within the original colonies, and who had been much weakened by more than a century of warfare to points beyond the 1763 demarcation line. There, these early victims of AU's precipitated indigenous diaspora were taken in by stronger nations such as the Ottawa and Shawnee. Happy face, meanwhile, George Washington's initial vision of a rapid and wholesale expulsion of all Indians east of the Mississippi, expressed in June 1783, was tempered to reflect a more sophisticated process of gradual encroachment explained by General Philip Schuyler of New York in a letter to Congress the following month. 171. As our settlements approach their country, the Indians must, from the scarcity of game, which that approach will induce, retire farther back, and dispose of their lands, unless they dwindle to nothing, as all savages have done, when compelled to live in the vicinity of civilized people, and thus leave us the country without the expense of purchase, trifling as that will probably be carried. As Washington himself was to put it a short time later. Policy and economy point very strongly to the expediency of being on good terms with the Indians, and the propriety of purchasing their lands in preference to attempting to drive them by force of arms out of their country. The gradual extension of our settlements will certainly cause the savage as the wolf to retire. In a word, there is nothing to be gained by an Indian war but the soil they live on, and this can be had by purchase at less expense. By 1787, the strategy had become so well accepted that the United States was prepared to enact the Northwest Ordinance, codifying a formal renunciation of what it had been calling its rights of conquest with respect to native peoples. The utmost good faith shall always be observed towards the Indian, their land shall never be taken from them without their consent, and in their property, rights, and liberty, they shall never be invaded or disturbed, but laws founded in justice and humanity shall from time to time be made, for wrongs done to them, and for preserving peace and friendship with them. Happy face, the era of removal. By the early years of the 19th century, the balance of power in North America had begun to shift. To a certain extent, this was due to a burgeoning of the Anglo-American population, a circumstance actively fostered by government policy. In other respects, it was because of an increasing consolidation of the U.S. state and a generation-long erosion of indigenous strength resulting from the factors delineated in Schuyler's POHCY of gradual expansion. By 1810, the government was ready to resume what Congress described as the speedy provision of the extension of the territories of the United States through means of outright force. Already, in 1803, provision had been made through the Louisiana Purchase for the massive Displacement of all eastern Indian nations into what was perceived as the vast wasteland west of the Mississippi. The juridical groundwork was laid by the Supreme Court with Chief Justice John Marshall's opinion in Fletcher v. Peck, a decision holding 772. That the title of U.S. citizens to parcels of Indian property might be considered valid even though no Indian consent to cede the land had been obtained. With the defeat of Great Britain in the War of 1812, the subsequent defeat of Tecumseh's Confederation in 1813, and General Andrew Jackson's defeat of the Creek Reds in 1814, the clearing of the East began in earnest. By 1819, the United States had wrested eastern Florida from Spain, consummating a process begun in 1810 with assaults upon the western, Panhandle, portion of the territory. Happy face, simultaneously, the first of a pair of Seminole wars was begun on the Florida Peninsula to subdue an amalgamation of resident Miccosukes, recalcitrant Creek refugees, and runaway chattel slaves naturalized as free citizens of the indigenous nations. In 1823, Chief Justice John Marshall reinforced the embryonic position articulated in Peck with Johnson v. McIntosh, an opinion inverting conventional understandings of indigenous status in international law by holding that U.S. sovereignty superseded that of native nations, even within their own territories. During the same year, President James Monroe promulgated his doctrine professing a unilateral U.S. right to circumscribe the sovereignty of all other nations in the hemisphere. In this environment, a tentative policy of Indian removal was already underway by 1824, although not codified as law until the Indian Removal Act was passed in 1830. This was followed by Marshall's opinions, rendered in Cherokee v. Georgia and Worcester v. Georgia, that Indians comprised domestic dependent nations, the sovereignty of which was subject to the higher authority of the federal government. At that point, the federal program of physically relocating entire nations of people from their eastern homelands to what was then called the permanent Indian Territory of Oklahoma west of the Mississippi became full-fledged and forcible. The primary targets were the prosperous 5 civilized tribes of the Southeast, the Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and Seminole nations. They were rounded up and interned by troops, concentrated in camps until their numbers were sufficient to make efficient their being force-marched at bayonet point, typically without adequate food, shelter, or medical attention, often in the dead of winter, as much as 1,500 miles to their new homelands. There were, of course, still those who attempted to mount a military resistance to what was happening. Some, HKE the Sauk and Fox nations of Illinois, who fought what has come to be known as the Black Hawk War against those dispossessing them in 1832, were simply slaughtered en masse. Others, such as the hardcore of Seminoles who mounted the Second War bearing their name in 1835, were forced from the terrain associated with their normal way of life. Once ensconced in forbidding locales HKE the Everglades, they became for all practical intents and purposes invincible. One group refused to make peace with the United States until the early 1960s, but progressively smaller and more diffuse in their demography. Happy face, in any event, by 1840 removal had been mostly a comp shed, although it lingered as a policy. Like sand in the wind 173. Until 1855, with only the smallest, least offensive, and most thoroughly integrated tribes escaping the pressure to clear the eastern half of the continent from its original inhabitants. The results of the policy were always catastrophic for the victims. For instance, of the approximately 17,000 Cherokees subjected to the removal process, about 8,000 died of disease, exposure, and malnutrition along what they called the Trail of Tears. Happy face. In addition, the Choctaws are said to have lost 15% of their population, 6,000 out of 40,000, and the Chickasaw surely suffered severe losses as well. By contrast, the Creeks and Seminoles are said to have suffered about 50% mortality. For the Creeks, this came primarily in the period immediately after removal, for example, of the 10,000 or more who were resettled in 1836–37, an incredible 3,500 died of bilious fevers. Happy face, nor was this the only cost. Like the Seminoles, portions of each of the targeted peoples managed through various means to avoid removal, remaining in their original territories until their existence was once again recognized by the United States during the 20th century. One consequence was a permanent socio-cultural and geographic fragmentation of formerly cohesive groups, while the bulk of the identified populations of these nations now have in and around Oklahoma. Smaller segments reside on the tiny Eastern Cherokee Reservation in North Carolina, 1980 population 4,844, Mississippi Choctaw Reservation in Mississippi, Pop 2,756, the Miccosukee and Big Cypress, Hollywood, and Brighton Seminole Reservations in Florida, Pops 213, 351, 416, and 323. Respectively. 40 An unknown but significant number of Cherokees also went beyond Oklahoma, following their leader, Sequoyah, into Mexico in order to escape the reach of the United States altogether. This established something of a precedent for other peoples such as the Kickapoos, a small Mexican colony that persists to this day. Happy face. Such dispersal was compounded by the fact that throughout the removal process varying numbers of Indians escaped at various points along the route of the march, blending into the surrounding territory and later intermarrying with the incoming settler population. By and large, these people have simply slipped from the historical record, their descendants today inhabiting a long arc of mixed-blood communities extending from northern Georgia and Alabama through Tennessee and Kentucky, and into the southernmost areas of Illinois and Missouri. Happy face, worse was yet to come. At the outset of the removal era proper, Andrew Jackson, a leading proponent of the policy who had ridden into the White House on the public acclaim deriving from his role as commander of the 1814 massacre of the Red Sticks at Horseshoe Bend and a subsequent slaughter of noncombatants during the First Seminole War, offered a carrot as well as a stick to compel tribal cooperation. In 1829, he promised the Creeks that /74 sin ce Predator came. Your father has provided a country large enough for all of you, and he advises you to remove to it. There your white brothers will not trouble you, they will have no claim to the land, and you can live upon it, you and all your children, as long as the grass grows or the water runs, in peace and plenty. It will be yours forever. Happy face, Jackson was, to put it bluntly, lying through his teeth. Even as he spoke, Jackson was aware that the Mississippi, that ostensible border between the United States and permanent Indian territory proclaimed by Thomas Jefferson and others, had already been breached by the rapidly consolidating states of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Missouri in the south, and Iowa, Wisconsin, and Minnesota in the north. Nor could Jackson have been unknowing that his close friend, Senator Thomas Hart Benton of Missouri, had stipulated as early as 1825 that the Rocky Mountains rather than the Mississippi should serve as an everlasting boundary of the United States. Happy face, by the time the bulk of removal was completed a decade later, Anglo-American settlements were reaching well into Kansas. Their cousins who had infiltrated the Mexican province of Texas had revolted, proclaimed themselves an independent republic, and were negotiating for statehood. The eyes of empire had also settled on all of Mexico north of the Rio Grande, and the British portion of Oregon as well. Happy face, peoples such as the Shawnee and Potawatomi, Lenni Lenape and Wyandot, Peoria, Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo, already removed from their eastern homelands, were again compulsorily relocated as the Western Indian Territory was steadily reduced in size. This time, they were mostly shifted southward into an area eventually conforming to the boundaries of the present state of Oklahoma. Ultimately, 67 separate nations, or parts of nations, only 6 of them truly indigenous to the land at issue, were forced into this relatively small dumping ground. When Oklahoma, too, became a state in 1907, most of the territorial compartments reserved for the various Indian groups were simply Dissolved. Today, although Oklahoma continues to report the second largest native population of any state, only the Osage retain a reserved land base which is nominally their own. Subjugation in the West. The United States winning of the West, which began around 1850. That is, immediately after the northern half of Mexico was taken in a brief war of conquest, was, if anything, more brutal than the clearing of the East. Most of the U.S. wars against native people were waged during the following 35 years under what has been termed an official rhetoric of extermination. Happy face. The means employed in militarily subjugating the indigenous nations of California and southern Oregon, the Great Plains, Great Basin, and northern region of the like sand in the wind 175. Sonora Desert devolved from a lengthy series of wholesale massacres. Representative of these are the slaughter of about 150 Lakotas at Blue River, Nebraska, in 1854, some 500 Shoshones at Bear River, Idaho, in 1863, as many as 250 Cheyennes and Arapahoes at Sand Creek, Colorado, in 1864, perhaps 300 Cheyennes on the Washita River, Oklahoma, in 1868, 175 Piegan noncombatants at the Marias River, Montana, in 1870, and at least 100 Cheyennes at Camp Robinson, Nebraska, in 1878. The parade of official atrocities was capped off by the butchery of another 300 unarmed Lakotas at Wounded Knee, South Dakota, in 1890. Other means employed by the government to reduce its native opponents to a state of what it hoped would be abject subordination included the 4-year internment of the entire Navajo, Dine, nation in a concentration camp at the Bosque Redondo, outside Fort Sumner, New Mexico, beginning in 1864. The Dine, after having been force-marched in what they called the Long Walk, a 400-mile trek from their Arizona homeland, were then held under abysmal conditions, with neither adequate food nor shelter, and died like flies. Approximately half had perished before their release in 1868. Similarly, if less dramatically, food supplies were cut off to the Lakota Nation in 1877. Militarily defeated the year before, the Lakotas were being held under Army Guard at the time until starvation compelled its leaders to cede the Black Hills area to the United States. The assassination of resistance leaders, such as the Lakota's Crazy Horse, 1877, and Sitting Bull, 1890, was also a commonly used technique. Other recalcitrant figures like Geronimo, Chiricahua, and Satanta, Kiowa, were separated from their people by being imprisoned in remote facilities like Fort Marion, Florida. In addition to these official actions, which the U.S. Census Bureau acknowledged in an 1894 summary as having caused a minimum of 45,000 native deaths, there was an even greater attrition resulting from what were described as individual affairs. Happy face. These took the form of at-large Anglo-American citizens killing Indians, often systematically, under a variety of quasi-official circumstances. In Dakota Territory, for example, a $200 bounty for Indian scalps was paid in the territorial capital of Yankton during the 1860s. The local military commander, General Alfred Sully, is known to have privately contracted for a pair of Lakota skulls with which to adorn the city. In Texas, first as a republic and then as a state, authorities also placed a bounty upon the scalp of any Indian brought into a government office, man, woman, or child, no matter what tribe, no questions asked. Happy face. In California and Oregon, the enormous decrease in the native population of 1,800 from about 250,000 to less than 20,000 in 1870 was due chiefly to the cruelties and wholesale massacres perpetrated by the miners and early settlers. Much of the queuing in California and southern Oregon Territory resulted, directly and indirectly, from the discovery of gold in 1848 and the subsequent influx of miners and settlers. Newspaper AC 776. Counts document the atrocities, as do oral histories of the California Indians today. It was not uncommon for small groups or villages to be attacked by immigrants, and virtually wiped out overnight. It has been estimated that Indian deaths resulting from this sort of direct violence may have run as high as 500,000 by 1890. All told, the indigenous population of the continental United States, which may still have been as great as 2 million when the country was founded, had been reduced to well under 250,000 by 1900. As the noted demographer Sherbam F. Cook has observed, the record speaks for itself. No further commentary is necessary. Happy face. Under these conditions, the United States was able to shuffle native peoples around at will. The Northern Cheyennes and those Arapahoes who were closely allied with them, for instance, were shipped from their traditional territory in Montana's Powder River watershed to the reservation of their southern cousins in Oklahoma in 1877. After the Cheyenne remnants, more than one-third of whom had died in barely a year of malaria and other diseases endemic to this alien environment, made a desperate attempt to return home in 1878, they were granted a reservation in the North Country. But not before the bulk of them had been killed by Army troops. Moreover, they were permanently separated from the Arapahoes, who were temporarily assigned to the Wind River Reservation of their hereditary enemies, the Shoshone, in Wyoming. A faction of the Chiricahua Apaches who showed signs of continued hostility to U.S. domination into the 1880s were yanked from their habitat in southern Arizona and resettled around Fort Sill, Oklahoma. Hinmatan Yalitkeet, Chief Joseph, of the Nez Perce and other leaders of that people's legendary attempt to escape the army and flee to Canada were also deposited in Oklahoma, far from the Idaho Valley they'd fought to retain. Most of the Santee Dakotas of Minnesota's woodlands ended up on the windswept plains of Nebraska, while a handful of their relatives remained behind on tiny plots which are now called the Upper Sioux and Lower Sioux reservations. A portion of the Oneidas, who had fought on the side of the rebels during the Revolution, were moved to a small reservation near Green Bay, Wisconsin. An even smaller reserve was provided in the same area for residual elements of Connecticut's Mohegans, and other peoples, all of them lumped together under the heading Stockbridge-Munsee Indians. Happy face, on and on, it went. Allotment and assimilation. With the native ability to militarily resist U.S. territorial ambitions finally quelled, the government moved first to structurally negate any meaningful 177. Residue of national status on the part of indigenous peoples, and then to dissolve them altogether. The opening round of this drive came in 1871, with the attachment of a rider to the annual Congressional Appropriations Act suspending any further treaty making with Indians. This was followed, in 1885, with passage of the Major Crimes Act, extending U.S. jurisdiction directly over reserved Indian territories for the first time. Beginning with 7 felonies delineated in the initial statutory language, and combined with the Supreme Court's opinion in U.S. v. Kagama that Congress possessed a unilateral and incontrovertible right to exercise its authority over Indians as it saw fit, the 1885 Act opened the door for the subsequent enactment of more than 5,000 federal laws that presently regulate every aspect of reservation life and affairs. In 1887, Congress passed the General Allotment Act, a measure designed expressly to destroy what was left of the basic indigenous socio-economic cohesion by eradicating traditional systems of collective land holding. Under provision of the statute, each Indian identified as such by demonstrating 1/2 or more degree of Indian blood was to be issued an individual deed to a specific parcel of land 160 acres per family head, 80 acres per orphan or single person over 18 years of age, and 40 acres per dependent child within existing reservation boundaries. Each Indian was required to accept U.S. citizenship in order to receive his or her allotment. Those who refused, such as a substantial segment of the Cherokee full-blood population, were left landless. Happy face. Generally speaking, those of mixed ancestry whose blood quantum fell below the required level were summarily excluded from receiving allotments. In many cases, the requirement was construed by officials as meaning that an applicant's blood had to have accrued from a single people, persons whose cumulative blood quantum derived from intermarriage between several native peoples were thus often excluded as well. In other instances, arbitrary geographic criteria were also employed. All Cherokees, Creeks, and Choctaws living in Arkansas, for example, were not only excluded from allotment, but permanently denied recognition as members of their respective nations as well. Once all eligible Indians had been assigned their allotments within a given reservation, all of them from the worst land available therein, the remainder of the reserved territory was declared surplus and open to non-Indian homesteaders, corporate acquisition and conversion into federal or state parks and forests. Happy face. Under the various allotment programs, the most valuable land was the first to go. Settlers went after the rich grasslands of Kansas, Nebraska, and the Dakotas, the dense black soil forests of Minnesota and Wisconsin, and the wealthy oil and gas lands of Oklahoma. In 1887, for example, the Sisseton Sioux of South Dakota owned 918,000 acres of rich virgin land on their reservation. But since there were only 2,000 of them, allotment left more than 600,000. 178 acres for European American settlers. The Chippewas of Minnesota lost their rich timber lands, once each member had claimed their land. The government leased the rest to timber corporations. The Colvilles of northeastern Washington lost their lands to cattlemen, who fraudulently claimed mineral rights there. In Montana and Wyoming the Crows lost more than 2 million acres, and the Nez Perces had to cede communal grazing ranges in Idaho. All 67 of the tribes in Indian Territory underwent allotment. On the Flathead Reservation in Montana, which included Flatheads, Pend Oriles, Kootenays, and Spokanes, the federal government opened 1.1 million acres to settlers. A similar story prevailed throughout the country. By the time the allotment process had run its course in 1930, the residue of native land holdings in the United States had been reduced from approximately 150 million acres to less than 50 million. Of this, more than two-thirds consisted of arid or semi-arid terrain deemed useless for agriculture, grazing, or other productive purposes. The remaining one-third had been leased at extraordinarily low rates to non-Indian farmers and ranchers by local Indian agents exercising almost dictatorial powers over remaining reservation property. Happy face. Indians across the country were left in a state of extreme destitution as a result of allotment and attendant leasing practices. Worse, the situation was guaranteed to be exacerbated over succeeding generations insofar as what was left of the reservation land base, already insufficient to support its occupants at a level of mere subsistence, could be foreseen to become steadily more so as the native population recovered from the genocide perpetrated against it during the 19th century. Happy face. A concomitant of allotment was thus an absolute certainty that ever-increasing numbers of Indians would be forced from what remained nominally their own land during the 20th century and dispersed into the vastly more numerous American society at large. There, it was predictable, and often predicted, that they would be digested, disappearing once and for all as anything distinctly Indian in terms of socio-cultural, political, or even racial identity. The record shows that such outcomes were anything but unintentional. The purpose of all this was assimilation, as federal policymakers described their purpose, or to put the matter more unabashedly, to bring about the destruction and disappearance of American Indian peoples as such. In the words of Francis E. Loop, Commissioner of Indian Affairs from 1905 through 1909, the Allotment Act in particular should be viewed as a mighty pulverizing engine for breaking up the tribal mass which stood in the way of complete Euro-American hegemony in North America. Or, to quote Indian Commissioner Charles Burke a decade later, it is not desirable or 179. Consistent with the general welfare to promote tribal characteristics and organization. The official stance was consecrated in the Supreme Court's determination in the 1903 Lone Wolf Hitchcock decision extended from Marshall's domestic dependent nation thesis of the early 1830s that the United States possessed plenary, full, power over all matters involving Indian affairs. In part, this meant the federal government was unilaterally assigning itself perpet UAL trust prerogatives to administer or dispose of native assets, whether these were vested in land, minerals, cash, or any other medium, regardless of Indian needs or desires. Happy face, Congress then consolidated its position with passage of the 1906 Burke Act, designating the Secretary of the Interior as permanent trustee over Indian country. In 1924, a number of loose ends were cleaned up with passage of the Indian Citizenship Act imposing U.S. citizenship upon all native people who had not otherwise been naturalized. The law was applied across the board to all Indians, whether they desired citizenship or not, and thus included those who had foregone allotments rather than accepted it. Meanwhile, the more physical dimensions of assimilationist policy were coupled to a process of ideological conditioning designed to render native children susceptible to dislocation and absorption by the dominant society. In the main, this assumed the form of a compulsory boarding school system administered by the Interior Department's Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, wherein large numbers of indigenous children were taken, often forcibly, to facilities remote from their families and communities. Once there, the youngsters were prevented from speaking their languages, practicing their religions, wearing their customary clothing or wearing their hair in traditional fashion, or in any other way overtly associating themselves with their own cultures and traditions. Instead, they were indoctrinated typically for a decade or more in Christian doctrine and European values such as the work ethic. During the summers, they were frequently farmed out to Euro-American foster homes where they were further steeped in the dominant society's views of their peoples and themselves. Attendance was made compulsory for all native children, aged 5 to 18, and the agent was made responsible for keeping the schools filled, by persuasion if possible, by withholding rations and annuities from the parents, and by other means if necessary. Students who were guilty of misbehavior might either receive corporal punishment or be imprisoned in the guardhouse. A special reform school was established to handle incorrigible students who clung to their traditions. A sincere effort was made to develop the type of school that would destroy tribal ways. The intention of this was, according to federal policy makers and many of its victims alike, to create generations of American Indian youth who 180 functioned intellectually as little white people, facilitating the rapid dissolution of traditional native cultures desired by federal policy makers. Happy face, in combination with a program in which native children were put out for wholesale adoption by Euro-American families, the effect upon indigenous peoples was devastating. This systematic transfer of children not only served to accelerate the outflow of Indians from reservation and reservation-adjacent settings, but the return of individuals mentally conditioned to conduct themselves as non-Indians escalated the rate at which many native societies unraveled within the reservation contexts themselves. Happy face, the effects of the government's allotment and assimilation programs are reflected in the demographic shifts evidenced throughout Indian country from 1910 through 1950. In the former year, only 0.4% of all identified Indians lived in urban locales. By 1930, the total had grown to 9.9%. As of 1950, the total had grown to 13.4%. Simultaneously, the displacement of native people from reservations to off-reservation rural areas was continuing apace. Happy face, in 1900, this involved only about 3.5% of all Indians. By 1930, the total had swelled to around 12.5%, and, by 1950, it had reached nearly 18%. Hence, in the latter year, nearly one-third of the federally recognized Indians in the United States had been dispersed to locales other than those the government had defined as being theirs. Reorganization and colonization. It is likely, all things being equal, that the Indian policies with which the United States ushered in the 20th century would have led inexorably to a complete eradication of the reservation system and corresponding disappearance of American Indians as distinct peoples by some point around 1950. There can be no question but that such a final consolidation of its internal land base would have complemented the phase of transoceanic expansionism into which the United States entered quite unabashedly during the 1890s. That things did not follow this course seems mainly due to a pair of ironies, one geological and the other unwittingly embedded in the bizarre status of quasi-sovereignty increasingly imposed upon native nations by federal jurists and policy makers over the next 100 years. As regards the first of these twin twists of fate, authorities were becoming increasingly aware by the late 1920s that the worthless residue of territory to which indigenous people were consigned was turning out to be extraordinarily endowed with mineral wealth. Already, in 1921, an exploratory team from Standard Oil had come upon what it took to be substantial fossil fuel deposits on the Navajo Reservation. During the next 3 decades, it would be discovered just how great a proportion of U.S. domestic resources lay within American Indian reservations. For example, 1. Western reservations in particular, possess vast amounts of coal, oil, shale oil, natural gas, timber, and uranium. More than 40% of the national reserves of low-sulfur, strippable coal, 80% of the nation's uranium reserves, and billions of barrels of shale oil exist on reservation land. On the 15 million-acre Navajo Reservation, there are approximately 100 million barrels of oil, 25 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, 80 million pounds of uranium, and 50 billion tons of coal. The 440,000-acre Northern Cheyenne Reservation in Montana sits atop a 60-foot thick layer of coal. In New Mexico, geologists estimate that the Jicarilla Apache Reservation possesses 2 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and as much as 154 million barrels of oil. 3. This led directly to the second quirk. The more sophisticated federal officials, even then experiencing the results of opening up Oklahoma's lush oil fields to unrestrained corporate competition, realized the extent of the disequilibriums and inefficiencies involved in this line of action when weighed against the longer-term needs of U.S. industrial development. Only by retaining its trust authority over reservation assets would the government be in a continuing position to dictate which resources would be exploited, in what quantities, by whom, at what cost, and for what purpose, allowing the North American political economy to evolve in ways preferred by the country's financial elite. Consequently, it was quickly perceived as necessary that both Indians and Indian country be preserved, at least to some extent, as a facade behind which the socialistic process of central economic planning might occur. For the scenario to work in practice, it was vital that the reservations be made to appear self-governing enough for them to be exempt from the usual requirements of the U.S. free market system whenever this might be convenient to their federal guardians. On the other hand, they could never become independent or autonomous enough to assume control over their own economic destinies, asserting demands that equitable royalty rates be paid for the extraction of their ores, for example, or that profiting corporations underwrite the expense of environmental cleanup once mining operations had been concluded. In effect, the idea was that many indigenous nations should be maintained as outright internal colonies of the United States rather than being liquidated out of hand. All that was needed to accomplish this was the creation of a mechanism through which the illusion of limited Indian self-rule might be extended. The vehicle for this purpose materialized in 1934, with passage of the Indian Reorganization Act, or IRA, as it is commonly known. Under provision of this statute, the traditional governing bodies of most indigenous nations were supplanted by tribal councils, the structure of which was devised in Washington, D.C., functioning within parameters of formal constitutions written by BIA officials. A democratic veneer was maintained by staging a referendum. 752. On each reservation prior to its being reorganized, but federal authorities simply manipulated the outcomes to achieve the desired results. The newly installed IRA councils were patterned much more closely upon the model of corporate boards than of governments, and possessed little power other than to sign off on business agreements. Even at that, they were completely and voluntarily subordinated to U.S. interests, all decisions of any consequence. In 33 separate areas of consideration, rendered by these tribal councils were made subject to the approval of the Secretary of Interior or his delegate, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. One entirely predictable result of this arrangement has been that an inordinate amount of mining, particularly that related to energy development, has occurred on Indian reservations since the mid to late 1940s. All uranium mining and milling during the life of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission's, AEC's, or buying program, 1954 to 1981, occurred on reservation land. Anaconda's Jackpile Mine, located at the Laguna Pueblo in New Mexico, was the largest open-pit uranium extraction operation in the world until it was phased out in 1979. Every year, enough power is generated by Arizona's Four Corners power plant alone, every bit of it from coal mined at Black Mesa, on the Navajo Reservation, to light the lights of Tucson and Phoenix for 2 decades, and present plans include a fourfold expansion of Navajo coal production. Throughout the West, the story is the same. On the face of it, the sheer volume of resource development in Indian country over the past half-century should, even under disadvantageous terms, have translated into some sort of material improvement in the lot of indigenous people. Yet the mining leases offered to selected corporations by the BIA on behalf of their native wards and duly endorsed by the IRA councils have consistently paid such a meager fraction of prevailing market royalty rates that no such advancement has been discernible. Probably the best terms were those obtained by the Navajo Nation in 1976, a contract paying a royalty of 55 cents per ton for coal. This amounted to 8% of market price. At a time when Interior Secretary Cecil Andrus admitted the minimum rate paid for coal mined in off-reservation settings was 12.5%, more typically, it was upwards of 15%. Simultaneously, a 17.5 cents per ton royalty was being paid for coal on the Crow Reservation in Montana, a figure which was raised to 40 cents, less than half the market rate, only after years of haggling. What is at issue here is not profit, but the sort of super profits usually associated with U.S. domination of economies elsewhere in the world. Happy face, nor has the federally coordinated corporate exploitation of the reservations translated into wage income for Indians. As of 1989, the government's own data indicated that reservation unemployment nationwide still hovered in the mid-60th percentile, with some locales running persistently in the 90th. Happy face, most steady jobs involved administering or enforcing the federal 183 order, reservation by reservation. Such business-related employment as existed tended to be temporary, menial, and paid the minimum wage, a matter quite reflective of the sort of transient, extractive industry which brings its cadre of permanent, skilled labor with it the BIA had encouraged to set up shop in Indian country. Additionally, the impact of extensive mining and associated activities had done much to disrupt the basis for possible continuation of traditional self-sufficiency occupations, destroying considerable acreage which held potential as grazing or subsistence garden plots. In this sense, U.S. governmental and corporate activities have underdeveloped native North America in classic fashion. Overall, according to a federal study completed in 1988, reservation-based Indians experienced every indice of extreme impoverishment, by far the lowest annual and lifetime incomes of any North American population group, highest rate of infant mortality, 7.5 times the national average, highest rates of death from plague, malnutrition, and exposure, highest rate of teen suicide, and so on. The average life expectancy of a reservation-based Native American male is 44.6 years, that of a female less than 3 years longer. The situation is much more indicative of a third world context than of rural areas in a country that claims to be the world's most advanced industrial state. Indeed, the poignant observation of many Latinos regarding their relationship to the United States, that your wealth is our poverty, is as appropriate to the archipelago of Indian reservations in North America itself as it is to the South American continent. By any estimation, the open veins of Native America created by the IRA have been an incalculable boon to the maturation of the U.S. economy, while Indians continue to pay the price by living in the most grinding sort of poverty. And there is worse. One of the means used by the government to maximize corporate profits in Indian country over the years, again rubber-stamped by the IRA councils, has been to omit clauses requiring corporate reclamation of mined lands from leasing instruments. Similarly, the cost of doing business on reservations has been pared to the bone, and profitability driven up, by simply waiving environmental protection standards in most instances. Happy face, such practices have spawned ecological catastrophe in many locales. As the impact of the Four Comers plant, one of a dozen coal-fired electrical generation facilities currently online on the Navajo reservation, has been described elsewhere. The 5 units of the 2,075 megawatt power plant have been churning out city-bound electricity and local pollution since 1969. The plant bums 10 tons of coal per minute, 5 million tons per year, spewing 300 tons of fly ash and other waste particulates into the air each day. The black cloud hangs over 10,000 acres of the once pristine San Juan River Valley. The deadly plume was the only visible evidence of human enterprise as seen from the Gemini 184 12 satellite, which photographed the Earth from 150 miles in space. Less visible, but equally devastating, is the fact that since 1968 the coal mining operations and power plant requirements have been extracting 2,700 gallons from the Black Mesa water table each minute, 60 million gallons per year, causing extreme desertification of the area, and even the sinking of some ground by as much as 12 feet. Corporations engaged in uranium mining and milling on the Navajo reservation and at the Laguna site were also absolved of responsibility by the BIA for cleaning up upon completion of their endeavors, with the result that hundreds of tailings piles were simply abandoned during the 1970s and 1980s. A fine sand retaining about 75% of the radioactive content of the original ore, the tailings constitute a massive source of windblown carcinogenic/mutagenic contaminants affecting all persons and have stock residing within a wide radius of each pile. Happy face, both ground and surface water have also been heavily contaminated with radioactive byproducts throughout the Four Corners region. Happy face, in the Black Hills region, the situation is much the same. Happy face, at its Hanford nuclear weapons facility, located on the Yakima Reservation in Washington state, the AEC itself secretly discharged some 440 billion gallons of plutonium, strontium, cesium, tritium, and other high-level radioactive contaminants into the local aquifer between 1955 and 1989. Happy face, given that the half-life of the substances involved is as long as 125,000 years, the magnitude of the disaster inflicted upon native North America by IRA Colonia USM should not be underestimated. The Los Alamos National Scientific Laboratory observed in its February 1978 mini-report that the only solution its staff could conceive of for the problems presented by wind-blown radioactive contaminants would be to zone the land into uranium mining and milling districts so as to forbid human habitation. Similarly, a National Academy of Sciences (NAS) report states bluntly that reclamation after any sort of mining cannot be done in areas with less than 10 inches of rainfall a year. The rainfall over most of the Navajo Nation and many other western reservations ranges from 6 to 10 inches a year. The NAS suggests that such areas be spared development or honestly labeled national sacrifice areas. Tellingly, the two areas considered most appropriate by the NAS for designation as national sacrifices, the Four Corners and Black Hills regions, are those containing the Navajo and Sioux complex of reservations, the largest remaining blocks of acknowledged Indian land and concentrations of land-based indigenous population in the United States. For this reason, many American Indian activists have denounced both the NAS scheme and the process of environmental destruction which led up to it as involving not only national sacrifice areas but national sacrifice peoples as well. At the 185. Very least, having the last of their territory zoned so as to forbid human habitation would precipitate an ultimate dispersal of each impacted people, causing its disappearance as a human group per se. As American Indian movement leader Russell Means has put it, it's genocide, no more, no less. 22. Regardless of whether a policy of national sacrifice is ever implemented in the manner envisioned by the NAS, it seems fair to observe that the conditions of dire poverty and environmental degradation fostered on Indian reservations by IRA colonialism have contributed heavily to the making of the contemporary native diaspora in the United States. In combination with the constriction of the indigenous land base brought about through earlier policies of removal, concentration, allotment, and assimilation, they have created a strong and ever-increasing pressure upon reservation residents to cooperate with other modem federal programs meant to facilitate the outflow and dispersal of Indians from their residual land base. Chief among these have been termination and relocation. Termination and relocation. As the IRA method of administering Indian country took hold, the government returned to such tasks as trimming the fat from federal expenditures allocated to support Indians, largely through manipulation of the size and disposition of the recognized indigenous population. By 1940, the system of colonial governance on American Indian reservations was largely in place. Only the outbreak of World War II slowed the pace of corporate exploitation, a matter that retarded initiation of maximal development activities until the early 1950s. By then, the questions concerning federal and corporate planners had become somewhat technical: what to do with those indigenous nations which had refused reorganization? How to remove the portion of Indian population on even the reorganized reservations whose sheer physical presence served as a barrier to wholesale strip mining and other profitable enterprises anticipated by the U.S. business community. The first means to this end was found in a partial resumption of 19th-century assimilationist policies, focused this time on specific peoples, or parts of peoples, rather than upon Indians as a whole. On August 1, 1953, Congress approved House Resolution 108, a measure by which the federal legislature empowered itself to enact statutes terminating, that is, withdrawing recognition from, and thus unilaterally dissolving, selected native peoples. 186. Typically those which had rejected reorganization, or who lacked the kinds of resources necessitating their maintenance under the IRA. Among the nations involved were the comparatively large and wealthy Menominee of Wisconsin and the Klamath of Oregon, both owners of extensive timber resources. Also passed were acts to terminate the Indians of Western Oregon, small Paiute bands in Utah, and the mixed bloods of the Uinta and Ouray reservations. Approved, too, was legislation to transfer administrative responsibility for the Alabama and Coushatta Indians to the state of Texas. Early in the first session of the 84th Congress, bills were submitted to terminate the Wyandot, Ottawa, and Peoria nations of Oklahoma. These were enacted early in August of 1956, a month after passage of legislation directing the Colville Confederated Tribes of Washington to come up with a termination plan of their own. During the second administration of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Congress enacted 3 termination bills relating to the Choctaw of Oklahoma, for whom the termination process was never completed, the Catawba of South Carolina, and the Indians of the Southern California Rancherias. Happy face. It is instructive that the man chosen to implement the policy was Dillon S. Ivy Lyer, an Indian commissioner whose only apparent job qualification was in having headed up the internment program targeting Japanese Americans during the Second World War. In total, 109 indigenous nations encompassing more than 35,000 people were terminated before the liquidation process had run its course during the early 1960s. Only a handful, like the Menominee and the Siletz of Oregon, were ever reinstated. Suddenly landless, mostly poor, and largely unemployed, they were mostly scattered like sand in the wind. Even as they went, they were joined by a rapidly swelling exodus of people from unterminated reservations, a circumstance fostered by yet another federal program. Passed in 1956, the Relocation Act, PL 959, was extended in the face of a steady diminishment throughout the first half of the decade in federal allocations to provide assistance to people living on reservations. The statute provided funding to underwrite the expenses of any Indian agreeing to move to an urban area, establish a residence, and undergo a brief period of job training. The quid pro quo was that each person applying for such relocation was required to sign an agreement that he would never return to his or her reservation to live. It was also specified that all federal support would be withdrawn after relocates had spent a short period, often no more than 6 weeks, adjusting to city life. Under the conditions of near starvation on many reservations, there were many takers. Nearly 35,000 people signed up to 187 moved to places like Los Angeles, Minneapolis, San Francisco, Chicago, Denver, Phoenix, Seattle, and Boston during the period from 1957 to 1959 alone. Happy face, although there was ample early indication that relocation was bearing disastrous fruit for those who underwent it, all that was happening was that relocates were exchanging the familiar squalor of reservation life for that of the alien Indian ghettos that shortly emerged in most major cities. The government accelerated the program during the 1960s. Under the impact of termination and relocation during the 50s, the proportion of native people who had been urbanized rose dramatically, from 13.5% at the beginning of the decade to 27.9% at the end. During the 60s, relocation alone drove the figure upwards to 44.5%. During the 1970s, the program began to be phased out, and the rate of Indian urbanization decreased sharply, with the result that the proportion had risen to only 49% by 1980. Even without a formal federal relocation effort on a national scale, the momentum of what had been set in motion over an entire generation carried the number into the mid-50th percentile by 1990, and there is no firm indication the trend is abating. Happy face. Despite much protestation to the contrary, those who migrated to the cities under the auspices of termination and relocation have already begun to join the legions of others, no longer recognized as Indians even by other Indians, who were previously discarded and forgotten along the tortuous route from 1776 to the present. Cut off irrevocably from the centers of their socio-cultural existence, they have increasingly adopted arbitrary and abstract methods to signify their Indianness. Federally sanctioned certificates of tribal enrollment have come to replace tangible participation in the political life of their nations as emblems of membership. Federally issued certificates of degree of Indian blood have replaced discernible commitment to Indian interests as the ultimate determinant of identity. In the end, by embracing such standards, Indians are left knowing no more of being Indian than do non-Indians. The process is a cultural form of what, in the physical arena, has been termed autogenocide. Conclusion. The Indian policies undertaken by the United States during the 2 centuries since its inception appear on the surface to have been varied, even at times contradictory. Openly genocidal at times, they have more often been garbed, however thinly, in the attire of humanitarianism. In fact, as the matter was put by Alexis de Tocqueville, the great French commentator on the early American experience, it would occasionally have been impossible to destroy men with more respect to the laws of humanity. Always, however, there was an underlying consistency in the sentiments which begot policy, to bring. /88. About the total dispossession and disappearance of North America's indigenous population. It was this fundamental coherence in U.S. aims, invariably denied by responsible scholars and officials alike, which caused Adolf Hitler to ground his own notions of Lebensraumpolitik, politics of living space, in the U.S. example. Neither Spain nor Britain should be the models of German expansion, but the Nordics of North America, who had ruthlessly pushed aside an inferior race to win for themselves soil and territory for the future. To undertake this essential task, sometimes difficult, always cruel. This was Hitler's version of the white man's burden. Happy face. As early as 1784, a British observer remarked that the intent of the fledgling United States with regard to American Indians was that of extirpating them totally from the face of the earth, men, women, and children. In 1825, Secretary of State Henry Clay opined that U.S. Indian poHcy should be predicated on a presumption that the Indian race was destined to extinction in the face of persistent expansion by superior Anglo-Saxon civilization. During the 1870s, General of the Army Phil Sheridan is known to have called repeatedly for the complete extermination of targeted native groups as a means of making the West safe for repopulation by Euro-Americans. Subsequent assimilationists demanded the disappearance of any survivors through cultural and genetic absorption by their conquerors. Well into the 20th century, Euro-America as a whole typically referred often hopefully to indigenous people as the vanishing race, decimated and ultimately subsumed by the far greater number of invaders who had moved in upon their land. 44 Many of the worst U.S. practices associated with these sensibilities have long since been suspended, arguably, because their goals were accomplished. Yet, large-scale and deliberate dislocation of native people from their land is anything but an historical relic. Probably the most prominent current example is that of the Big Mountain Dine, perhaps the largest remaining enclave of traditionally oriented Indians in the United States. Situated astride an estimated 24 billion tons of the most accessible low-sulfur coal in North America, all 13,000 people in the Big Mountain area are even now being forcibly expelled to make way for the Peabody Corporation's massive shovels. There being no place left on the remainder of the Navajo reservation in which to accommodate their sheep-herding way of life, the refugees, many of them elderly, are being resettled in off-reservation towns like Flagstaff, Arizona. Some have been sent to Phoenix, Denver, and Los Angeles. All suffer extreme trauma and other maladies resulting from the destruction of their community and consequent transition. Another salient illustration is that of the Western Shoshone. Mostly resident to a vast expanse of the Nevada desert secured by their ancestors in I. 189. The 1863 Treaty of Ruby Valley. The Shoshones have suffered the fate of becoming the most bombed nation on Earth by virtue of the United States having located the majority of its nuclear weapons testing facilities in the southern portion of their homeland since 1950. During the late 70s, despite its being unable to demonstrate that it had ever acquired valid title to the territory the Shoshones call New Segovia, the government began to move into the northern area as well, stating an intent to construct the MX missile system there. While the MX plan has by now been dropped, the Shoshones are still being pushed off their land, freeing it for use in such endeavors as nuclear waste dumps like the one scheduled to be built at Yucca Mountain over the next few years. In Alaska, where nearly 200 indigenous peoples were instantly converted into village corporations by the 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, there is a distinct possibility that the entire native population of about 22,000 will be displaced by the demands of tourism, North Slope oil development, and other developmental enterprises by some point early in the next century. Already, their land base has been constricted to a complex of tiny townships and their traditional economy mostly eradicated by the impacts of commercial fishing, whaling, and sealing, as well as the effects of increasing Arctic industrialization on regional caribou herds and other game animals. Moreover, there is a plan apparently conceived in all seriousness to divert the waterflow of the Yukon River southward all the way to the Rio Grande, an expedient to support continued non-Indian population growth in the arid regions of the lower 48 states and create the agribusiness complex in the northern Mexican provinces of Sonora and Chihuahua envisioned in a free trade agreement proposed by the Bush administration. It seems certain that no traditional indigenous society can be expected to stand up against such an environmental onslaught. Eventually, if such processes are allowed to run their course, the probability is that a final solution of the Indian question will be achieved. The key to this will rest, not in an official return to the pattern of 19th-century massacres or emergence of some Auschwitz-style extermination center, but in the erosion of socio-cultural integrity and confusion of identity afflicting any people subjected to conditions of diaspora. Like water flowing from a leaking bucket, the last self-consciously Indian people will pass into oblivion silently, unnoticed and unremarked. The deaths of cultures destroyed by such means usually occur in this fashion, with a faint whimper rather than resistance and screams of agony. There are, perhaps, glimmers of hope flickering upon the horizon. One of the more promising is the incipient International Convention on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Drafted over the past decade by the United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations, the instrument was due for submission to the General Assembly during the summer of 1992. It was supposed 790 to be ratified by the latter body in October, the 500th anniversary of the Colombian expedition which unleashed the forces discussed herein. The convention would at last have extended to native peoples the essential international legal protections enjoyed by their colonizers the world over. Unfortunately, as of 1995, it was still pending. Should it be adhered to by this nation of laws? The instrument will effectively bar the United States from completing its quietly ongoing drive to obliterate the remains of native North America. If not, and the United States has historically demonstrated a truly remarkable tendency to simply ignore those elements of international legality it finds inconvenient. The bloody wake of Alcatraz. Political repression of the American Indian movement during the 1970s*. The reality is a continuum which connects Indian flesh sizzling over Puritan fires and Vietnamese flesh roasting under American napalm. The reality is the compulsion of a sick society to rid itself of men like Nat Turner and Crazy Horse, George Jackson, and Richard Oakes, whose defiance uncovers the hypocrisy of a declaration affirming everyone's right to liberty and life. The reality is an overwhelming greed which began with the theft of a continent and continues with the merciless looting of every country on the face of the earth which lacks the strength to defend itself. Richard Lundstrom. In combination with the fishing rights struggles of the Puyallup, Nisqually, Muckleshoot, and other nations in the Pacific Northwest from 1965 to 1970, the 1969-71 occupation of Alcatraz Island by the San Francisco Bay Area's Indians of All Tribes Coalition ushered in a decade of uncompromising and intensely confrontational American Indian political activism unprecedented in modern U.S. history. The phenomenon represented by Alcatraz also marked the inception of a process of official repression of indigenous activists without contemporary North American parallel in its virulence and lethal effects. The nature of the post-Alcatraz federal response to organized agitation for native rights was such that by 1979 researchers were describing it as a manifestation of the U.S. government's continuing Indian wars. 4. Its part, in internal documents intended to be secret, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, the primary instrument by which the government's policy of anti-Indian repression was implemented, concurred with such assessments. This essay was first published in the American Indian Culture and Research Journal, Volume 18, No. 4, Winter 1994. 204. Abandoning its customary counterintelligence vernacular in favor of the terminology of outright counterinsurgency warfare. The result, as the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights officially conceded at the time, was the imposition of a virtual reign of terror upon certain of the less compliant sectors of indigenous society in the United States. In retrospect, it may be seen that the locus of both activism and repression in Indian country throughout the 1970s centered squarely upon one group, the American Indian Movement, AIM. Moreover, the crux of AIM activism during the 70s, and thus of the FBI's campaign to neutralize it, can be found in a single locality, the Pine Ridge, Oglala Lakota, Reservation, in South Dakota. The purpose of the present paper, then, is to provide an overview of the federal counterinsurgency program against AIM on and around Pine Ridge, using it as a lens through which to explore the broader motives and outcomes attending it. Finally, conclusions will be drawn as to its implications, not only with respect to American Indians, but concerning non-Indigenous Americans as well. Background: AIM was founded in 1968 in Minneapolis, by a group of urban Anishinaabes, Chippewas, including Dennis Banks, Mary Jane Wilson, Pat Ball-Anger, Clyde Belcourt, Eddie Benton Benet, and George Mitchell. Modeled loosely after the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, established by Huey P. Newton and Bobby Scale in Oakland, California, 2 years previously, the group took as its first tasks the protection of the city's sizable Native community from a pattern of rampant police abuse, and the creation of programs on jobs, housing, and education. Within 3 years, the organization had grown to include chapters in several other cities, and had begun to shift its focus from civil rights issues to an agenda more specifically attuned to the conditions afflicting Native North America. What AIM discerned as the basis of the latter was not so much a matter of socio-economic discrimination against Indians as it was their internal colonization by the United States. This perception accrued from the fact that, by 1871, when federal treaty-making with Native peoples was permanently suspended, the rights of indigenous nations to distinct, self-governing territories had been recognized by the United States more than 370 times through treaties duly ratified by its Senate. Yet, during the intervening century, more than 90% of treaty-reserved native land had been expropriated by the federal government, in defiance of both its own constitution and international custom and convention. Happy face. One consequence of this was the creation of the urban diaspora from which AIM itself emerged. By 1970, about half of all Indians in the United States had been pushed off their land altogether. 205. Within the residual archipelago of reservations, an aggregation of about 50 million acres, or roughly 2.5% of the 48 contiguous states' indigenous forms of governance had been thoroughly usurped through the imposition of U.S. jurisdiction under the federal government's self-assigned prerogative of exercising plenary full and absolute power over Indian affairs. Happy face. Correspondingly, Indian control over what had turned out to be rather vast mineral resources within reservation boundaries, an estimated 2/3 of all U.S. domestic uranium deposits, a quarter of the low-sulfur coal, 20% of the oil and natural gas, and so on, was essentially non-existent. It followed that royalty rates set by the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs (BIA), in its exercise of federal trust prerogatives vis-a-vis corporate extraction of Indian mineral assets, amounted to only a fraction of what the same corporations would have paid had they undertaken the same mining operations in non-reservation localities. The same principle of underpayment to Indians, with resulting super-profit accrual to non-Indian business entities, prevailed with regard to other areas of economic activity handled by the Indian Bureau, from the leasing of reservation grazing land to various ranching interests to the harvesting of reservation timber by corporations such as Weyerhaeuser and Boise Cascade. Small wonder that, by the late 1960s, Indian radicals like Robert K. Thomas had begun to refer to the BIA as the Colonial Office of the United States. Happy face. In human terms, the consequence was that, as an aggregate, American Indians who, on the basis of known resources, comprised what should have been the single wealthiest population group in North America, constituted by far the most impoverished sector of U.S. society. According to the federal government's own data, Indians suffered, by a decisive margin, the highest rate of unemployment in the country, a matter correlated to their receiving by far the lowest annual and lifetime incomes of any group in the country. Their situation also corresponded well with virtually every other statistical indicator of extreme poverty, a truly catastrophic rate of infant mortality and the highest rates of death from malnutrition, exposure, plague disease, teen suicide, and accidents related to alcohol abuse. The average life expectancy of a reservation-based Indian male in 1970 was less than 45 years. Reservation-based Indian females could expect to have less than 3 years longer than their male counterparts, Urban Indians of either gender were living only about 5 years longer on average than their relatives on the reservations. AIM's response to its growing apprehension of this squalid panorama was to initiate a campaign consciously intended to bring about the decolonization of native North America, only by re-establishing our rights as sovereign nations, including our right to control our own territories and resources, and our right to genuine self-governance, as Dennis Banks put it in 1971, can we hope to successfully address the conditions currently experienced by our people. Happy Face. 206. Extrapolating largely from the example of Alcatraz, the movement undertook a multifaceted political strategy combining a variety of tactics. On the one hand, it engaged in activities designed primarily to focus media attention, and thus the attention of the general public, on Indian rights issues, especially those pertaining to treaty rights. On the other hand, it pursued the sort of direct confrontation meant to affirm those rights in practice. It also began to systematically reassert native cultural/spiritual traditions. Eventually, it added a component wherein the full range of indigenous rights to decolonization/self-determination were pursued through the United Nations venue of international law, custom, and convention. In mounting this comprehensive effort, AIM made itself a bona fide national liberation movement, at least for a while. Happy Face. Its members consisted of the shock troops of Indian sovereignty, to quote non-AIM Oglala Lakota activist Virgil Killstraight. They essentially reframed the paradigm by which U.S. Indian relations are to be understood in the late 20th century. Happy Face. They also suffered the worst physical repression at the hands of the United States of any domestic group since the 1890 massacre of Bigfoot's Minneconjus by the 7th Cavalry at Wounded Knee. Prelude. AIM's seizure of the public consciousness may in many ways be said to have begun at that point in 1969 when Dennis Banks recruited a young Oglala named Russell Means to join the movement. Instinctively imbued with what one critic described as a bizarre knack for staging demonstrations that attracted the sort of press coverage Indians had been looking for, Means was instrumental in AIM's achieving several of its earliest and most important media coups, painting Plymouth Rock red before capturing the Mayflower replica on Thanksgiving Day 1970, for example, and staging a 4th of July counter-celebration by occupying the Mt. Rushmore National Monument in /91 / perhaps more. Importantly, Means proved to be the bridge which allowed the movement to establish its credibility on a reservation for the first time. In part, this was because when he joined AIM he brought along virtually an entire generation of his family brothers Ted, Bill, and Dale, cousin Madonna Gilbert, and others, each of whom possessed a web of friends and acquaintances on the Pine Ridge Reservation. It was therefore rather natural that AIM was called upon to set things right concerning the torture murder of a middle-aged Oglala in the off-reservation town of Gordon, Nebraska, in late February 1972. As Bill Means would later recall. When Raymond Yellow Thunder was killed, his relatives went first to the HIA, then to the FBI, and to the local police, but they got no 207 response. Severt Young Bear, Yellow Thunder's nephew and a friend of Ted Means, then asked AIM to come help clear up the case. Shortly thereafter, Russell Means led a caravan of some 1,300 Indians into the small town, announcing from the steps of the courthouse that, "We've come here today to put Gordon on the map, and if justice is not immediately forthcoming, we're going to take Gordon O.J. the map." The killers, brothers named Melvin and Leslie Hare, were quickly arrested, and a police officer who had covered up for them was suspended. The Hares soon became the first whites in Nebraska history sent to prison for killing an Indian, and AIM's reputation soared among reservation Indians. What tribal leaders had dared not do to protect their people, AIM had done. By fall, things had progressed to the point that AIM could collaborate with several other native rights organizations to stage the Trail of Broken Treaties caravan, bringing more than 2,000 Indians from reservations and urban areas across the country to Washington, D.C., on the eve of the 1972 presidential election. The idea was to present the incumbent chief executive, Richard M. Nixon, with a 20-point program redefining the nature of U.S. Indian relations. The publicity attending the critical timing and location of the action as well as the large number of Indians involved were calculated to force serious responses by the administration to each point in the event. Interior Department officials who had earlier pledged logistical support to caravan participants once they arrived in the capital reneged on their promises, apparently in the belief that this would cause the group to meekly disperse. Instead, angry Indians promptly took over the BIA headquarters building on November 2, evicted its staff, and held it for several days. Russell Means, in fine form, captured the front page of the nation's newspapers and the 6 o'clock news by conducting a press conference in front of the building while adorned with a makeshift war club and a shield fashioned from a portrait of Nixon himself, happy face. Desperate to end what had become a major media embarrassment, the administration publicly agreed to formally reply to the 20-point program within a month, and to immediately provide $66,000 in transportation money, in exchange for a peaceful end to the occupation. AIM honored its part of the bargain, leaving the BIA building on November 9. But, explaining that Indians have every right to know the details of what's being done to us and to our property, it took with it a vast number of confidential files concerning BIA leasing practices, operation of the Indian Health Service, IHS, and so forth. The originals were returned as rapidly as they could be Xeroxed, a process that required nearly 2 years to complete. Technically speaking, the government also honored its end of the deal, providing official and exclusively negative responses to the 20 points within the specified time frame. At the same time, however, it initiated a 208 campaign utilizing federally subsidized Indian leaders in an effort to discredit AIM members as irresponsible, renegades, terrorists, and self-styled revolutionaries. Happy face. There is also a strong indication that it was at this point that the Federal Bureau of Investigation was instructed to launch a secret program of its own, one in which AIM's capacity to engage in further political activities of the kind and effectiveness displayed in Washington was to be, in the vernacular of FBI counterintelligence specialists, neutralized. Even as this was going on, AIM's focus had shifted back to the Pine Ridge area. At issue was the January 23, 1973, murder of a young Oglala named Wesley Bad Heart Bull by a white man, Darrell Schmitz, in the off-reservation village of Buffalo Gap, South Dakota. As in the Yellow Thunder case, local authorities had made no move to press appropriate charges against the killer. At the request of the victim's mother, Sarah, Russell Means called for a demonstration at the Custer County Courthouse, in the jurisdiction in which the scene of the crime fell. Terming western South Dakota the Mississippi of the North, Dennis Banks simultaneously announced a longer-term effort to force the abandonment of the anti-Indian attitudes which result in Indian killing being treated as a sort of local sport. Happy face. When the Custer demonstration occurred on February 6, it followed a very different course than that of the protest in Gordon a year earlier. An anonymous call had been placed to the main regional newspaper, the Rapid City Journal, on the evening of February 5. The caller, saying he was with AIM, asked that a notice canceling the action because of bad weather be prominently displayed in the paper the following morning. Consequently, relatively few Indians turned out for the protest. Those who did were met by an amalgamated force of police, sheriff's deputies, state troopers, and FBI personnel when they arrived in Custer. Happy face. For a while, there was a tense standoff. Then, a sheriff's deputy manhandled Sarah Bad Heart Bull when she attempted to enter the courthouse. In the melee that followed, the courthouse was set ablaze reportedly by a police tear gas canister and the local Chamber of Commerce building burned to the ground. Banks, Means, and other AIM members, along with Mrs. Bad Heart Bull, were arrested and charged with riot. Banks was eventually convicted, sentenced to 3 years imprisonment, and became a fugitive. Sarah Bad Heart Bull served 5 months of a 1 to 5 year sentence. Her son's killer never served a day in jail. Wounded knee. Meanwhile, on Pine Ridge, Tensions were running extraordinarily high. The point of contention was an escalating conflict between the tribal administration headed by Richard Dickey Wilson, installed on the reservation with 209 federal support in 1972, and a large body of reservation traditionals who objected to Wilson's nepotism and other abuses of his position. Initially, Wilson's opponents had sought redress of their grievances through the BIA. The BIA responded by providing a $62,000 grant to Wilson for purposes of establishing a tribal ranger group of paramilitary entity reporting exclusively to Wilson, which soon began calling itself Guardians of the Oglala Nation, goons, with which to physically intimidate the opposition. The reason underlying this federal largesse appears to have been the government's desire that Wilson sign an instrument transferring title over a portion of the reservation known as the Sheep Mountain Gunnery Range, secretly known to be rich in uranium and molybdenum, to the U.S. Forest Service. In any event, forming what was called the Oglala Sioux Civil Rights Organization, OSCRO, the traditionals next attempted to obtain relief through the Justice Department and the FBI. When this too failed to bring results, they set out to impeach Wilson, obtaining more signatures from eligible voters on their petitions than had cast ballots for him in the first place. The BIA countered by naming Wilson himself to chair the impeachment proceedings, and the Justice Department dispatched a 65-member Special Operations Group, SOG, a large SWAT unit, of U.S. Marshals to ensure that order was maintained during the travesty. Then, on the eve of the hearing, Wilson ordered the arrest and jailing of several members of the tribal council he felt might vote for his removal. Predictably, when the impeachment tally was taken on February 23, 1973, the tribal president was retained in office. Immediately thereafter, he announced a reservation-wide ban on political meetings. Happy face. Defying the ban, the traditionals convened a round-the-clock emergency meeting at Calico Hall, near the village of Oglala, in an effort to determine their next move. On February 26, a messenger was sent to the newly established AIM headquarters in nearby Rapid City to request that Russell Means meet with the Oglala elders. As one of them, Ellen Moves Camp, later put it, "We decided we needed the American Indian movement in here. All of our older people from the reservation helped make that decision. This is what we needed, a little more push. Most of the reservation believes in AIM, and we're proud to have them with us." Happy face. Means came on the morning of the 27th, then drove on to the village of Pine Ridge, seat of the reservation government, to try and negotiate some sort of resolution with Wilson. For his trouble, he was physically assaulted by goons in the parking lot of the tribal administration building. Happy face. By then, Dennis Banks and a number of other AIM members had arrived at Calico Hall. During subsequent meetings, it was decided by the elders that what was necessary was to draw public attention to the situation on the reservation. For this purpose, a 200-person AIM contingent was sent to the symbolic site of Wounded Knee to prepare for an early morning press conference. A much 2-1 smaller group was sent back to Rapid City to notify the media and to guide reporters to Wounded Knee at the appropriate time. The intended press conference never occurred because, by dawn, Wilson's goons had established roadblocks on all four routes leading into, or out of, the tiny hamlet. During the morning, these positions were reinforced by uniformed BIA police, then by elements of the Marshals SOG unit, and then by FBI observers. As this was going on, the AIM members in Wounded Knee began the process of arming themselves from the stores of the local Gildersleeve trading post and building defensive positions. By afternoon, General Alexander Haig, military liaison to the Nixon White House, had dispatched two special warfare experts, Colonel Volney Warner of the 82nd Airborne Division and Colonel Jack Potter of the 6th Army, to the scene. Documents later subpoenaed from the Pentagon revealed Colonel Potter directed the employment of 17 APC's tank-like armored personnel carriers, 130,000 rounds of M16 ammunition, 41,000 rounds of M-0 high explosive S for the M79 grenade launchers he also provided, as well as helicopters, phantom jets, and personnel. Military officers, supply sergeants, maintenance technicians, chemical officers, and medical teams were provided on site. 300 miles to the south, at Fort Carson, Colorado, the Army had billeted a fully uniformed assault unit on 24-hour alert. Over the next 71 days, the AIM perimeter at Wounded Knee was placed under siege. The ground cover was burned away for roughly a quarter mile around the AIM position as part of the federal attempt to staunch the flow of supplies, food, medicine, and ammunition backpacked into the Wounded Knee defenders at night. At one point such material had to be airdropped by a group of supporting pilots. More than 500,000 rounds of military ammunition were fired into AIM's jerry-rigged bunkers by federal forces, killing 2 Indians, Frank Clearwater, an Apache, and Buddy Lamont, an Oglala, and wounding several others. Happy face, as many as 13 more people may have been killed by roving goon patrols while they were trying to carry supplies through federal lines, and their bodies were secretly buried in remote locations around the reservation. At first, the authorities sought to justify what was happening by claiming that AIM had occupied Wounded Knee, and that the movement had taken several hostages in the process. When the latter allegation was proven to be false, a press ban was imposed, and official spokespersons argued that the use of massive force was needed to quell insurrection. Much was made of 2 federal casualties who were supposed to have been seriously injured by AIM gunfire. In the end, it was Dickie Wilson who perhaps expressed matters most candidly when he informed reporters that the purpose of the entire exercise was to see to it that AIM dies at Wounded Knee. Happy face, 2-1. Despite Wilson's sentiments and those of FBI senior counterintelligence specialist Richard G. Held, expressed in a secret report prepared at the request of his superiors early in the siege. An end to the standoff was finally negotiated for May 7, 1973. AIM's major condition, entered on behalf of the Pine Ridge Traditionals and agreed to by government representatives, was that a federal commission would meet with the chiefs to review U.S. compliance with the terms of the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty with the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho nations. The idea was to generate pussy recommendations as to how the United States might bring itself into line with its treaty obligations. A White House delegation did in fact meet with the elders at the home of Chief Frank Fools Crow, near the reservation town of Manderson, on May 17. The delegates' mission, however, was to stonewall all efforts at meaningful discussion. They promised a follow-up meeting on May 30. But never resumed. On other fronts, the authorities were demonstrating no comparable lack of vigor. Before the first meeting at Fools Crows, the FBI had made 562 arrests of those who had been involved in defending Wounded Knee. Russell Means was in jail awaiting release on a $150,000 bond. Oscro leader Pedro Bissonette was being held for $152,000, AIM leaders Stan Holder and Leonard Crow Dog for $32,000 and $35,000 respectively. Scores of others were being held pending the posting of lesser sums. By the fall of 1973, agents had amassed some 316,000 separate investigative file classifications on those who had been inside Wounded Knee. This allowed federal prosecutors to obtain 185 indictments over the next several months. Means alone was charged with 37 felonies and 3 misdemeanors. Although in 1974 AIM and the Traditionals used the 1868 treaty as a basis upon which to challenge in federal court the U.S. government's jurisdiction over Pine Ridge, the trials of the Wounded Knee leadership went forward. Even after the FBI's and the prosecution's willingness to subvert the judicial process became so blatantly obvious that U.S. District Judge Fred Nickel was compelled to dismiss all charges against Banks and Means, cases were still pressed against Crow Dog, Holder, Carter Camp, Madonna Gilbert, Lorelei Decorah, and Phys Young. Ultimately, the whole charade resulted in a paltry 15 convictions. All of them on such paltry offenses as trespass and interference with postal inspectors in performance of their lawful duties. Happy face, still, In the interim, the virtual entirety of AIM's leadership was tied up in a seemingly endless series of arrests, incarcerations, hearings, and trials. Similarly, the great bulk of the movement's fundraising and organizing capacities was diverted into posting bonds and mounting legal defenses for those indicted. On balance, the record suggests a distinct probability that the post-Wounded Knee prosecutions were never seriously intended to result in convictions at all. Instead, they were designed mainly to serve the time-honored and utterly illegal expedient of disrupting, misdirecting, destabilizing, 212, or otherwise neutralizing a politically objectionable group. 7. There is official concurrence with this view, as Army counterinsurgency specialist Volney Warner framed matters at the time. AIM's best leaders and most militant members are under indictment, in jail, or warrants are out for their arrest. Under these conditions the government can win, even if nobody goes to prison. Happy face, the reign of terror. While AIM's notables were being forced to slog their way through the courts, a very different form of repression was being visited upon the movement's rank-and-file membership and grassroots traditionals of Pine Ridge. During the 3-year period beginning with the Siege of Wounded Knee, at least 69 members and supporters of AIM died violently on the reservation. During the same period, nearly 350 others suffered serious physical assaults. Overall, the situation on Pine Ridge was such that, by 1976, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights was led to describe it as a reign of terror. Happy face, using only documented political deaths, the yearly murder rate on the Pine Ridge Reservation between March 1, 1973 and March 1, 1976 was 170 per 100,000. By comparison, Detroit, the reputed murder capital of the United States, had a rate of 20.2 per 100,000. In 1974, the U.S. average was 9.7 per 100.000. In a nation of 200 million persons, the murder rate comparable with that on Pine Ridge between 1973 and 1976 would have left 340,000 persons dead for political reasons alone in 1 year, 1.32 million in 3. The political murder rate at Pine Ridge was almost equivalent to that in Chile during the 3 years after a military coup supported by the United States killed President Salvador Allende. Despite the fact that eyewitnesses identified the assailants in 21 of these homicides, the FBI, which maintains preeminent jurisdiction over major crimes on all American Indian reservations, was responsible for not one of the killers ever being convicted. Happy face, in many cases, no active investigation of the murder of an AIM member or supporter was undertaken by the Bureau. Happy face, in others, those associated with the victims were falsely arrested as perpetrators. Happy face, when queried by reporters in 1975 as to the reason for his office's abysmal record in investigating murders on Pine Ridge, Georgia Clark, the agent in charge of the FBI's Rapid City Resident Agency under which the operational authority at the reservation falls, most immediately replied that he was too short of manpower to assign agents to such tasks. Clark omitted to mention that, at the time, he had at his disposal the highest sustained ratio of 213 agents to citizens enjoyed by any FBI office in the history of the Bureau. He also neglected the fact that the same agents who were too busy to look into the murders of AIM people appear to have had unlimited time to undertake the investigative activities covered in the preceding section. Plainly, Clark's pat explanation was and remains implausible. A far more likely scenario begins to take shape when it is considered that in each instance where there were eyewitness identifications of the individuals who had killed an AIM member or supporter, those identified were known goons. The FBI's conspicuous inability to apprehend murderers on Pine Ridge may thus be located, not in the incompetence of its personnel, but in the nature of its relationship to the killers. In effect, the goons seem to have functioned under a more or less blanket immunity from prosecution provided by the FBI so long as they focused their lethal attentions upon targets selected by the Bureau. Put another way, the appearance is that the FBI used the goons as a surrogate force against AIM on Pine Ridge in precisely the same manner that Latin American death squads have been utilized by the CIA to destroy the opposition in countries Guatemala, El Salvador, and Chile. Happy face. The roots of the FBI/goon connection can be traced back at least as far as April 23, 1973, when U.S. Marshals Service Director Wayne Colbom, driving from Pine Ridge Village to Wounded Knee, was stopped at what the Wilsonites referred to as the Residence Roadblock. One of the goons manning the position, vocally disgruntled with what he called the soft line taken by the Justice Department in dealing with AIM, leveled a shotgun at the head of Colbom's passenger, Solicitor General Kent Frizzell. Colbom was forced to draw his own weapon before the man would desist. Angered, Colburn drove back to Pine Ridge and dispatched a group of his men to arrest everyone at the roadblock. When the marshals arrived at the Pennington County Jail in Rapid City with those arrested, however, they found an FBI man waiting with instructions to release the goons immediately. By this point, Dickie Wilson himself had re-established the roadblock, using a fresh crew of goons. Thoroughly enraged at this defiance, Colbom assembled another group of marshals and prepared to make arrests. Things had progressed to the point of a high noon-style showdown when a helicopter appeared, quickly landing on the blacktop road near the would-be combatants. In it was FBI counterintelligence ace Richard G. Held, who informed Colbom that he had received instructions from the highest level to ensure that no arrests would be made and that the roadblock stays where it is. Humiliated, and increasingly concerned for the safety of his own personnel in a situation where the FBI was openly siding with a group hostile to them, Colbom ordered his men to disarm goons whenever possible. Strikingly, as the marshals impounded the sort of weaponry the Wilsonites had up until THJSN been using conventional deer rifles, World War II surplus MLS, shot guns, and other firearms normally found in a rural locality, the same goons 214 Colbom's men had disarmed began to reappear, well stocked with ammunition and sporting fully automatic, military-issue M16s. The Brewer revelations. It has always been the supposition of those aligned with AIM that the FBI provided such hardware to Wilson's goons. The Bureau and its apologists, meanwhile, pointing to the absence of concrete evidence with which to confirm the allegation, have consistently denied any such connection, charging those referring to its probability with gymnastic or scholarly irresponsibility. Happy face. It was not until the early 1990s, with the publication of extracts from an interview with former goon commander Dwayne Brewer, that AIM's premise was borne out. Not only does the one-time death squad leader make it clear that the FBI provided him and his men with weaponry, but with ample supplies of armor-piercing ammunition, hand grenades, det cord and other explosives, communications gear, and additional paraphernalia. Agents would drop by his house. Brewer maintains, to provide key bits of field intelligence which allowed the goons to function in a more efficient manner than might otherwise have been the case. And, perhaps most importantly, agents conveyed the plain message that members of the death squad would enjoy virtual immunity from federal prosecution for anything they did, so long as it fell within the realm of repressing dissidents on the reservation. Among the murders which Brewer clarifies in his interview is that of Jeanette Bissonnette, a young woman shot to death in her car as she sat at a stop sign in Pine Ridge Village at about 1 o'clock in the morning on March 27, 1975. The FBI has all along insisted, for reasons which remain mysterious, that it is probable Bissonnette was assassinated by AIM members. Brewer, on the other hand, explains on the basis of first-hand knowledge that the killing was a mistake on the part of his execution team, which mistook Bissonnette's vehicle for that of area resistance leader Ellen Moves Camp. It is important to note, before moving ahead, that at the time he functioned as a goon leader, Dwayne Brewer also served as second in command of the BIA POHCE on Pine Ridge. His boss as a policeman, Delmar Eastman, primary liaison between the police and the FBI, was simultaneously in charge of all Goon operations on the reservation. In total, it is ruably estimated that somewhere between one-third and one-half of all BIA police personnel on Pine Ridge between 1972 and 1976 moonlighted as goons. Those who didn't become directly involved actively covered for their colleagues who did, or at least kept their mouths shut about the situation. Obviously, whatever meager hope for relief AIM and the Oglala Traditional might have extended to the workings of local law enforcement quickly disappeared under such circumstances. In effect, the police were the killers, their crimes not only condoned but, for all practical intents and purposes, 5. Commanded and controlled by the FBI. Other federal agencies did no more than issue largely uncirculated reports confirming that the bloodbath was in fact occurring. Due process on Pine Ridge during this crucial period was effectively non-existent. The Oglala firefight. By the spring of 1975, with more than 40 of their number already dead, it had become apparent to the Pine Ridge resistors that they had been handed a choice of either acquiescing to the federal agenda or being annihilated. All other alternatives, including a 1974 electoral effort to replace Dickie Wilson with AIM leader Russell Means, had been met by fraud, force, and unremitting violence. Those who wished to continue the struggle and survive were therefore compelled to adopt a posture of armed self-defense. Given that many of the traditionals were elderly, and thus could not reasonably hope to accomplish the latter on their own, AIM was asked to provide physical security for them. Defensive encampments were quickly established at several key locations around the reservation. For its part, the FBI seems to have become increasingly frustrated at the capacity of the dissidents to absorb punishment, and at the consequent failure of the Bureau's counterinsurgency campaign to force submission. Internal FBI documents suggest that the coordinators of the Pine Ridge operation had come to greatly desire some sensational event which might serve to justify in the public mind a sudden introduction onto the reservation of the kind of overwhelming force that might break the back of the resistance once and for all. Apparently selected for the staging of such a shocking event was a security camp set up by the Northwest AIM Group at the request of traditional elders Harry and Cecilia Jumping Bull on their property, along Highway 18, a few miles south of the village of Oglala. During the early evening of June 25, 1975, two agents, Ron W. Yams and Jack Kohler, escorted by a BIA policeman, and known goon, named Robert Ekoffe, entered the Jumping Bull compound. They claimed to be attempting to serve an arrest warrant on a 17-year-old Lakota and AIM supporter named Jimmy Eagle on spurious charges of kidnapping and aggravated assault. Told by residents that Eagle was not there and had not been seen for weeks, the agents and their escort left. On Highway 18, however, the agents accosted three young AIM members, Mike Anderson, Norman Charles, and Wilfred Wish Draper, who were walking back to camp after taking showers in Oglala, drove them to the police headquarters in Pine Ridge Village, and interrogated them for more than 2 hours. As the young men reported when they finally returned to the Jumping Bulls, no questions had been asked about Jimmy Eagle. Instead, the agents had wanted to know how many men of fighting age were in the camp, what sort of weapons they possessed, and so on. 216. Thus alerted that something bad was about to happen, the Northwest AIM contingent put out an urgent call for support from the local AIM community. At about 11:00 a.m. the following morning, June 26, W.I. Yams and Kohler returned to the Jumping Bull property. Driving past the compound of residences, they moved down into a shallow valley, stopped and exited their cars in an open area, and began to fire in the general direction of the AIM encampment in a tree line along White Clay Creek. Shortly, they began to take a steadily growing return fire, not only from the tree, but from the houses above. At about this point, Agent J. Gary Adams and BIA Post Officer / Goon Glenn Two Birds attempted to come to Willems and Kohler's aid. Unexpectedly taking fire from the direction of the houses, they retreated to the ditch beside Highway 18. Some 150 SWAT-trained BIA police and FBI personnel were prepositioned in the immediate locale when the firefight began. This, especially when taken in combination with the fact that more than 200 additional FBI SWAT personnel were on alert awaiting word to proceed *r haste to Pine Ridge from Minneapolis, Milwaukee, and Quantico, Virginia, raises the probability that Williams and Kohler were actually assigned to provoke an exchange of gunfire with the AIM members on the Jumping Bull land. The plan seems to have been that they would then be immediately supported by the introduction of overwhelming force, the Northwest AIM group destroyed, and the FBI afforded the pretext necessary to launch an outright invasion of Pine Ridge. A number of local AIM members had rallied to the call to come to the Jumping Bulls. Hence, instead of encountering the 8 AIM shooters they anticipated, there were about 30, and the 2 agents were cut off from their erstwhile supporters. While the BIA police, reinforced by goons, put up roadblocks to seal off the area, and the FBI agents on hand were deployed as snipers, no one made a serious effort to get to Williams and Kohler until 5:50 p.m. By that point, they'd been dead for some time, along with a young Coeur d'Alene AIM member, Joe Stuntz Kills Wright, killed by FBI sniper Gerard Waring as he attempted to depart the compound. Aside from Kills Wright, all AIM participants had escaped across country. By nightfall, hundreds of agents equipped with everything from APCs to Vietnam-style Huey helicopters had begun arriving on the reservation. The next morning, Tom Call, an FBI public information specialist imported for the purpose, convened a press conference in Oglala. The media was barred from the firefight site itself, in which he reported that the dead agents had been lured into an ambush by AIM, attacked with automatic weapons from a sophisticated bunker complex, dragged wounded from their cars, stripped of their clothing, and then executed in cold blood, while one of them pleaded with his killer, to spare him because he had a wife and children. Each agent, Call asserted, had been riddled with 15 to 20 bullets. Happy Face, 217. Every word of this was false, as Caldwell knew the FBI had been in possession of both the agents' bodies and the ground on which they were killed for nearly 18 hours before he made his statements, and the report was retracted in full by FBI Director Clarence Kelly at a press conference conducted in Los Angeles a week later. By then, however, a barrage of sensational media coverage had sensitized the public to the need for a virtually unrestricted application of force against the mad dogs of AIM. Correspondingly, the Bureau was free to run air assaults and massive sweeping operations on Pine Ridge, complete with the wholesale use of no-knock searches and John Doe warrants for the next 3 months. Happy Face. By the end of that period, its mission had largely been accomplished. In the interim, on July 27, 1975, it was finally felt, given the preoccupation of all concerned parties with the FBI's sterile invasion of Pine Ridge, that the time was right for Dickie Wilson to sign a memorandum transferring the gunnery range to the federal government. On January 2, 1976, a more formal instrument was signed and, in the spring, Congress passed a public law assuming U.S. title over this portion of Oglala territory. The case of Leonard Peltier. It is unlikely that the FBI intended its 2 agents be killed during the Oglala firefight. Once Kohler and Williams were dead, however, the Bureau capitalized on their fate, not only as the medium through which to pursue its anti-AIM campaign with full ferocity, but as a mechanism with which to block an incipient congressional probe into what the FBI had been doing on Pine Ridge. This took the form of a sympathy play. Bureau officials pleaded that the natural emotional volatility engendered among their agents by the deaths made it inopportune to proceed with the investigation at the present time. Congress responded, on July 3, 1975, by postponing the scheduling of preliminary interviews, a delay which has become permanent. Happy Face. Still, with 2 dead agents, it was crucial for the Bureau's image that someone be brought directly to account. To fill this bill, 4 NAM.ES were selected from the HST of 30 shooters field investigators had concluded were participants in the exchange. Targeted were a pair of Anishinaabe/Lakota cousins, Leonard Peltier and Bob Robideau, and Darrell Dino Butler, a Toonie, the heads of Northwest AIM. Also included was Jimmy Eagle, whose name seems to have appeared out of expediency, since the Bureau claimed Williams and Kohler were looking for him in the first place. All charges against him were later simply dropped, without investiture of discernible prosecutorial effort. Happy Face, Butler and Robideau, captured early on, were tried first, as co-defendants, separate from Peltier. Happy Face, the latter, having managed to avoid arrest in a trap set for him in Oregon, had found sanctuary in the remote encampment of 218 Cree leader Robert Smallboy, in northern Alberta. Happy Face, by the time he could be apprehended, extradited via a thoroughly fraudulent proceeding involving the presentation of an eyewitness affidavit from a psychotic Lakota woman named Myrtle Pourbaix to a Canadian court, and docket in the United States, the proceedings against Peltier's cohorts were ready to begin. Happy Face, he was thus scheduled to be tried later and alone. During the Butler/Robideau trial, conducted in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, during the summer of 1976, the government's plan to turn the defendants and AIM itself into examples of the price of resistance began to unravel. Despite the calculated ostentation with which the FBI prepared to secure the judge and jurors from AIM's potential for violence, and despite another media BHTZ designed to convince the public that Butler and Robideau were part of a vast terrorist conspiracy, the carefully selected, all-white Midwestern panel of jurors was unconvinced. After William Muldrow of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights was called by the defense to testify regarding the FBI-fostered reign of terror on Pine Ridge, and Director Kelly himself was forced to admit under oath that he knew of nothing which might support many of the Bureau's harsher characterizations of AIM, the jury voted to acquit on July 16, 1976. The not guilty verdict was based on the panel members' assessment that although both defendants acknowledged firing at the agents and Robideau that he had in fact hit them both, they had acted in self-defense. Under the conditions described by credible witnesses, jury foreman Robert Bond later recounted, "We felt that any reasonable person would have reacted the same way when the agents came in there shooting." Besides, Bolin continued, their personal observations of the behavior of governmental representatives during the trial had convinced most jury members that it was the government, not the defendants or their movement, which was danger 123 us. Although the Cedar Rapids jury had essentially determined that Kohler and Williams had not been murdered, the FBI and federal prosecutors opted to proceed against Peltier. In a pre-trial conference they analyzed what had gone wrong in the Butler/Robideau case and, in a report dated July 20, 1976, concluded that among the problems encountered was the fact that the defendants had been allowed to present a self-defense argument and their lawyers allowed to call and question witnesses and subpoena government documents. They then removed the Peltier trial from the docket of the judge at Cedar Rapids, Edward McManus, and reassigned it to another, Paul Benson, whom they felt would be more amenable to their view. When Peltier was brought to trial in Fargo, North Dakota, on March 21, 1977, Benson ruled virtually everything presented by the defense at Cedar Rapids, including the Butler/Robideau trial transcript itself, inadmissible. Prosecutors then presented a case against Peltier which was precisely the opposite of what they and their FBI witnesses professed to believe was true. 219. In the earlier trial, a chain of circumstantial evidence was constructed, often through resort to fabricated physical evidence, perjury, and the use of demonstrably suborned testimony, to create a plausible impression among jurors, again all white Midwesterners, that the defendant was guilty. Following a highly emotional closing presentation by Assistant Prosecutor Lynn Crooks, in which he waved color photos of the agents' bloody bodies under the jury's collective nose and graphically described the cold-bloodedness with which Leonard Peltier executed these two wounded and helpless human beings, they voted on April 1, after only 6 hours of deliberation, to convict on both counts of first-degree murder. Benson then sentenced Peltier to serve 2 consecutive FA terms in prison, and he was transported straight away to the federal super-maximum facility at Marion, Illinois. Almost immediately, an appeal was filed on the basis of FBI misconduct and multiple judicial errors on Benson's part. The matter was considered by a 3-member panel of the Eighth Circuit Court composed of Judges William Webster, Donald Ross, and Gerald Heaney during the spring of 1978. Judge Webster wrote the opinion on behalf of his colleagues, finding that although the record revealed numerous reversible errors on the part of the trial judge, and many unfortunate misjudgments by the FBI, the conviction would be allowed to stand. By the time the document was released, Webster was no longer there to answer for it. He had moved on to a new position as director of the FBI. On February 12, 1979, the U.S. Supreme Court declined, without stating a reason, to review the lower court's decision. Undeterred, Peltier's attorneys had already filed a suit under the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, to force disclosure of FBI documents withheld from the defense at trial. When the paperwork, more than 12,000 pages of investigative material, was finally produced in 1981, they began the tedious process of indexing and reviewing it. Finding that the Bureau had suppressed ballistics reports which directly contradicted what had been presented at trial, they filed a second appeal in 1982. This led to an evidentiary hearing and oral arguments in 1984, during which the FBI's chief ballistics expert, Evan Hodge, was caught in the act of perjuring himself, and Lynn Crooks was forced to admit that the government really has no idea who shot those agents. Crooks then attempted to argue that it didn't matter anyway, because Peltier had been convicted of aiding and abetting in the murders rather than of the murders themselves. This time, the circuit court panel, now composed of Judges Heaney and Ross, as well as John Gibson, took nearly a year to deliberate. On October 1, 1986, they finally delivered an opinion holding that the content of Crooks' own closing argument to the jury, among many other factors, precluded the notion that Peltier had been tried for aiding and abetting. They also concluded that the circumstantial ballistics case presented by the prosecution at trial was hopelessly undermined by evidence available even then. FBL 220. Still, they refused to reverse Peltier's conviction because we recognize that there is evidence in this record of improper conduct on the part of some FBI agents, but we are reluctant to impute even further improprieties to them by remanding the matter to trial. On October 5, 1987, the Supreme Court once again refused to review the lower court's decision. Most recently, a third appeal, argued on the basis of habeas corpus if Peltier was never tried for aiding and abetting, and if the original case against him no longer really exists, then why is he in prison, was filed. In November 1992, the Eighth Circuit, without ever really answering such questions, allowed his conviction to stand. The matter remains pending before the Supreme Court, but that August body is expected to once again decline to review the matter. Aftermath. The government repression of AIM during the mid-70s had the intended effect of blunting the movement's cutting edge. After 1977, things occurred in fits and starts rather than within a sustained drive. AIM's core membership, those who were not dead or in prison, scattered to the winds, many, HKE Wounded Knee Security Head Stan Holder, seeking other avenues into which to channel their activism. Others, exhausted and intimidated by the massive violence directed against them, retired altogether from active politics. Among the remainder, personal, political, and intertribal antagonisms, often exacerbated by the rumors spread by federal provocateurs, instilled a deep and lasting factional fragmentation. In 1978, Dennis Banks, occupying the unique status in California of having been officially granted sanctuary by one state of the Union against the extradition demands of another, sought to bring things back together by organizing what he called the longest walk. To some extent replicating on foot the Trail of Broken Treaties caravan of 1972, the walk succeeded in its immediate objective. The walkers made it from Alcatraz Island, selected as a point of departure because of the importance of the 1969-71 occupation, in forging aim to Washington, D.C., presenting a powerful manifesto to the Carter administration in July. But there was no follow-up, and the momentum was quickly lost. Much hope was placed in the formation of the Leonard Peltier Defense Committee, LPDC, the same year, and, for a time it seemed as though it might serve as a kind of spark plug re-energizing the movement as a whole. However, with the February 12, 1979, murder of AIM chair John Trudell's entire family on the Duck Valley Reservation in Nevada, apparently as a deterrent to the effectiveness of Trudell's fiery oratory, things took an opposite tack. The result was the abolition of all national officer positions in AIM. These titles do nothing but provide a ready-made list of priority targets for 22. 1. The Feds, as Trudell put it at the time. The gesture consummated a trend against centralization which began with the dissolution of AIM's national office. At the time, Banks had gone underground in 1975, a fugitive from sentencing. After his conviction on charges stemming from the Custer courthouse confrontation. In 1979 and 1980, large-scale survival gatherings were held outside Rapid City in an attempt to bring together Indian and non-Indian activists in collaborative opposition to uranium mining and other corporate development of the Black Hills. An ensuing organization, the Black Hills Alliance, BHA, achieved momentary national prominence, but petered out after the demise of domestic uranium production in the early 1980s dissolved several of the more pressing issues it confronted. Meanwhile, Russell Means, fresh out of prison, launched a related effort in 1981, occupying an 880-acre site in the Black Hills to establish a sustainable, alternative, demonstration community and to initiate the physical reoccupation of Pahasepa by the Lakota people and our allies. The occupation of what was dubbed Win Canyon Zitos Paye, Yellow Thunder Camp, in memory of Raymond Yellow Thunder, lasted until 1985. By that point, its organizers had obtained what on its face was a landmark judicial opinion from a federal district judge. Not only did the Yellow Thunder occupiers have every right to do what they were doing, the judge decreed, but the Lakota and other Indians as well are entitled to view entire geographic areas such as the Black Hills, rather than merely specific sites within them, to be of sacred significance. The emergent victory was gutted, however, by the Supreme Court's controversial G0 Road decision in 1988. Happy Face, elsewhere, an AIM security camp was established on Navajo land near Big Mountain, Arizona, during the mid-80s, to support the traditional Dine elders of that area in their resistance to forced relocation. It has been maintained, and, somewhat comparably, AIM contingents began to become involved in the early 90s in providing physical security to Western Shoshone resistors to forced removal from their land in Nevada. Similar scenarios have been played out in places as diverse as northern Minnesota and Wisconsin, Oregon, Kaffamia, Oklahoma, Illinois, Florida, Georgia, Nebraska, Alaska, and upstate New York. The issues confronted have been as wide-ranging as the localities in which they've been confronted. Another potential bright spot which was ultimately eclipsed was the International Indian Treaty Council, IITC. Formed at the request of the Lakota elders in 1974 to carry the message of indigenous people into the community of nations and to serve more generally as AIM's international arm, it had by August 1977 gotten off to a brilliant start, playing a key role in bringing representatives of 98 native peoples throughout the Americas together in an unprecedented convocation before the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. This led directly to the establishment of a formal working group on 222. Indigenous populations mandated to draft a Universal Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples for incorporation into international law by 1992 under the UN Economic and Social Council. Happy face, despite this remarkable early success, with the 1981 departure of its original director, Cherokee activist Jimmy Durham, IITC began to unravel. ****. By 1986, his successors were widely perceived as using the organization's reputation as a vehicle for personal profit and prestige, aligning themselves for a fee with various nation-state governments against indigenous interests. Allegations that they were also using their de facto diplomatic status as a medium through which to engage in drug trafficking also abounded. Whether or not such suspicions were well-founded, IITC today has reduced itself to the stature of a small sectarian corporation, completely divorced from AIM and the traditional milieu which legitimated it, subsisting mainly on donations from the very entities it was created to oppose. The early 90s, with the imminence of the Colombian quincentennial celebration, presented opportunities for the revitalization of AIM. Indeed, the period witnessed a more or less spontaneous regeneration of autonomous AIM chapters in at least 16 localities around the country. In Colorado, an escalating series of confrontations with Columbus Day celebrants organized by the state AIM chapter which began in 1989 led to the galvanizing of a coalition of some 50 progressive organizations, Indian and non-Indian alike. By 1992 in Denver, the city where Columbus Day was first proclaimed an official holiday, quincentennial activities were stopped in their tracks. Much the same process was evident in San Francisco and, to a lesser extent, in other locations. Perhaps ironically, the most vicious reaction to the prospect of a resurgent movement came, not from the government per se, but from a small group in Minneapolis professing itself to be AIM's legitimate leadership. How exactly it imagined it had attained this exalted position was a bit murky, there not having been an AIM General Membership Conference to sanction the exercise of such authority since 1975. Nonetheless, in July 1993, the clique constituted itself under the laws of the state of Minnesota as National AIM, Inc., announced formation of a national board and central committee, and provided the address to what it described as the AIM National Office. Among the very first acts of this interesting amalgam which proudly reported it was receiving $4 million per year in federal funding, and more than $3 million annually from corporations like Honeywell was the issuance of letters expelling most of the rest of the movement from itself. A legacy. It may be, as John Trudell has said, that AIM died years ago. It's just that some people don't know it yet. Certainly, as a viable organization, the 223 evidence exhibits every indication of bearing him out. And yet there is another level to this reality, one which has more to do with the spirit of resistance than with tangible form. Whatever else may be said about what AIM was, or is, it must be acknowledged that, as Russell Means contends, before AIM, Indians were dispirited, defeated, and culturally dissolving. People were ashamed to be Indian. You didn't see the young people wearing braids or chokers or ribbon shirts in those days. Didn't wear M. People didn't sun dance, they didn't sweat, they were losing their languages. Then there was that spark at Alcatraz, and we took off. Man, we took a ride across this country. We put Indians and Indian rights smack dab in the middle of the public consciousness for the first time since the so-called Indian Wars. And, of course, we paid a heavy price for that. Some of us are still paying it. But now you see braids on our young people. There are dozens of sun dances every summer. You hear our languages spoken again in places they had almost died out. Most important, you find young Indians all over the place who understand that they don't have to accept whatever sort of bullshit the dominant society wants to hand them, that they have the right to fight, to struggle for their rights, that in fact they have an obligation to stand up on their hind legs and fight for their future generations, the way our ancestors did. Now, I don't know about you, but I call that pride in being Indian. And I think that's a very positive change. And I think I know AIM had a lot to do with bringing that change about. We laid the groundwork for the next stage in regaining our sovereignty and self-determination as nations, and I'm proud to have been a part of that. To the degree this is true, and much of it seems very accurate, AIM may be said to have succeeded in fulfilling its original agenda. The impulse behind Alcatraz was carried forward into dimensions its participants could not yet envision. And that legacy is even now being refashioned and extended by a new generation, as it will be by the next, and the next. The continuity of native North America's traditional resistance to domination was reasserted by AIM in no uncertain terms. There are other aspects of the AIM legacy, to be sure. Perhaps the most crucial should be placed under the heading of lessons learned. These go to defining the nature of the society we now inhabit, the lengths to which its government will go to maintain the kinds of domination AIM fought to cast off, and the techniques it uses in doing so. The experience of the American Indian movement, especially in the mid-1970s, provides what amounts to a textbook exposition of these things. It teaches what to expect, and, if properly understood, how to overcome many of these methodologies of repression. The lessons are 224. Applicable, not simply to American Indians, but to anyone whose lot in life is to be oppressed within the American conception of business as usual. Ultimately, the gift bestowed by AIM is in part an apprehension of the fact that the Third World is not something out there. It is everywhere, behind the facade of liberal democracy masking the substance of the United States as much as anywhere else. It is there on every reservation in the country, in the teeming ghettos of Brownsville, Detroit, and Compton, in the barrios and migrant fields and sharecropping farms of the Deep South. It is there in the desolation of the Appalachian coal regions. It is there in the burgeoning prison industry of America, warehousing by far the most incarcerated population on the planet. 2. The Third World is there in the nation's ever more proliferate and militarized police apparatus. And it is there in the piles of corpses of those not just AIM members, but Black Panthers, Brown Berets, Puerto Rican independentistas, labor organizers, civil rights workers, and many others who tried to say no and make it stick. It is there in the fate of Malcolm X and Fred Hampton, Mark Clark and Chapin, Geronimo G. Jagaprat and Alejandra Torres, Susan Rosenberg and Martin Luther King, George Jackson and Ray Luke Levasseur, Tim Blanc and Reyes Tijerina, Muchalu Shakur and Marilyn Buck, and so many others. To win, it is said, one must know one's enemy. Winning the sorts of struggles engaged in by the individuals and organizations just mentioned is unequivocally necessary if we are to effect a constructive change in the conditions they faced, and that we continue to face. In this, there are still many lessons to be drawn from the crucible of the AIM experience. These must be learned by all of us. They must be learned well. And soon. White Studies. The Intellectual Imperialism of U.S. Higher Education *. Education should be adapted to the mentality, attitudes, occupation, and traditions of various peoples, conserving as far as possible all the sound and healthy elements in the fabric of their social life. David Abernathy, The Dilemma of Popular Education. Since schooling was brought to non-Europeans as a part of empire, it was integrated into the effort to bring indigenous peoples into imperial/colonial structures. After all, did not the European teacher and the school built on the European capitalist model transmit European values and norms and begin to transform traditional societies into modern ones? Martin Camoy, Education as Cultural Imperialism. Over the past decade, the nature and adequacy of educational content has been a matter of increasingly vociferous debate among everyone from academics to policy makers to lay preachers in the United States. The American educational system as a whole has been amply demonstrated to be locked firmly into a paradigm of Eurocentrism, not only in terms of its focus, but also its discernible heritage, methodologies, and conceptual structure. Among people of non-European cultural derivation, the kind of learning inculcated through such a model is broadly seen as insulting, degrading, and functionally subordinative. More and more, these themes have found echoes among the more enlightened and progressive sectors of the dominant Euro-American society. Itself carried. An earlier version of this essay appeared in J'intégration, Volume 19, NOS 1-2, Winter-Spring 1982. 246. Such sentiments are balm of an ever-widening cognition that, within any multicultural setting, this sort of monolithic pedagogical reliance upon a single cultural tradition constitutes a rather transparent form of intellectual domination, achievable only within the context of parallel forms of domination. This is meant in precisely the sense intended by David Landis when he observed, "It seems to me that one has to look at imperialism as a multifarious response to a common opportunity that consists simply as a disparity of power." In this connection, it is often pointed out that while education in America has existed for some time, by law, as a common opportunity, its shape has all along been defined exclusively via the disparity of power exercised by members of the ruling Euro-American elite. Responses to this circumstance have, to date, concentrated primarily upon what might be best described as a contributionist approach to remedy. This is to say, they seek to bring about the inclusion of non-Europeans and/or non-European achievements in canonical subject matters, while leaving the methodological and conceptual parameters of the canon itself essentially intact. The present essay represents an attempt to go a bit further, sketching out to some degree the preliminary requisites in challenging methods and concepts as well. It should be noted before proceeding that while my own grounding in American Indian studies leads me to anchor my various alternatives in that particular perspective, the principles postulated should prove readily adaptable to other minority venues. White studies. As currently established, the university system in the United States offers little more than the presentation of white studies to students, the general population, and minorities alike. The curriculum is virtually totalizing in its emphasis, not simply upon an imagined superiority of Western endeavors and accomplishments, but upon the notion that the currents of European thinking comprise the only really natural or at least truly useful formation of knowledge/means of perceiving reality. In the vast bulk of curriculum content, Europe is not only the subject, i.e., in its conceptual mode, the very process of learning to think, but the object, subject matter, of investigation as well. Consider a typical introductory level philosophy course. Students will in all probability explore the works of the ancient Greek philosophers, the fundamentals of Cartesian logic and Spinoza, stop off for a visit with Hobbes, Hume, and John Locke, cover a chapter or two of Kant's Aesthetics, dabble a bit in Hegelian dialectics, and review Nietzsche's assorted rantings. A good leftist professor may add a dash of Marx's famous inversion of Hegel and, on a good day, his commentaries on the frailties of Feuerbach. In an exemplary class, things will end up in the 20th century with discussions of Schopen. White Studies 247. Hauer, Heidegger and Husserl, Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, and perhaps an adventurous summarization of the existentialism of Sartre and Camus. Advanced undergraduate courses typically delve into the same topics, with additive instruction in matters such as late medieval philosophy, monism, Rousseau and revolution, the morality of John Stuart Mill, Einstein and the generations of science, the phenomenology of Merleau-Ponty, Popper's philosophy of science, Benjamin, Adorno and the Frankfurt School, meaning and Marcuse, structuralism/post-structuralism, or even the critical theory of Georgian Habermas. Graduate work usually consists of effecting a coherent synthesis of some combination of these elements. Thus, from first semester surveys through the PhD, philosophy majors and non-majors fulfilling elective requirements, for that matter, are fed a consistent stream of data defining and presumably reproducing Western thought at its highest level of refinement, as well as inculcating insight into what is packaged as its historical evolution and line, of probable future development. Note that this is construed, for all practical intents and purposes, as being representative of philosophy in toto rather than of Western European thought per se. It seems reasonable to pose the question as to what consideration is typically accorded the non-European remainder of the human species in such a format. The answer is often that coursework does in fact exist, most usually in the form of upper division undergraduate broadening curriculum. Surveys of Oriental philosophy are not unpopular. The philosophy of Black Africa exists as a catalog entry at a number of institutions. Even Native American philosophical traditions, more casually titled Black Elk Speaks, from time to time, makes its appearance here and there. Happy face, but nothing remotely approaching the depth and comprehensiveness with which Western thought is treated can be located in any quarter. Clearly, the student who graduates, at whatever level, from a philosophy program constructed in this fashion, and all of them walks away with a concentrated knowledge of the European intellectual schema rather than any genuine appreciation of the philosophical attainments of humanity. Yet, equally clearly, a degree in philosophy implies, or at least should imply, the latter. Nor is the phenomenon in any way restricted to the study of philosophy. One may search the catalogues of every college and university in the country, and undoubtedly the search will be in vain, for the Department of History, which accords the elaborate oral/pictorial prehistories of American Indians anything approximating the weight given to the semi-literate efforts at self-justification scrawled by early European colonists in this hemisphere. Happy face, even the rich codigraphic records of cultures like the Mayas, Incas, and Mexicanos, Aztecs, are uniformly ignored by the historical mainstream. Such matters are more 248. Properly the purview of anthropology than of history, or so it is said by those representing responsible scholarship in the United States. Happy face, as a result, most introductory courses on American history still begin for all practical intents and purposes in 1492, with only the most perfunctory acknowledgement that people existed in the Americas in pre-Columbian times. Predictably, any consideration accorded to pre-Columbian times typically revolves around anthropological rather than historical preoccupations, such as the point at which people were supposed to have first migrated across the Beringian land bridge to populate the hemisphere, happy face, or whether native horticulturists ever managed to discover fertilizer. Another major classroom topic centers on the extent to which cannibalism may have prevailed among the proliferation of nomadic Stone Age tribes presumed to have wandered about America's endless reaches, perpetually hunting and gathering their way to the margin of raw subsistence. Then again, there are the countless expositions on how few indigenous people there really were in North America prior to 1500. And that genocide is an inappropriate term by which to explain why there were almost none by 1900. From there, many things begin to fall into place. Nowhere in the modem American academe will one FMD the math course acknowledging, along with the importance of Archimedes and Pythagoras, the truly marvelous qualities of pre-Columbian mathematics, that which allowed the Mayas to invent the concept of zero, for example, and, absent computers, to work with multi-digit prime numbers. Happy face, nor is there mention of the Mexicano mathematics which allowed that culture to develop a calendrical system several decimal places more accurate than that commonly used today. Happy face, and again, the rich mathematical understandings which went into Mesoamerica's development of what may well have been the world's most advanced system of astronomy are typically ignored by mainstream mathematicians and astronomers alike. Happy face. Similarly, departments of architecture and engineering do not teach that the Incas invented the suspension bridge, or that their 2,500-mile royal road paved, leveled, graded, guttered, and complete with rest areas was perhaps the world's first genuine superhighway, or that portions of it are still used for motorized transport in Peru. No mention is made of the passive solar temperature control characteristics carefully designed by the Anasazi into the apartment complexes of their cities at Chaco Canyon, Mesa Verde, and elsewhere. Nor are students drawn to examine the incorporation of thermal mass into Mandan and Hidatsa construction techniques. The vast North Sonoran irrigation systems built by the Hohokam ***, or the implications of the fact that at the time of Cortez's arrival, Tenochtitlan, now Mexico City, accommodated a population of 350,000, a number making it one of the largest cities on earth. At least 5 times the size of London or Seville. In political science, readers are invited defied to locate the course acknowledging, as John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and others among the U.S. White Studies 249. Founding Fathers did, that the form of the American Republic and the framing of its Constitution were heavily influenced by the pre-existing model of the Haudenosaunee, Six Nations Iroquois Confederacy of present-day New York and Quebec. Nor is mention made of the influence exerted by the workings of the Iroquois League in shaping the thinking of theorists such as Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Even less discussion can be found on the comparably sophisticated political systems conceived and established by other indigenous peoples, the Creek Confederation, for example, or the Cherokees or Yaquis, long before the first European invader ever set foot on American soil. 28. Where agriculture or the botanical sciences are concerned, one will not FMD the conventional department which wishes to make anything special of the fact that fully 2/3 of the vegetal foodstuffs now commonly consumed by all of humanity were under cultivation in the Americas, and nowhere else. In 1492. Also unmentioned is the hybridization by Incan scientists of more than 3,000 varieties of potato. Or the vast herbal cornucopia discovered and deployed by native pharmacologists long before that. In biology, pre-med, and medicine, nothing is said of the American Indian invention of surgical tubing and the syringe, or the fact that the Incas were successfully practicing brain surgery at a time when European physicians were still seeking to cure their patients by applying leeches to draw off bad blood. Happy face. To the contrary, from matters of governance, where the Greek and Roman democracies are habitually cited as being the sole antecedents of the American experiment, to agriculture, with its Irish potatoes, Swiss chocolate, Italian tomatoes, French vanilla, and English walnuts. The accomplishments of American Indian cultures are quite simply expropriated, recast in the curriculum as if they had been European in origin. Concomitantly, the native traditions which produced such things are themselves deculturated and negated, consigned to the status of being people without history. Such grotesque distortion is, of course, fed to indigenous students right along with Euro-Americans. And by supposedly radical professors as readily as more conservative ones. Moreover, as was noted above, essentially the same set of circumstances prevails with regard to the traditions and attainments of all non-Western cultures. Overall, the situation virtually demands to be viewed from a perspective best articulated by Albert Memmi. In order for the colonizer to be a complete master, it is not enough for him to be so in actual fact, but he must also believe in the colonial system's legitimacy. In order for that legitimacy to be complete, it is not enough for the colonized to be a slave, he must also accept his role. The bond between colonizer and colonized is thus destructive and creative. It destroys and recreates the two partners in colonization into colonizer and colonized. One is disfigured into an oppressor, a partial, unpatriotic and treacherous being, worrying only about 250. His privileges and their defense, the other into an oppressed creature, whose development is broken and who compromises by his defeat. In effect, the intellectual sophistry which goes into arguing the radical and conservative content options available within the prevailing monocultural paradigm, a paradigm which predictably corresponds to the culture of the colonizer, amounts to little more than a diversionary mechanism through which power relations are reinforced, the status quo maintained. The monolithic white studies configuration of U.S. higher education, a content heading which, unlike American Indian, Afro-American, Asian American, and Chicano studies, has yet to find its way into a single college or university catalog. Thus serves to underpin the hegemony of white supremacism in its other, more literal manifestations, economic, political, military, and so on. Those of non-European background are integral to such a system. While consciousness of their own heritages is obliterated through falsehood and omission, they are indoctrinated to believe that legitimacy itself is something derived from European tradition, a tradition which can never be truly shared by non-Westerners despite or perhaps because of their assimilation into Eurocentrism's doctrinal value structure. By and large, the educated American Indian or Black thereby becomes the aspect of broken development who compromises through the defeat of his or her people, aspiring only to serve the interests of the order he or she has been trained to see as his or her natural master. As Frantz Fanon and others have observed long since, such psychological jujitsu can never be directly admitted, much less articulated, by its principal victims. Instead, they are compelled by illusions of sanity to deny their circumstances and the process which induced them. Their condition sublimated, they function as colonialism's covered hedge against the necessity of perpetual engagement in more overt and costly sorts of repression against its colonial subjects. Put another way, the purpose of white studies in this connection is to trick the colonized into materially supporting her/his colonization through the mechanisms of his/her own thought processes. There can be no reasonable or value-neutral explanation for this situation. Those, regardless of race or ethnicity, who endeavor to apologize for or defend its prevalence in institutions of higher education on scholarly grounds do so without a shred of honesty or academic integrity. Happy face. Rather, whatever their intentions, they define themselves as accepting of the colonial order. In Memmi's terms, they accept the role of colonizer, which means agreeing to be a usurper. To be sure, a usurper claims his place and, if need be, will defend it with every means at his disposal. He endeavors to falsify history, he rewrites laws, he would extinguish memories, anything to succeed in transforming his usurpation into legitimacy. They are, to borrow and slightly modify a term, intellectual imperialists. White Studies 251. An indigenist alternative. From the preceding observations as to what white studies is, the extraordinary pervasiveness and corresponding secrecy of its practice, and the reasons underlying its existence, certain questions necessarily arise. For instance, the query might be posed as to whether a simple expansion of curriculum content to include material on non-Western contexts might be sufficient to redress matters. It follows that we should ask whether something beyond data or content